Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star.
You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome to Innovation 2023. I'm Siobhan Bonita. I was a UK civil servant myself, and on behalf of the organisers, Global Government Forum, I'm really delighted to welcome you here today for what I'm sure is going to be an engaging, a useful, and hopefully also an enjoyable day for all of you. We have speakers and delegates from all around the globe today joining us here in the room, and we also have a global audience who are joining us on a live stream. So I'd like to welcome everybody who's watching virtually as well. The last time we held this event in person, it was 2019. And it's safe to say that since then, I think we've all been through quite extraordinary, challenging times, both personally and professionally. And I'm sure that today, in the sessions throughout the day, we'll be discussing quite a lot some of those innovations and new approaches that the necessity of the pandemic kind of forced upon us. Over the day, we have a series of sessions featuring some of the most interesting international and UK examples of innovation, everything from policy making, leadership, AI and inclusion, to name a few. And not in our first three sessions, but from then on, we've built in lots of opportunities for audience engagement. So please do take every opportunity to put your questions to our expert speakers. We have fantastic speakers here today, but the sessions are going to be as good as you make them, and we want to make this as interactive as we possibly can. Global Government Forum are thrilled not only to have world-leading public servants sharing their experiences and their insights, but we also have experts from private sector organisations, and we thank all of the knowledge partners that are here today for sharing their contributions with us as well. As you'll see, we're paperless today, so the agenda, if you want to see the agenda, is available on the Innovation 2023 website. It will also be on the screens throughout the venue, and you can also, if you have any questions, ask any of the staff and helpers who are here today, and they're the ones with the blue lanyards. A few logistics, so tea and coffee will be provided in the breaks. And I'm told there's also a grab-a-bag lunch, which I think I'm reliably informed will be better than that sounds. And you may have noticed that you have different coloured lanyards. So I think some of you have green lanyards, some of you have purple lanyards. This is just because there are so many people in the venue today, it's going to help us to kind of manage movement around the venue. So we will be telling you in the coffee breaks where green lanyards go and where purple lanyards go. But it's not some kind of Squid Games or anything. We're not going to be really, really strict about this. So if there's a friend you want to catch up with or somebody that you want to network with, by all means, you can go to any location. It's just to kind of help with that crowd management. Right, so let's get down to business. We open today by hearing from our government champion for this event, a man who probably needs no introduction to many of you in the audience. Please let me introduce Civil Service Chief Operating Officer and Permanent Secretary for the Cabinet Office, Alex Chisholm. Over to you, Alex.
Thank you, Siobhan. Welcome, everybody. Great to see you all here today. The UK is very proud to host the Global Government Forum Innovation 23 conference, and thank you for travelling to join us here in London. I'm really looking forward, as I'm sure you are, to hearing from the assembled cast of innovation luminaries. Now, I mentioned to a friend I was giving a talk on innovation in government. He asked, "Isn't that an oxymoron?" Before I could reply, he turned the knife a bit more. "Innovators don't work in government," he said. "We go to startups, to labs, big tech. Innovation needs us to move fast and break things. The government machine just won't let you do that." Well, I work in government like most of you, and I see brilliant examples of innovation every day. So naturally, I wanted to protest, and indeed I did. And yet, I had to admit my friend had a point. And that has made me ask again, how can we close the gap between how innovative we ought to be and how much we actually are? And that's the question I'm going to try to answer today. And my answer comes in three parts. First, I'll share some examples of where we do innovate well today, drawn from across the UK government, and mine are going to be COVID-related, but other speakers today will cover the wider waterfront. Secondly, I'll ask what are the constraints to our innovating more? And thirdly, I'll argue that this really needs to change and try to show how we can. So let's look at innovation in government today. Government is sometimes seen as inert and unresponsive. The blob has entered the British political lexicon, and similar phrases in other countries suggest that it's not a uniquely British concern. Indeed, our French neighbours have a nice slang word for a bureaucrat, rond de cuir, a comfy, well-worn leather cushion for those who spend long periods on their backside. So it's been striking to see how the government machine responded to COVID-19. There was no playbook for managing this new and very large threat to public health. The only certainty was that inertia would be lethal and innovation therefore urgent. Developing the COVID-19 vaccines has rightly been celebrated as an outstanding case of brilliantly led partnership between government, industry and academia. Such a task would usually take any number of years of sustained effort. But the UK's Vaccine Task Force was able to identify 7 plausible vaccine candidates, and just 7.5 months after the task force was established, the NHS was rolling out the first of these life-saving vaccines to a grateful nation, and 2 more followed just 4 weeks later. And we saw the same contrast between normal and extraordinary speed in the development of ventilators. When COVID struck, the NHS found itself short of ventilators and couldn't buy them from other countries who faced the same needs. Developing and building a new ventilator model typically takes around 3 years, and the Ventilator Challenge, which adopted essentially the same model as the Vaccine Task Force of industry partnership, rigorous down selection and super-fast process management, had 4 new models approved and 14,000 new ventilators built and supplied to the NHS within 3 months. So these examples do illustrate how quickly and effectively government can act under certain conditions. In this case, dire need, with tens or even hundreds of thousands of lives at stake. So far from being inert or rule-bound or unimaginative, these government units were extraordinarily nimble and innovative in their search for solutions. Both of these examples are innovations as classically understood, breakthrough development of new products. But COVID also showed government producing and harnessing great service innovations. Over many years, HMRC and DWP have been moving their core operations onto modern digital platforms. Tax collection is now largely digital, and the business sector has, for the most part, a hassle-busting machine-to-machine relationship with the revenue. Similarly, most welfare benefits are now paid through universal credit, which was built for digital delivery. And because of these prior investments in digital infrastructure, HMRC, within less than 1 month, was able to reverse the ordinary direction of money flows to provide essential support to over 500,000 businesses through the furlough scheme. And DWP, within 2 weeks of lockdown, have processed nearly 1 million new applications for essential benefit payments, keeping households across the country going. All 4 of these examples drawn from COVID required outstanding leadership and coordination across government and private sector, working at pace under tremendous pressure. But the conditions for success had been laid. In the first 2 examples, by many years of public and private R&D investment and scientific and industrial endeavour, and in the latter 2, by prior investments and innovations in the internal capabilities of government. And this points to the need to build platforms for innovation. And furthermore, in these cases, government actors felt both empowered and impelled to innovate. These 3 factors, long-term investment, empowerment, and a properly recognised and urgent collective need, were the seedbed of success. And all of us who want to see much more innovation in government need to learn to replicate and extend these beyond COVID. Let me take a couple of minutes now on the constraints that we face on innovation in government, setting out why I think government innovates less than the private sector. I want to divide my reasons into 3 categories. The first, perfectly good reasons that have to do with the very nature of our task in government. Secondly, unfortunate but largely inevitable unintended consequences of this. And thirdly, avoidable pathologies that we should seek to change. So category 1, in the nature of government. Maslow, in his famous hierarchy of needs, identified safety and security as the essential foundation of everything else that culminates in full human realization. So however much we might want to move fast and break things at the play-filled top of the pyramid, the one thing that has to be firm are its foundations. And much of what the state does is to provide that foundation. No surprise then that from Thomas Hobbes to modern polling, steady and dependable public service delivery is the top ask of government. What government provides is what we all together require. Government belongs to us, the people. We are pooling our money to invest for our needs. And we delegate execution to the executive, which is obligated to us. The first person plural here is all of us, the citizens. And this act of delegation requires democratic governance and accountability. The iconic founders of Silicon Valley are often characterized as self-appointed and possibly benevolent dictators with attendant shareholder structures, but when the collective good is at stake, governance honed for high-risk innovation is not the right model. And this has knock-on effects on our organizational culture. We cannot accommodate the Randy O'Neill visionaries who like to break things before breakfast. Change in government must work through persuasion by aligning and coordinating the energies and behaviours of many, many colleagues and stakeholders. So we do encourage idiosyncratic and original thinkers to join us inside government, but we cannot be a space of unilateral freedom for the persuasive tech profit that venture capital loves to back. Instead, we need to be prudent, accountable, collaborative, all good qualities, but it takes management creativity to make them innovation friendly. Category 2, these unfortunate and unavoidable consequences, particularly the lack of competition. If need is the mother of invention, then fear of competition is very often its stern father. Competition has been found to be the key driver of innovation and productivity in market contexts. Yet by our very nature as being the agents for the inescapably collective, the public and social good, we in government typically do not face true competition, even if we do, of course, compete pretty fiercely in our internal debates over resource. In respect of the state, we are one country, one collective, and our core task is to provide the inescapably public goods we need as citizens. The adrenaline of the fear of being toppled cannot therefore be very powerful in motivating the state, that great and inescapable natural monopoly. So that's probably unavoidable. But there are some avoidable pathologies. And these are ones where we have allowed ourselves to be turned into warm, and not to say tepid, beds of innovation, and where we need to look to turn up the heat. Now, everyone here is going to have their own thoughts and examples. You'll hear many during the day of where we can be more innovative. But the three factors that I think will be most important are really the reverse of the success factors that I described earlier in our response to COVID. The relative success of government's response to COVID, through vaccines, through ventilators, through furlough and universal credit, depended on long-term investment, empowerment, and urgent and commonly recognised collective need. And these are the key factors that I think are vital for future innovation as well. Taking each in turn. Long-term investment. Government does a lot of long-term investment. In the UK, we published every year the pipeline for major capital investments. In 2021, this totals £650 billion in planned spending over the next 10 years. And we have projects with the same year paybacks and others only back in the money after a decade or more. But it is a plain truth that many parts of government depend on yearly funding of uncertain magnitude and focus. And the capacity to fund new projects can get squeezed out by the pressure to meet immediate service requirements or to absorb unplanned new pressures. Although we now have and welcome the Shared Outcomes Fund, the vast bulk of funding continues to be allocated to specific institutions, departments and public bodies, even though more and more opportunities and challenges across government in scale and scope. There is no single silver bullet solution here, and money is likely to remain tight for multiple reasons, requiring rigorous prioritisation. And yes, unplanned but essential claims in the public purse will continue to come in, and it does help to have somebody clearly responsible for how money is used. But I do think in vaccines and ventilators, we saw how rigorous VC-style winnowing allowed us to identify plausible winners, which were then funded through to successful delivery. And in furlough and universal credit, we have seen how modern digital platforms can give even huge and ancient institutions the nimbleness of youth. In all four of these cases, a higher proportion of available resources is progressively allocated to solutions that are verifiably superior, driving higher returns. And in this way, we can copy the ways that tech innovation has deployed capital to generate rapid and useful changes in priorities. Second in my list of necessary success factors is empowerment. And in general terms, we would all recognize the lack of it is a key shortcoming. Multiple layers of hierarchy, numerous stage gates and decision-making are without doubt a barrier to innovation. And this is not a unique problem to government. Most large corporations undertake periodic restructurings to try to simplify and streamline and delayer. Yet a curious feature of government is how our equivalent moves, so-called machinery of government moves, tend to be about the scope of responsibility, not our internal organizational structures. So we can and do need to bring well-winnowed innovations from frontline experience to deployment at national scale much more rapidly and independently. And we need to empower governments to do this, and that requires some structural change and deserves a bit of time just to try and describe that. First among these is refining our system of accountability to allow for bold new steps. We, I mean here the collective social we, need to permit us, and here I mean the bureaucrats us, to take useful risks. We have a powerful infrastructure to control public expenditure that holds ministers and civil servants to account. Heads of department like me are also accounting officers who are personally accountable to Parliament for what gets spent by their departments. And a month does not go by without a televised grilling before the Public Accounts Committee. I really can't recommend you watch these sessions, but I do respect and accept the value of this accountability. But not every attempt at innovation will succeed, and our accountability mechanisms need to acknowledge that. In rightly seeking to empty the bar for blobby error, the collective social we must not throw out the beautiful innovation babies that might grow into our saviours tomorrow. Another factor in empowerment, of course, is that we need the right skills to be supported and championed, and that's a theme noted in last week's GGF Digital Leaders Toolkit, which I think is being discussed later today. And as the report rightly says, we need to help our people develop skills which help us to see and grasp opportunities for innovation. And the key skills here, as we all recognise, I'm sure, are in digital and data. And in a fast-changing technology environment, we all need to be adding to our know-how. In the UK, over the last 2 years, we've pioneered data and innovation masterclasses. And last year, the UK government committed to upskilling 90% of the senior civil service, that's the top 6,000 civil servants in the UK, by the year 2025. Recognising and rewarding colleagues who come up with innovations will help too. And just this Thursday, we've got the finale of this year's Civil Service Data Challenge, again supported by the Global Government Forum. And last year's winner, from over 100 entries, used AI-enhanced analysis of aerial photographs of peatland to help identify historic hidden channels that cause the peatland to dry out and release excessive CO2 into the atmosphere. Absolutely brilliant stuff, and important also for the wider signal these awards send about what gets noticed and valued. And that brings me to our third important pillar for empowering innovation, supporting this through engines to drive change. If I could just highlight two of our own in the UK, ARIA, the Advanced Research and Invention Agency, dedicated to promoting transformative technological change and paradigm-shifting scientific breakthroughs. And the new kid on the block, DCIT, the new Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. Taking these two institutions together, what stronger signal could the UK government have sent about its commitment to innovation? And of course, the last part of empowerment is to bring this all together, taking those skills and ideas, supercharging them through our innovation engines, and supporting those willing to take the risk to apply these practically in exploring new ways to improve government as a whole. So that brings me to that final critical factor, urgent and commonly recognised collective need. Obviously, we don't want to have to depend on shocks like COVID-19 for stimulus. We don't want to wait for our fiscal position to get so parlous that the stern father of invention takes the shape of cuts to the provision of collective goods. We don't want to rely on the limited ability to introduce competition in the provision of public goods, and most of them are public goods precisely because they are best served by monopoly. So where else might we find a constant and benign pressure for continuous improvement? The answer lies back with the very people that we serve. A modern system of government is one in which the everyday experience of citizens provides a constant impetus for innovation. In the words of the UK's Declaration of Government Reform, the public expects even greater ambition on the part of government to transform the country for the better. And that is why the UK government has committed in its 2025 roadmap for digital and data to taking its biggest and most essential services and moving them from good to great service levels. And we'll hear more on this later today from the Chief Executive of the UK's Central Digital and Data Office, who's speaking on the Digital Transformation Panel. It's our mission to serve the needs of citizens, our ultimate masters, and it's this mission that will drive more innovation through every part of government. And as you look at the backlogs and financial pressures acquired through COVID, the pressures building from demographic change, rising expectations of individuals and households, alarming geostrategic shifts, continuing evidence of global financial imbalances, to put it mildly, these needs are now urgent and in plain sight. Quoting again from the Declaration of Government Reform, rapid change in the world around us means we cannot afford to fail. So looking back over these criteria for innovation, we can say with full confidence that the urgent and commonly recognised collective need is present, and it's now incumbent on us to take the steps necessary to deliver on our parts of the bargain, empowering our people, investing in success, tolerating more risk-taking, and delivering for citizens every bit as impressively as the tech platforms that delivered for their customers That is the path to securing more of the innovation we need. So let me finish where I started. This is the Global Government Forum on Innovation, and innovation works best when people learn from each other and from the evidence of many different experiments. So today we'll hear dozens, if not hundreds, of such cases. And I want us to use these to inspire and guide more innovation across government and to counter the occasional skeptics, including my friend that I mentioned at the beginning, and those too impatient for quick results. We must send a message not just of hope, but of confident expectation to all the innovators across government, to our partners in the private sector, and to the public we all serve, that the best is very much still to come. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Alex. Really good to hear somebody right at the top there busting some of those myths that civil servants aren't agile and they're not innovative, and giving some great examples of speed during the pandemic. But also then, I think what we'll be talking about a lot today is some of those constraints that are in place and also those criteria that need to be put in place to make sure that innovation can continue to happen when we're not in crisis mode. I like what Alex said, we don't want warm or tepid innovation. We want the UK civil service and civil services all around the world to be red hot, I think, on innovation. So thank you very much, Alex. And now I'm going to invite Adam Stewart for some reflections. Adam is the Head of Public Sector UK and Ireland for Google Cloud. Over to you, Adam.
Thank you very much. And thank you, Alex. So good morning, everyone. Great to see you here today. Yes, my name is Adam Stewart, and I lead the public sector business for UK for Google Cloud. And I'm delighted to welcome you all here today to Innovation 2023. So at Google Cloud, our mission for the public sector is to work with governments as they adapt to a digital future. From what I have seen in the past few years and learned from working alongside you is about how government is adapting. I'm forever surprised and also inspired about the critical work that you deliver. And when I'm talking across government departments, I often hear the challenges that you face, and it's clear that there have been significant barriers to innovation across the public sector. From policy to delivery, we often find competing priorities, budget constraints, legacy technologies, and skills gaps. And this can make innovation hard. Hard to conceive what could be possible, and even harder to deliver and scale innovation to meet the complex needs across the systems of the UK today. But rather than focusing on the challenges, my natural optimism for the sector looks at the opportunities ahead, and I think, what an opportunity for us all. To build on the momentum that we gathered through the pandemic, to harness the support from policy, Cabinet Office, the Central Digital and Data Office, and the newly established Department for Science, Innovation and Technology. We've got the opportunity to make digital the backbone to deliver government processes and to engage citizens in new and seamless ways, and bring innovation to all aspects of public life. I think that with the right ingredients, we could really harness this moment to create a step change in delivering innovation across the public sector. You might think, well, that's easy for me to stand here this morning and preach to you about that, coming from Google, where innovation is baked into our DNA. And you're absolutely right. Google has been around for 24 years, and from the very start right to this very minute, we've been able to power innovation at global scale. In fact, just last week, Google Cloud, we announced and launched our latest artificial intelligence capabilities. And one example of how these innovations will impact is an app-building tool for organizations to create their own AI-powered digital assistants in minutes. So not weeks and months, but in minutes. And I know some of you in the room are following these innovations and announcements with excitement, and you can see how they can benefit the public sector. But I also see others in the room that may be thinking this level of innovation is not achievable. It's not applicable to the historical corridors of Whitehall. So that's where I'd like to set the record straight this morning. For us, innovation isn't wacky ideas created in a bubble in California. We believe that innovation is a robust and scientific process, a process of iteration that powered revolutions. From the compass, the steam engine, the internet, we know these things are hard to achieve, but we get there. And that's what I want to hone in on today, how we harness innovation with purpose. So building out from the idea that during the pandemic, we created momentum for innovation, we found 3 powerful themes during some recent research with large organizations, and I think they can help us innovate within the public sector with purpose. First, the mission. And for us, that means responsiveness. Technology leaders highlighted the need for flexibility, resilience, and redundancy in operations and development and deployment. The freedom to adapt and transform in line with user needs or other important external factors. And for all of you, delivering to citizens and government the needs that are paramount, and being able to pivot to meet new expectations and ongoing disruption head-on is key. So I've seen this in action, for example, in our work with the NHS, where we've helped Yorkshire and Humber patient care record to improve patient outcomes across 74 different healthcare organisations by improving access to more than 5 million citizens' health and care data. As Alex mentioned, and previously at the Future for Work Summit last year, putting the user first is central to innovation. I couldn't agree more across the whole of government today. And that can be supercharged by what we see in the second theme, using data to shape and drive decisions and innovate operations. Forward-looking companies are using disruptive and intelligent technologies to automate processes, making intelligent predictions and streamlining management and operations. It sounds simple, but of course government data is complex, large-scale, and often in silos. That's why we're so excited about innovations like the Integrated Data Service from ONS, Office for National Statistics, bringing together ready-to-use data to enable faster and wider collaborative analysis for the public good. To look at where innovation can be targeted, calculating and quantifying the risks, using data to make progress. This also applies to protecting users and government data with confidence, which was the final trend. As data proliferates, leaders and citizens want more control and greater access to their data, with security as a crucial priority. Knowing that your data is never capitalized nor compromised, and just protected through industry-leading standards, responsible data practices, and easy-to-use privacy controls, this provides the safe space for innovation to flourish. I think of our work with New York City Cyber Command, where we've helped them to keep all digital services safe and secure. And this enables teams to innovate in other areas with confidence that their operations are secure. I know our ongoing work with NCSC and also with Mandiant, our recently acquired cybersecurity organization, will further enable our customers to shape their security to meet an evolving set of security threats with that same confidence. So each of these 3 trends sheds light on what the ingredients are to drive further innovation. A clear mission, the data to support it, track it, measure it, and the confidence that all of that is done in a safe and secure way that you can control. But I'd like to add one more. The last one, the vital one, as Alex has mentioned, people and also culture. And you'll hear later from the skills panel that my colleague John Park will be joining. And you may even have read our digital skills reports produced with GGF last year, looking at digital skills across the civil service. Skills are essential, of course, but for me it's also about culture. The culture to have an idea, to test it, fail at it maybe, and learn and improve and grow. This is also crucial. One of my favorite quotes from Google's co-founder, Larry Page, highlights exactly why culture is so crucial when it comes to powering innovation. Larry said, with a healthy disregard for the impossible, people can achieve almost anything. Put simply, letting your people try, test, and improve will enable innovation at a magnitude unachievable with just great tech or processes. What I see in the room today with my customers and partners in public sector and across government is that for possibly the first time, we have the opportunity to do almost anything. Innovation is certainly within our reach. Thank you, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Adam. Really interesting to hear about Google's approach to innovation. And you mentioned a couple of things there, which I'm sure we will be talking about today. So use of data, people and collaboration, and breaking down silos. And so much of today is about sharing good practice, not just between different countries and different civil services, but also between the public and the private sector. So really good to have you with us here today. Please join me in thanking Alex and Adam for setting the scene this morning, and we will invite you to leave the stage now, and we will bring on our speakers for our next session. Thank you so much. Thank you very much. Thank you. Just give it a couple of minutes while we bring on our speakers for our next session. Just to say, people at the back, if you're struggling to find a seat, the next level up is also open, so the seats are up there if you want to go up to the next level. I'll be back in one moment. No, I think we're good. Thank you. Oh, so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to move straight into our first session. We've called this the Fireside Chat. So it's going to be slightly different from the sessions that we have for the rest of the day, where we will be taking questions from the audience. But for this one, it's more of a conversation between us here on the stage.
You're just missing the fire.
We're just missing the fire, but imagine a cozy fireside chat. So I'm delighted to welcome onto the stage. We have Sapna Agrawal, who is Director of Modernisation and Reform at the Cabinet Office here in the UK. Then I have Kok Ping Soon, who is the Chief Executive Officer for at the Government Technology Agency in Singapore. Singapore doing some fantastic things on public service delivery. And then we have Gina Gill, who is the Chief Digital and Information Officer, also here in the UK at the Ministry of Justice. So I'm going to start off this conversation with a very simple question to all of you. And we've obviously had the first kind of keynote speeches now, so you've heard what was said there. But in your opinion, what makes an organisation innovative? And Sapna, I'm going to come to you first.
Great, thank you, and thank you for having me. Well, I suppose it's always difficult to sort of define what we mean by innovation, but simply put, in my mind, it is an environment that has the right pillars in place to encourage and support experimentation. And then second, having a ruthless focus on the customer. So understanding your customer, tracking your customer, and willing to be responsive to their needs.
Okay, thanks. Ping Soon, would you agree with that? Or
I wouldn't build on it. You say it's a simple question. It's not a simple question. There are thousands of books being written on it. And it's more like $1 million question. I don't think we have cracked it, but if I could just build on what Sapna has said, I suppose innovation at an individual can probably happen at certain moments of serendipity. But for organizational innovation, I think discipline and commitment is needed. And I would just add on the points to say there are 3 broad ingredients. I think leadership, process, and resources. Yeah. So the leadership, I think we could ask ourselves, are leaders setting innovation as an agenda, a leadership agenda? And it's not just about putting it on an agenda. I think leadership and innovation that happens in an unbounded way will not work. So actually, are you providing a more thematic guide? So leadership is important. Are you creating the culture, right, where you're open to ideas? When ideas come to you, you don't shoot it down. Where you're willing to take risks, even though the hypothesis hasn't been tested. And more importantly, when things fail, do you victimize and stigma the people who do that? So leadership is important. The second thing ingredients that's important, I think, is the process. As I said, it has to be discipline, which means you've got to anchor the organization on a set of processes that you follow through and equip people with that process. So in GovTech, there are many frameworks around, and we kind of landed on the design thinking practice, which I'm sure many in the rooms are quite familiar. So for those who are familiar, we talk about the 5 stages, right? You know, the empathize, right? How you empathize, how you define, the ideation, the prototype, and the test. And each of these has tools and competencies that you have to develop. And finally, the resources. In terms of resources, I think money comes to mind, but I always feel that it's just beyond the money. It's about making available time for the people who are doing innovation and the subjects of the innovation to make available time for them to participate in some of these areas. Yeah.
Really interesting. Before I come to you, Gina, I just want to quickly throw that back to the audience in terms of, you said the culture, giving people space to innovate, but also making them feel like they can fail. Honestly, from the audience, could you put your hand up if you think that is the culture in which we work? Do you feel like you are able to test things and fail and have no consequences of failure?
More hands?
And I'm looking up there as well, for hands up there. Okay, so I would say that's not an overwhelming endorsement at the moment, that we've got it quite right. Gina, your sense of what makes an organisation innovative, and also maybe a response to that in the room.
Yeah, look, I absolutely agree. We've been thinking about this a lot as we iterate our digital strategy. And for me, kind of three things keep bubbling to the surface. The first one is that focus on customer, relentless focus on customer. The second is having that kind of vision, that where are we going, and people being excited about where we're going, and everyone going in the same direction. And the third is, and you touched on this, risk, is are we willing to take risk? Are we willing to create organizations and situations where we're comfortable with failure? And I'm not surprised, actually, with the number of hands that went up. I think we've got a lot more to do before we're truly there.
Well, on that, I guess, the next logical question then from that is, what do you think are those kind of stubborn barriers to innovation? And Alex touched on some of these, but obviously there is a sense in the room that there are still constraints to being innovative. So again, Sapna, I'm going to come to you. What do you think are the biggest barriers that you see in your kind of day-to-day work across the civil service?
It's quite a few.
Yeah.
And the surveys that we've done and the NAO's reports that have come out on innovation support, kind of what we just saw in terms of hands. So both on the individual level, people feel like their leaders aren't supportive of them in terms of giving them cover, taking risk. And then second, in terms of institutions, are we systematically set up to innovate? Probably not. So I think the NAO said that 3/4 of our institutions were not supportive of innovation. And I suppose in terms of some of those barriers, I think that it is our funding cycles and political cycles. Often innovation needs a longer runway, and we don't always have that. Second, we often do policy focused on we say what the process is going to be instead of committing to an outcome and allowing ourselves the space to experiment. Evaluation is now, although we're trying to push this much harder, is not commonplace. So, and I mean evaluation in the sort of the randomized control trial style way, but also in the sort of the rapid fire, trying to understand our customer. It's not, in certain bits of government, it's completely commonplace, and in some places not. And that's to do with, I think, also about skills, support to uncover feedback, and our risk tolerance. What do we do if we get lots of bad feedback? Is that a really exposing thing? For us, it should be an asset to get this negative feedback so we can change. And if you work in a technology company, that's how you feel about the feedback. In government, I think that we often feel quite exposed, and it's that exposure that makes us sort of pull back.
Is it that kind of fear factor that Alex was talking about?
Yes, I think so.
Yeah, thanks, Sapna. Gina, I'm going to come to you and then we'll come to the Singapore perspective, but do you recognise a lot of what Sapna is saying there in terms of the barriers that still exist?
I do, yes, and I think just starting from that risk, willingness to take risk or risk tolerance, I think that we are incentivised not to take risk, right? So there's a sort of fear factor, but I think if you look at the way that we're incentivised in public sector versus the way that I was incentivised when I was in private sector. I was incentivised to take risk. I was incentivised to innovate. I was incentivised to make things more efficient or to change things. And I don't think that we are here. So I think that's important. I think in terms of funding cycles and political cycles, I think that makes us think in the shorter term than we should be, and that we need to be being truly innovative. Particularly, we're large, complex organisations. It's not like we can change things overnight. Things take time. But I do also think that we sometimes can use some of those things as excuses, right? So it's, but I can't think beyond that because I don't have money beyond that. It doesn't mean you can't think beyond that, right? So I think that I see that quite a lot. And then the last thing is, I don't think that we all said kind of, an innovative organisation really focuses on their customers or their users. I don't think that we do enough. And I don't think, especially when you start to look kind of at those roles that are further removed from our end users, I don't think that they spend enough time understanding those end users and what those end users really need and want.
You mentioned that you felt more incentivised in the private sector than you do in the public sector. What did that look like? Are you talking financial incentives? Because obviously that's quite difficult in the public sector to put in place. Was there other kind of incentives in place?
So it was in part financial, but it was more cultural. It was more kind of, you did well in your performance conversation if you had genuinely been driving change, rather than if you had genuinely managed some risk and made sure that we didn't look bad in the press or whatever else it might be. So it was much more than financial incentives. I think it was definitely kind of more embedded into the culture of those organisations.
Thanks. Ping Soon, you said there's still more to be done. What are the barriers that you see still in place across the Singaporean civil service?
I think all government around the world is the same. So listening to what they say, and we are talking to a whole room of civil servants. So what is the color of the tape we use very well in government to string things together, right? So red tape, right? So bureaucracy is indeed one of the things that's inhibiting innovation. But in a way, I think sometimes we give bureaucracy a bad name. The reality is that in dealing with the masses and with the public, what the world we do in the public service, there's a need to standardize things, right? Because you want to remove the exception handling. So standard SOPs are needed. But at the same time, I agree with Sapna's point that a lot of time we are just hiding behind this cloak of bureaucracy as a reason for us not to innovate. And sometimes we say that that's because we need to be fair and transparent and all that, and we start to talk about, using to be fair to the procurement, right, to have 3 codes and all that. And we kind of use that as a reason to not innovate because we say that we've got to respect that. And then sometimes we also hide behind the cloak to say we need public accountability, and therefore we need to be very prudent in spending. And the reality is, it's true, but there ought to be some space for some of this innovation to happen. But at the same time, I suppose we put ourselves at a very high bar. I'm not sure what's the situation in the UK. In Singapore, the government prides ourselves to be very competent, and when you start to take risks, sometimes things may not work out. So what happens if that particular experiment you don't work out? There's going to be a certain political price. Are you prepared to pay that political price? Have you socialized your public, the larger citizenry, that you are actually trying things? Must everything that you launch be like the final product? Are members of the public recognize it's actually an experiment and it may well fail and it may not continue? Must every pilot go on to be full-fledged? So you've got to start to have that culture, not just within the government, but kind of sending the public message to the citizenry that actually we are trying out some of these things. Don't hold us to accountability in a way if it didn't work out, as long as the money is spent wisely. So I think bureaucracy is one big part. The second barrier is, I think, some of the points that Gina talked about, which is a culture. I absolutely agree that the risk-reward equation is just not calibrated the right way. I wanted to ask those individuals that raised their hand. Your question was, have you done something and you failed? I'm going to ask all those who raised their hand, are you being promoted in your job? If you are, good. Right? I made quite a lot of mistakes. I think I'm still in the job, so I will move on at some point in time. But that's the idea. Are you being rewarded to take some of this risk? I think by and large, public service, you're not being rewarded to do that, right? It's better to just continue. If ain't broken, why kind of fix it? So how can we create a culture that actually supports that? The third one, in terms of barriers, and I wanted to mention, is that it's both a feature of why public service do things very well, but it's also the weakness when you do it too well, which is the way we organize ourselves. right? For specialization, we are literally organized in every silos. We have a department to solve this problem, to solve that problem, and all that. But we all know innovation is bringing about two things separately and making new things. And some of these intersections across discipline is actually what creates innovation. So how often do we bring multidisciplinary team together? And I'm not even talking about across ministry. Ask yourself in your own ministries, where is your digital team? You know, are they order takers that's very low down the value chain where you just decide something and get them to do? Are your IT teams on the leadership table? If you're not bringing the technical expertise all the way up in front early on in policy making, in designing the ops, how are you going to get the innovation and leverage technology? How can IT not be an order taker, but one that actually create a solution and journey with the policy and ops people to think about new ways of solving things? So we need to start to break the silos across the ministry and start to break the silo within an agency.
Thanks, Ping Sung.
I think
we'll definitely be talking about some of those issues in the sessions today. Yes, Samna.
Sorry, I just wanted to follow up on that point and ask you a question back. So I think that there's incredible innovation going on across the UK government. I'm sure the same in the Singaporean government. But the thing that I think we struggle with is scaling. So there's thousands of brilliant things going on, but to get it to scale or to learn the lessons from that project into another, I think is very difficult. Do you think that what you're describing about sort of breaking down the silos would be one way to see more scaling in the public sector?
I certainly do. I think breaking down the silos across the agency, across the ministries, helps to do things in a more scalable manner because it starts to engender greater ownership. The more people which are involved, I think the greater ownership in engineering to make sure that it succeeds. But another way to ensure scaling, at least what we do in Singapore, is, as I've said, innovation has to be a disciplined commitment process. So even in the funding cycles, so what we do is that we have a funneling process. So we make sure we set aside a pocket of funds, but not the whole funds are released at one go. So we start with a white space project, anything less than 50,000 Sing, which is probably about £30,000. Within 3 months, at the director level, at the civil service, you can kind of just approve and let it go. 250,000, 180,000 pounds, 6 months, somebody at the senior director can kind of sign off. So we go through this funneling process, and if you clear that through, you can go for a project about $1 million to $2 million. Okay, I'm just trying to convert. So just leave it about 2 million Singapore dollars for about a year, and that's what I can sign off at the initiation budget. But for each of these projects that go through, let's be very clear. And you've got to go through that whole design thinking process, right? What is the problem you're trying to solve? What's so novel about it? How do you define success? What are the metrics? And we make sure that we assemble panels that actually give a green light, a thumbs up, or thumbs down at every stage of the way before more funds are being released. So I think we can, at least in Singapore, we try to institute such a process to go through so that the innovation that we can do can actually spiral up. But there is a problem. Some of this innovation happens within the public service if it's public servants working together. Now, when you start to try to bring suppliers into the picture, it gets a bit complicated, right? So how do you actually design a process that allow you to bring in private sector early in the proof of concept, but yet provide an opportunity for them to spiral on a large-scale procurement? I don't think we've navigated it very well because I think for government, we say that we can bring in private companies for experimentation, but we always get a bit wary when you're talking about a national scale system because we've got to make sure it's open, it's fair, it's transparent, it's value for money, and why should the company that you work with for the POC be given a national-wide contract? So we need to still find a way to cross that, and if we can cross that, I think that ability to scale from a POC to a national solution will be much easier.
Gina, you wanted to come in on that?
Yeah, it's just a couple of thoughts based on this conversation. So yes, I agree scalability is a problem, but your point on silos, I see it across, just the Ministry of Justice, small organisation, not a small organisation at all, right? Lots of organisations under one banner. And, if we're thinking about being more digital, how do I, and having a focus on customer or user in our case, how do we keep that focus on a user if I can't track them between a police station, a court, a prison, probation, and back out into the public, right? So there's something about that join up that's really quite difficult across those silos, but also important across those silos to actually be able to truly, to truly deliver transformation. And your point on procurement, and I know we've got sessions on this, and there are examples of good and innovative things happening in that space. But you know, if I generalise, I saw Cinch, the used car company, talk at a conference last year, and they were saying that they went from idea to listed on the New York Stock Exchange as a unicorn company in 14 months, right? It takes us longer to procure things than that. And that's not, you know, how are we supposed to be innovative when that is kind of what we're faced with? So I think we need to really be tackling some of those cross-cutting problems.
But on that note then, and talking of breaking down silos, how can the public sector get better at working with and learning from the private sector in terms of good innovation?
We should speak to people with private sector experience.
Yeah, Gina, I'm coming back to you on this.
Look, I was saying this before we came on. I did a leadership training course, and I was sent on to shadow someone at Tesco, a leader at Tesco. And the thing that struck me about every single person that I met was their complete and utter obsession with their customers, right? Everybody, it didn't matter what role they were in, it didn't matter if they were working in IT, or if they were working in procurement, or if they were the person that was, you know, deciding where things are put in a store. Every single person understood their customers, and every single decision that they made, they could relate to that customer. I'm buying this packaging, how's the customer going to feel about that? I'm doing this particular thing, how's the customer going to feel about that? How's that going to be interpreted? And that, for me, is the kind of...
But should we have more initiatives, for example, where we could have civil servants doing secondments in the private sector? Are there initiatives like that underway? And should we have more of them?
Yeah, absolutely. So as part of the 2021 Declaration on Government Reform, so it's our cross-cutting transformation programme, there was a big focus on how do we get more porosity between the private and public sector and third sector. And we have a secondment scheme, and I think that we just need to focus on that more, both in kind of general skills, but also in technology and digital. But we need to make sure that there's the incentives in place for people to go out and do those things. So when they come back, one, that we're really learning from their experience, but two, they're rewarded for taking a risk, and that's seen to be additive to their experience. We actually have quite a lot of people on secondment, but I think that our focus in the next few years is to push that much further.
Yeah. Ping Sung, do you have schemes in Singapore where there's kind of exchange schemes between the public and private sector?
Absolutely. I think the porosity, allowing the porosity of talent between the private to the public and both ways are pretty important. But you've got to do it in a very systematic manner. So in GovTech, we actually run a Smart Nations Fellow program, where we take individuals from the private sector with pretty deep engineering capabilities and kind of sell them on the purpose. We can't pay them as competitively, but sell them on the purpose, right? Kind of bring them in. But back to what I said, it's not just about the purpose. You've got to, in that conversation, kind of define broadly what kind of skill sets they can bring and what is the broad categories of problems that they can work on. You bring that, when we bring them in, how do you hack the red tape, right? So we kind of partner this Smart Nation Fellow with a bureaucracy hacker. Somebody who's good at the SOPs, somebody who's good at writing funding papers to kind of manage the procurement. And more importantly, it's not just a bureaucracy hacker, but somebody who can make the right connections for that person. Because he needs to know who to talk to understand the problem, to get the funding, to get the support, how to put together a presentation deck that has to go through 10 times before you get certain approval if you need to, all the way to the permanent secretary. So it's sort of a bureaucracy hacker. And then give him some resources. And that has worked very well for us because there are people who come in. Some of them come in and then they work on some of this autonomous robot technology that we actually used during COVID. And after 9 months, they brought the project to a certain fruition. We give them to build a team. They left. And actually, they took the whole team out and formed a startup. Do I do something? I do. But over that 9 months period, I benefited from it. And each of these Smart Nation Fellows today, they may not be with us in the organization, but they still contribute. Where do they contribute in? They are mentors to my development teams. They help me in curating programs to upskill my officers in different fields of discipline, and they continue to play on my advisory board. So we need to do that. And similarly, in the public sector, we send officers to the Googles, the AWS and all that, to be attached to in some of their departments to allow that flow of ideas.
Again, I'm interested, sorry, Secretary, I will come to you. I'm just interested in the audience, how many of you would welcome and embrace the kind of opportunity to spend a year or 2 years in a private sector organisation? Yeah, there's quite a lot of interest in there. Sapna, you wanted to come in.
Brilliant. No, that's very exciting. I was thinking about a couple more initiatives that to support this sort of interchange. Other things that we've put in place in the last year and a half. External by default for senior civil service recruitment. So we're trying to encourage more people from non-civil service backgrounds to come and join the civil service on a permanent basis. And so now all senior civil service jobs have to be advertised externally unless there's a particular reason which needs special sign-off. And the second thing is that we're trying to bring in on special schemes innovators. So we have the number 10 Innovation Fellows Programme, which is quite small scale to put people that are interested in sort of having impact in government in various departments. But to your point, that it's not just about solving a problem, it's also working with a team to build up their skills.
I think we can push the idea further, right? Why should that porosity and exchange be between public and private sector, but between governments? So I'm actually in UK and Singapore government. My organization actually have an MOU with UK GDS. I think Tom is coming this afternoon. So it looks like we're all trying to solve the same problems, right? I think UK, at least under GDS, is making a big push to redesign many of the citizen services around the life moment. And that's a similar journey that we are on. UK is implementing one lock-in, I believe that's what you call. Yeah. And Singapore, we have our own, we call it SingPass. So these are projects that are being embarked between the two on both sides, which are great opportunities for both teams to be seconded over to each other. So there's an open invitation, for UK GDS to send somebody over, and I've shamelessly asked Tom to allow opportunities for my UX designer, my product manager, to spend some time UK GDS, not to understand the content matter, but to understand the method of how you do things, both in terms of designing a login as well as the whole life journey approach in the designing services. So I think that would actually help. That porosity will help, us improve our practices. And I always tell my counterparts in the public service across the world that in this field of designing better services for our citizens, we are not competing with each other. Our competitors who keep raising the bar are the private companies. And our citizens will increasingly demand that sort of service they expect, right, in the private sector from the government as well.
So if you want to spend some time in Singapore, you can catch up with Ping soon in the coffee break. We've only got a couple of minutes left. I don't want to leave this on the kind of note that, public sector isn't as good as the private sector in some of this, and we are busting some of those myths. So I just want to ask a final kind of question to all of you, which is, could you give me, maybe in the time that we've got, just one example of where there is great kind of practice going on in innovation where you currently sit? Ping Soong, I'm going to come to you first.
Actually, I think all governments during the COVID is one big period of innovation. And I'll just give you a quick one in Singapore, right? So in Singapore, my agency was tasked to mount a digital response to COVID. So we came up with the Trace Together, which is a Bluetooth-based proximity app. From the ideation to worldwide launch, it just took us 10 weeks. And it all happened because one of my directors who manages a tribe came to me during the start of COVID and said, I got this idea, can it work? I said, well, we're all fighting a crisis, but if you think you have time and you have some resources, go and try it out. And after the short story of that, right, is in 8 weeks' time, we mount together a response, right, and we've got to clear many stages. We've got to convince the Apple and the Google to allow the app to be posted on the store. We need to spend time talking to the contact tracers to understand how they actually do contact tracing and so on and so forth. But that spirit of innovation didn't stop with just a Trace Together app, because we got to address a digital inclusion issue. So we went to develop a hardware-based token to allow people who have no smartphone to do that. And then we supplement it, right, by integrating a national check-in system to allow the Trace Together to be linked with the check-in system. So they can use your phone to check in by scanning the QR code or do a tap and go, right? And then we realized that the pandemic takes so long and we got to kind of replace the battery in the hardware device. And we worked with private sector to design a vending machine. So instead of getting Coke or drinks out of that, you can get a replacement Trace Together token. So what I'm trying to say is that this whole experience that we went through, at least in Singapore, demonstrated a couple of things, right? It demonstrated the importance of putting multidisciplinary team together. It's not just the technologies. We work with the Ministry of Health. We work with the private sector because they know the supply chain better, UX designer, product managers, and so on and so forth. And it's to take that iterative approach, right? To understand the user, understand what's being done, and kind of do a quick prototyping. And it also requires, and thankfully, supportive leaders in Singapore that's prepared to take the risk and kind of try it out. Yeah.
Thank you. Gina, an example from you.
So an example of where we've delivered something for a user, we've rolled out in-cell technology to 15 prisons now. So that means offenders have got a device, a secure device, in their cell that allows them to do their own administration. It's a platform for education. And opens lots of doors for us in terms of other things that we can then build on. And for me, that was a great example because we had a clear purpose that was based on the user. We took more risk than we usually would, giving offenders devices. And we had multidisciplinary teams come together to deliver that. And that has made a huge difference to the level of engagement of those people, many of whom can't read or write and therefore couldn't engage with the paper-based regime. So that's our kind of best example of user-facing. And then just one, I know we're running out of time, but just really quickly, one of the things that we discovered last November, we did an innovation kind of campaign month. Because one of the things that we came across was that people didn't understand the art of the possible, couldn't think about, how we're struggling with how might we do things differently. So we brought people from other countries, we brought people from private sector, we brought a robot dog and some VR into the offices just to get people thinking differently. So to Ping Soon's point about process, you need to be able to help people to just think differently in order to innovate.
Thanks, Gina. Sapna, we are minus 10 seconds, so over to you for the final thoughts.
No pressure. So I think that just to go back to the point I made earlier, there's great innovation going on across government. But I think that we do a poor job of celebrating it and rewarding people for their great ideas. So over the last 18 months or so, we've launched a data challenge, and the Civil Service Awards now have an innovation award. And I think that these things are really important. Do look up the winners from last year's data challenge. The Peatlands drainage team won. It's a very cool idea. It will have a lot of impact when it's implemented. And I think that we need to tell these stories of innovators that exist in the public sector. Someone shared some great research with me a few weeks ago that innovators need to be told that they're innovators. If you think that you're an innovator, you do better work, you have more impact. And I think that we do people down in the public sector by telling them that we're not innovative, and we need to change that narrative.
Thank you so much to all of you. I mean, I took away from that taking more risks, building multidisciplinary teams, learning from each other, and confidence that you are all innovators. I'm sure you will join me in saying a huge thank you to Gina, to Ping Soon, and to Sapna. Thank you so much for your excellent stage. Thank you so much. And just to say, our panel sessions for most of the day will be split into two, and you can choose which panel session you go into. But for this one, the final one before our first coffee break, we're all staying in here in the plenary. So I'm just going to go and get the next guest for our next session.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Okay, so we are going into our first panel session. This is where you all play a big part. So what I am going to do is introduce our speakers in a moment. I have asked our speakers to keep their opening remarks very short. So we're looking at a couple of minutes each so that we can have as much time as possible in this session before we go to our first coffee break to take questions from you, the audience. So this is where we're starting to get more interactive. So please, as you're listening to our fantastic speakers, be thinking about any of the questions that you would like to put to them. Any questions, any concerns you have, any clarification, and we will throw it open to you as soon as we can. So I'm delighted to welcome today, we have Paul Morrison, who is Chief Executive of the Planning Inspectorate at the Department for Levelling Up, Housing and Communities here in the United Kingdom. We have Joyce Dimmock, who is Permanent Secretary at the Ministry for National Heritage, the Arts and Local Government in Malta. Lovely to have you with us from Malta. We have Andrzej Rogaczewski, who is the CEO of Net Company. And we have Tamar Peterkop, who is Secretary of State at the Government Office in Estonia. Thank you so much for joining us here today. And as I say, we want to get to the audience questions. So without further ado, I'm going to invite you, Paul, to start with some very quick opening remarks. Sorry, I should have said as well before, this session is all about innovation in policy making. So it's all about kind of new ways of policy making. Did we learn anything from the period that we've just come out of, this kind of crisis period? And how is policy making changing and embracing some of these new innovative approaches?
That's brilliant, thank you. It's really nice to see everyone, lots of old friends. So I've been the Chief Executive of the Planning Inspectorate since December, and I haven't really had much time to do much innovation in policy making since I joined. The job I was doing before that was I was playing a leadership role on the UK's response to the Russian invasion of the Ukraine. And in particular, the bit that I was really responsible for was our response about how we in the UK were going to host people displaced by the war and refugees. And the reason I'm just mentioning it, because I think it's quite a rich theme for us to think around when we're thinking around innovation in policy making, because when confronted by the issue a year ago that we were all desperately, sad and surprised by, we were confronted by an immediate political situation that people in the UK wanted to do their bit at pace, have large numbers of people offered the opportunity to find refuge in our country. We were set by politicians, the officials in our department, really two parameters around that. One, we had, whatever we did, we had to do it safely, so that the safeguarding of those that we moved in this country were secured. And then secondly, that we had to make sure that people had somewhere to stay, a roof over their head when they arrived. And the reason I just wanted to throw it into the mix, and I'll come on to just some themes that we might want to explore in the questions, there was a very bureaucratic traditional government response that was one option available to us, which was to sign a contract with people in the region and to set up lots of caseworking functions and think around how you match people to accommodation in the UK and do it on a very statist model. What we actually did was create a model where members of the public came forward, they offered their rooms, people stayed, we in government built a platform and we put in place the checks to keep people safe. But actually we stepped back to quite a large degree, and 160,000 people are now here, and I think that I'm pretty confident that the innovation led to that. Where that leaves me is really in concluding my opening remarks. There were three things I reflect on in all of that I think we had. One, we were humble. So we didn't, in the central government, fall into the trap of thinking we had all the answers and we could design it ourselves. We opened the problem and brought the solutions in from outside. Secondly, trust and openness, absolutely critical, I think, to delivering in this space, because you can't be, you can't do that humility and openness without it. And then lastly, we took the right risks, I think, and we did that with ministers. And I think for me, innovation in policy without those three factors would have been very difficult. So that was my introduction.
Thank you so much, Paul. So really starting off with a concrete example, the Homes for Ukrainians scheme, as you said, that had to be done at pace, but it had to be safe and it had to be secure. And then some of the things that you said which worked well. So government kind of standing back and taking a bit of a hands-off approach, but also that openness and trust in the scheme, really, really important. Thank you so much, Paul. Joyce. Hi. Over to you.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. I'm very pleased to be joining you on this panel for this conference. Public policy is my bread and butter, so to say. I've been in the public service for many decades, and I would like today to share with you some of the policies, and I will start with the one that is very, very actual even here. We have a free childcare policy in Malta that we are very proud of the results it has yielded. In fact, in a decade since 2011 data, and it was implemented in 2013, it has increased the female participation in the workforce by 20%. And this scheme was quite innovative when we implemented it, because it involved the private sector, it involved an element of technology that was both in the management of the system and also in the attendance and monitoring of the child in the care center. And it has released resources that we had previously not been able to tap. The female workforce that were graduates, we actually have more female graduates than males. And unfortunately, due to this lack of affordable childcare, they were not being in employment. So government in 2013 had this as one of its manifesto promises, which has now been streamlined. It includes this management platform for both the agency providing the management of the childcare, the private childcare centers who are partners in this, and the parents who are allotted a specific number of hours depending on their economic engagement in employment. And the children are regularly monitored by the regulator and even the centers, so that everybody gets a win-win. And we are very pleased that this was an innovative policy which needed some creative thinking, which proved to be cost-effective in the long run, because the economic return has been much more than the actual original investment. I am available to give you more information should anybody require it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, hugely topical, as you know, in the UK, just announced a policy to extend free childcare as well in the UK. So it'll be really interesting to hear whether some of the things that you've already tried and tested are also being considered here. As you say, the use of technology to get the platforms in place and working very closely between the public and the private sector. So really interesting. I'm sure there will be questions about that. And hopefully we are talking to the government in Malta to make sure that we don't make some of the mistakes that maybe you tried and tested. Thank you so much. Andre, over to you.
Thank you. Good to be here. So I represent a company with 7,500 employees that I founded myself, and we actually do a lot of government digitization. And I have to say that listening to those two examples, I think they really reflect where Europe and where UK is. I think there's naivety laws and innocence laws when it comes to technology and when it comes to policy making and innovation. Because just a few years ago, we all talked about disruption, we talked about singularity, and we desperately tried to find examples of how to use tech for tech's sake. And then on the other hand, we were still doing all the things we used to do. Administrate and run up, I mean, what these people are doing, working hard in order to make everything work, right? I think we're in a different situation now. Policy making is technology, and technology is policy making. Like, look at the COVID crisis and we have a crisis after a crisis situation all the time, and we have restrained budgets, and we all know that digitization is one of the most important answers to our struggles, but it's not easy. And I mean, the COVID pass, and also I think when you talk about the children benefit system, in Netherlands, the government had to resign because they didn't pay out children benefits the right way. The COVID pass that we did here in the UK as well, I was on the front page of the Daily Telegraph on a Sunday morning, which was not too nice, where it said, you know, Vikings stealing British privacy or something like that. And there was a photo of me there. And I was, what did we do wrong here? We just created the COVID pass so people could go to the stadium and watch a football game. So it just shows that digitization is no longer something on the side, it's a part of policy making. And I think in order to gain population's trust at the moment, we need to do some of the boring stuff right. Okay, so look, for instance, Brexit. One of the most important things about Brexit, why did UK vote for Brexit? A lot of that was about immigration. If you look at immigration policies in the UK now and immigration policies in Europe right now, they're not that different. And what do people actually want in Europe? What do people want in the UK? And I actually live here most of the time. They want the same things. They just want to make sure that they're in control of who comes in, how they contribute. Do you have a working permit? Is it fair? Is it transparent? Are these systems working or are they not? If you don't believe they're working, you lose trust. If you don't have trust into systems or government, then you lose everything. And I think for Europe and for UK especially, I mean, your ambitions are so high here. I mean, I read a newspaper article in Scandinavia yesterday where some of the politicians in Scandinavia said, all Danish and Swedish and Norwegian companies should go to the UK right now because this is where investments are going to be made when it comes to digitalization, because they need it so much. Take just the trade situation here. You want to trade with the world. Well, in EU, we just enforced one common customs code. So every piece of goods being transported across borders need to be digitized in the sense that you can see where it comes from, who actually delivered this thing. Is the truck gonna, make a wrong turn and then just go straight to Russia or wherever? We want to know everything. We want to trade digitally now, and you want to trade digitally with Europe and the rest of the world. So these customs systems need to be renewed. We have legacy systems that are more than 30, 40 years old. We have people, average age 75, maintaining some of these systems. Eventually, they will die. And we are getting older, but we're sitting on a time bomb. You got a health sector where people don't want to work there. It's the same thing everywhere. People don't want to work in the health sector. We are getting older, and we have chronic diseases. Is digitization going to solve this for us? Probably, but we need to get going. And I think these are the boring, infrastructural, hard-working issues that we need to solve by digitization and not by inventing new apps or creating small things that we don't need that. We need something solid, something substantial that creates real value for our population.
Thanks, Andre. I really like what you said about policymaking is technology and technology is policymaking, so it's all become kind of integral to each other. I wasn't expecting before 10:30 the question of why did people vote for Brexit. I think we'll leave that for another conference. We'll leave that for a whole other
debate
conference.
or something. Yeah.
Or you can chat about that in the coffee break with somebody. But thank you. The importance of technology and trust really coming out there as well. Tamar, your thoughts on this before we go to questions?
Well, I'll start with the trust and technology. We had elections a few weeks ago, parliamentary elections. More than half of the votes were casted over the internet. We are the only country in the world who does general elections over the internet by digital means. But that demonstrates how the Estonian citizens trust the technology and the government. The most important political process, the elections, more than half of the population that participated casted the votes over the internet. So Estonia is known for digitalization and our society is very digitalized. So but an example that I wanted to mention today is what we've learned in the past few years in those constant crises that we are trying to implement in our everyday lives in policymaking is the fact that Estonia, as a small country, we really cannot, the government cannot do it alone. We have to, everything we do, we have to do together with the private sector, with the civil society, with academia. This is how the digital society in Estonia has been built. And reacting to the COVID crisis, to the helping Ukraine now, the past crisis, different crises we've had, it has always been together with the civil society, private sector, academia. So now we are trying to implement that into policymaking as well in order what we're doing is developing what we Estonians do is we develop digital platforms for co-creation policy making. Both policy documents, legal acts are processed in one single information system, starting from when you initiate a policy, where you implement it, where you do ex post evaluation. Everything is in a single platform. Experts, civil servants, different stakeholders can participate, can contribute, and it's very transparent. You can see each contribution, who has asked the policy to be amended, which amendments have been implemented, which have been rejected, etc. So it's very transparent, inclusive. So this co-creation that we saw during the crisis, the aim is to replicate that now in policymaking as well, and using digital technologies to help to do that. And what we see that the difficult times ahead of us, that the inclusive society that this allows us to build will be more resilient to stand up to these difficult times ahead of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Tom. I mean, really interesting what you say. Estonia, the only country in the world, I think, that allows voting via internet. Is that right? So the only country. So levels of trust in government and in that system incredibly high in Estonia, because you're such a digital kind of society. And interesting what you say there about that collaboration between private sector and citizens now being embedded into policy making and in the way that you co-create policies going forward. Thank you to all of you for setting the scene for us. It's now over to the audience. So anything that you've heard there, does this vision of policy making, a new type of policy making that's innovative, that embraces technology, that brings in citizens and the private sector, is that something that you recognise? Is that something that you're doing in your areas? Would you like to challenge any of that? Is that so not like you are doing it that you want to kind of question what's going on in your own area? Who would like to ask the first question? Yes, we've got a gentleman here, and then we've got a hand up there. Thank you. Do you want to say who you are and where you're from? I'm going to take both questions, okay? Thanks.
Hi, I'm Stephen. I work I'm a mathematical model in the Department of Health. And the team I work with uses innovative methods to synthesize evidence to support policy making. And half the time when I talk to the policymakers, they look absolutely terrified of what we're doing. How do we best sort of cross that divide to sort of communicate with policymakers sort of innovations in analytics that are sort of effectively supporting innovations in policy making?
Yeah. So this goes back, so how do you kind of get policymakers to understand the benefit of data, of analytics, and to embed it into the policy-making process? And you in the Department of Health?
Yes.
You said, okay, so that's interesting, because I would have thought there you would be kind of more on the advanced end of the scale, but maybe not. Okay, so that's one question. Park that. How do you get policymakers to embrace kind of analytics and data? And then we have a question there, lady there. I'm also, do we have mics on the upper level? Yes, okay, so upper level as well. If you've got any questions, I'll be looking up there in a moment. Sorry, over to you.
Hi, I'm Michaela Brady. I work for DSIT, Department for Science, Technology, and Innovations, on the online safety bill. I had a question for Joyce, specifically about the free childcare scheme. I was wondering if the increased participation of the workforce also corresponds to any perceptions of gender and Malta changing, and how, rolling out this digital solution might also start to solve more systemic problems like prejudice.
Thank you. Okay, Joyce, I'm going to put that one to you first, because that was directed at you. So, Does this help solve a bigger issue in society?
Well, culturally, the women in Malta were expected to look after their children, and the grandmothers were the main child carers when younger females entered into the workforce. But nowadays, those grandmothers are no longer available because they are most likely still working. And the policy was intended to reap the benefits of the investment in education, especially in STEM areas where we had many females who were graduating. So there wasn't really a strong gender bias in the education or employment field. It was a cultural thing that women opted to stay at home and look after their children. So I think that the policy was targeting them specifically, but even men are eligible if they are single parents. So it is linked to gender as a primary aim, but not actually gender biased negatively, because a bias can also be positive. That's why I'm making the qualification. So maybe you could look at it as a need of the economy, which was growing beyond the predicted outcomes, and we had to import employment workers, and we also had to see what resources were available in-house that could be tapped. And so this was also coupled with a tax incentive for women returnees. So it was a dual collaboration between the employment agency and the tax department. And I think that the benefit was this collaboration, which yielded the higher results.
Thank you. Okay, so moving on to the question about data and policymakers embracing kind of data and analytics. Tamar, I'm going to come to you first.
It's quite complex question, of course. It's different levels, different layers, but well, important is, as with any new thing, is to educate people, to build up their skills. What we've learned, especially for the minister level, it's very important how you visualize data. It's how they consume data, the politicians. It's important for us to keep up with them, to make all this enormous amounts of data eatable for the politicians. So that's an important step. But all in all, it's we started this initiative in an Estonian government office as well, data-driven decision-making. And what we've seen is there's so many little things to do. You need to change your processes, legal acts. It's not only about technology, how you get the data. You think that Estonia is a very digitalized country, that we would have access to data in our decision-making. No, it's quite complex how to achieve that goal, that what we saw during the COVID times, that when we used data to make quick decisions, on the third or fourth wave, we got it quite good. We got quite good on it, not in the beginning, but it's a complex thing. But step by step, you need to improve that.
So access to data, important, but also how you present it to policymakers, very important. Andre, you wanted to come in.
Well, I don't think we should, even the word data, access to data, no offense, but it just gets so, I don't think policymakers really want to listen to that. I think policymakers learn probably more about data and what can be done by technology just by trying out ChatGPT recently. Mm-hmm. Policymakers are way, maybe not in Estonia, but policymakers are generally thinking about people's lives and well-being and how to get votes. And if you look at a hospital, for instance, it was a question about health and using, I guess, artificial intelligence and data recognition. Now, if you look at a hospital right now, nowadays, it's different than when you looked at a hospital probably 10 or 15 years ago. There's a lot of problems there logistically. Ambulances are queuing outside with patients not being able to be admitted to the hospital. That's what policymakers are looking at. They're looking at scarce resources, and then they go, how am I going to solve that? If I can solve or at least mitigate that somehow, Show me that. Don't talk about data, but show me how to do that. And then they might look at an airport that is optimized and works well with a lot of data flow. And then if you give them that example and say, we need to run hospitals just like we run an airport, and here we use data, then they might understand. But I seriously think we need to translate all this digitization and data talk and AI talk into political language, because otherwise they will not wake up. This is the nature of politicians. Sorry, but
it's interesting. Do you use the language of policy making and turn it all into their language, or do you actually expect policymakers to start to understand more digital language? Paul, over to you.
Yeah, so by policymakers, I'm going to assume you're saying ministers and also senior policy officials. So you're nodding good. And I completely agree with that point around language. We are very often in our organisations use the same words and they have completely different meaning depending on which profession you're representing. There is a real danger, I think, in all of these brilliant discussions we have around innovation that we seep into such a degree of abstraction that it doesn't really, it's very hard to overcome some of the barriers. It's like a Tower of Babel. We're all sitting around the meeting thinking we're saying the same thing, and even data probably means different things to those people. I completely agree with what Andre is saying. I think I probably wouldn't advocate necessarily just the language of politics. I think it's around just finding whatever is the common Esperanto or whatever that we can all understand, being really clear when it doesn't make sense. I have personally found it easiest to make it tangible. So when you're trying to say what is the opportunity that data might present us here, tell a story where it's worked, create a product that is really what the person wants, and really start for you. We're all going to be using the language of user-centered design. Ministers and senior officials are a user of your product. So, be really rigorous. What do they need? What do they want? Get in their shoes. Understand the pressure they're under, the media, the public, the need to, yes, win votes, but also to deliver for the public. So that's how I've experienced it. Like in the Ukraine one, data was right at the heart of it. And because we'd done the basics that Andre is describing, when ministers wanted to know a question around, so how many people are where and where are they in the system, we could answer it. Suddenly you see, okay, this is a good thing. This is a tool. This is not some abstract thing that people are trying to describe we should be thinking about. We're doing it because it's there, it works, and I understand it.
I think you're all saying similar things in slightly different ways, but you have to present it in a way that's relevant for them. Would you add anything to that, Joyce?
Well, I concur with the idea that you need to tell a story and you need to show the balance. And sometimes the simplest story is the best story because it takes much more effort to explain something that's complex. Sometimes we think of innovation in policy making as the work of high tech or a lab. And I like to tell my team that it's always about looking at the old problems with fresh eyes and not being afraid to experiment. And using the data to design a story, as Paul was saying, is a very, very effective way to communicate to people who are not actually immersed in the situation. So,
thank you.
That's my take.
So thank you, Joyce. We have two questions over here, a hand there, and then there's somebody, if you keep your hands up, we'll get two mics there. And I'm just checking, does anybody in the upper level have a question? Is there a hand up there?
There's two of them.
No. Shout at me if I'm, yes. So if we can get some mics up there, there's some questions up there for the next couple of questions. So, do we want to take these two questions first? Thank you. Yes, gentlemen.
Sure, thank you. So I'm Simon Wilson, I work at EY Serum and work across central government as a lead service designer. So I'm really interested in some of these constraints that we've talked about. My question is about the objectives that are set from those policymakers that we talked about, so ministers and senior civil servants. And it sounds like, and from my experience, the best situations are where objectives are set, values are set, principles are set, and then we let the multidisciplinary teams get on with the how, and then that how is presented back, and we then use experimentation, design thinking to make it all happen. And we've heard a couple of examples of where that's worked really well in Homes for Ukraine and in other schemes. My question is about how we support the political system to make promises based on what we care about, what we value, what our objectives are and our outcomes are, and then let the great innovators in government get on with the how. So that's my question. How can we encourage the elephant in the room, which is that political context?
Great. So the first question there is, the politics set the what, but how do we then allow the innovators across the public sector to work on the how? And then there was this question there, just behind you. Just there it is, the mic. There, thanks.
Is it on?
Yes.
I thought I'd try it without the mic, because I figured if John Wesley preached here 200 years ago, the acoustics might be quite good. And I didn't like the echo the young lady mentioned over there. My questions are really straightforward now, right? So if big companies like Amazon, and it's not an if, they do it, they use big data to deliver a seamless kind of algorithm that encourages what they need from a business perspective, which is you buy more stuff, in a way that makes you think, oh, that's good, they care, they know I like this, that kind of slipper, or this sort of television, right? We know what that service looks like, and other companies do it, usually private sector. What do the panel think a kind of a government or policy example of that sort of like world-class business plan using big data would look like for a public service? The Secretary of State for Government in Estonia might have some examples. I know we've got some from the private sector as well, and some other policymakers. I'd be keen to hear what you might think that would look like. Thank you.
Thank you. So the question is, we kind of are familiar with big companies using data in a way and creating algorithms to encourage us to buy certain things. How does the public sector use some of that technology, AI, for example, and what algorithms are being used already? Maybe some examples there. Great. I'm going to ask you to answer one or both of those questions. So do you want to answer the question on how do you get the politics out of the how, and then what algorithms are used across the public sector? Joyce, I'm going to come to you first.
Well, it's usually the politician that sets the direction and the targets, and I think it's the role of the public officer to actually convince that the direction is correct. But many times we are presented with a public commitment that we can only shift slightly, because ultimately the public commitment of the politician with the citizens is our recipe to work on. So I'm not being fatalistic at all, because I am one that tends to argue and discuss to try to direct the process of policy making to achieve the what of the politician in the right way. I always find that the sustainability element of the process and the ultimate aim is very effective in implicating the process of how you're going to get where you want to get. So I think that it's a task that we all need to fine-tune the skills to be able to manage, rather than expect data or technology to just do it for us.
Yeah, so sometimes the ministers will want to get involved in the how as well, and I guess it's part of the civil service role to try and get that balance right. Paul, both one or both of those questions?
No, I'm not going to do the algorithms. I'm just going to pick up on that point. So by and large, we are all in this room unelected officials. We are here to deliver what politicians and ministers want ultimately. The way you were describing it as kind of an elephant in the room, and in a kind of almost like I don't see it in any way, shape or form as negative. I think everything that I need to do as a civil servant needs to be grounded in that kind of democratic principle, where politicians are doing, as we've said, why are we doing this? The broad, what are we doing? And then I completely agree with you that the how is really powerful when we get on and we innovate in that space. The challenge I guess I'd throw to the room is I think sometimes we are over censoring. So if you think about it, you're right, completely right. Sometimes ministers do want to get and really understand and be quite managerial around some aspects of it. I think sometimes we've allowed ourselves to be a bit infantilized with that, if I'm being completely honest, and not to start saying, right, okay, I'm a public servant. I've been given my political marching orders. I've got some creativity and some innovation. If you're a manager in this room, how are you behaving to your colleagues around setting that expectation that in terms of the how, we should innovate. The only thing I would say, it is obviously a lot easier when you've got a minister who is there and giving you that space. So we were very lucky on the Homes for Ukraine. We have very, very experienced ministers like Michael Gove who were kind of setting us that shape. But I also think that the colleagues that we had across government, in the private sector, in local government, in the community sector, they did seize it. That was what was really gratifying. So I think it is up to us to take advantage of that space that exists and not see that kind of democratic process as an elephant in the room or something. It's how the system works and the system we need to operate in.
So have that confidence that a core part of what civil service does is to put the options for the how forward. Andre Tamar, do you want to go more on the algorithm question?
I think the big data question is interesting. I think both questions are actually interesting. The big data thing, yes, Amazon is doing a lot. Chinese companies are doing a lot. I think you have to be very careful as a government to how much you will go into that space, because very often you will be considered doing surveillance of some sort. And I think what population right now really needs is access to own data. Own health data, own data about properties, what the government has about you, and then I think there's a great interest in what the gentleman asked about the health area. If we can do diagnosis of diseases based on artificial intelligence, that's not big data anymore. That's more statistical data and anonymous, of course. I think that will be appreciated by a lot of people, that we can be better at diagnosing diseases. And when it comes to encouraging politicians, I think you need to find some blockbuster cases. Some of them are really boring. Like, for instance, digital consent. If I could give digital consent to someone doing something for me, maybe we can get rid of, or at least somehow answer those 20% of the population being very skeptical towards digitization, which is the case in any society right now. So we have 20% of people out there being extremely skeptical about any type of digitization. And they need help to do many daily things that they were doing manually before. So we have to address that in parallel as well. And I think digital consent will save billions in a society.
There are huge discrepancies between countries, I think, and for example in the UK, a lot of resistance against digital IDs, whereas some countries, they already have digital IDs. So, Tamar, your thoughts on government and big data?
Data, yes. The easiest path, of course, to do what the Amazon does and etc., is to shut down the data protection agency, and then the governments can do the same. Nobody laughed, so I have to say that this was a joke. But again, what technology allows you to do, it allows you to build transparency and trust. We in Estonia, we call it Big Brother reversed. Is that the citizens, the people in Estonia can go to the state portal, and there's a link where they can see which government agency has access to your data, which doctor has access to your health data. Technology leaves a track, a trace, a log. So you can use this to get rid of or lesser the fear we have on the use of technology. And then we need to discuss with the citizens on what is allowed for the government to do with the data. And these discussions they're going to take a very long time. Certain concrete cases in Estonia, it took 10 years to change the laws to allow the government to use some data in order to make the lives of citizens easier. We have concrete cases, so but we need this discussion, and we can call it the social contract, what the government is allowed to do with your data, but we need this discussion in order to maintain the trust that the citizens have, that you don't misuse your data, and develop government services in order to offer people better services.
Thanks, Tamer. I can see there are hands going up on the data issue. I think people are really interested in that. But I did say I would go up there, so let's see how many we can get in. So do we have a mic up here? There were 2 hands, I think, up in the corner near each other. Thanks. I mean, one of the key things in Estonia, as you say, is the transparency, so people know exactly which agency is holding what data, and that's always been central to the approach, I think, in Estonia to build that trust. Okay, question up here.
Is there any adjustment available for people who don't know how to use technology or technology skills?
Sorry, I couldn't quite catch that question. Could you, I think the mic's a bit muffling the question. Could you repeat that question again?
Sorry. Is there any adjustments available for people who don't know how to use technology?
Ah, yeah, so the risk of digital exclusion. So what adjustments for people who don't know how to use the technology or can't, for whatever reason, use the technology? Thank you. Really, we'll hold that question. And then another hand up there, I think. Or is it? No? Just one up there. Okay, let's do that one quickly, and then we'll come back to the questions down here. So the risk of kind of, in this new world, creating a new excluded group, people who don't embrace technology. Tamer, I'll start with you, because so many people in Estonia do embrace the technology.
Well, we started with 20 years ago already with these programs to help people with digital literacy, and it was a private sector, public sector cooperation, because a lot of private sector, like banks and everything, telcos, they went digital as well, so they were interested in investing in that as well. But then, those people who don't use digital services, then you need to, they need to have their own way, so they can either get help. In Estonia, it's libraries where you can get help for using digital services in the countryside, or in like with voting, you cannot get rid of paper voting. It's when people, when they choose to vote on paper, they must have that right. So that goes with certain other digital services as well.
Thanks, Tamer. So you have a parallel approach of keeping the alternative, making sure that's still in place, but also trying to help upskill people so that they can use the technology. Paul?
Yeah, and I think it comes back to, this is true of everything. All of the services we design have to have the users at their heart. And there is a real danger, I think, sometimes we all go, right, it's all digital, and we end up doing a bunch of stuff for our own administrative convenience. And I think that's the shift that needs to happen in government. And we do need, all the things we were hearing there around getting people into the digital world. But I think it's really important that we as policymakers don't think everyone's like us, don't think everyone has the same access, and abides by that principle. The thing is, the world is changing. All of these things that we're talking around, we are trying to construct public services and policies. If I'm being completely honest, we in this country, we are doing it with a Victorian system. Many of the systems so I think it is tricky, and I think the key for me in everything that we do, really, I'm completely sold on the idea that we put the users at the heart of it. We understand that different people will have different needs and requirements, and that we do understand that we need to deliver services that are for the, that deliver the services our users want, not just for our own convenience.
Yeah, hugely important. I mean, increasingly I'm helping my parents, and they're not particularly old with a lot of services. Joyce?
Yes. Well, it's a reality, and it has to be catered for. And we have several services that are born digital, so you need to be able to access the technology and the service. We have targeted this situation through the agency service.gov. It has several hubs where if you need assistance to access digital services, you can go there. You can be assisted by an agent, which you give power of attorney at the moment for, and you can also be assisted to learn how to do it yourself. And then for the very, very vulnerable, like elderly people and also people with disability, we have an agency which is called FITA, which is the Foundation for IT Accessibility, and they support people to acquire software that gives them access, like for people with vision impairment, and they can get special technology at reduced prices so that they are not left behind. In fact, it is something that we pride ourselves on having succeeded in doing well, because the numbers are decreasing of the people who are attending these centers once they are assisted to learn how to access the digital services.
Thank you. Andre, I'm not going to ask you to answer that one because I think we're in danger of repeating each other. But in the 20 seconds that left, the gentleman there, Andre, I'm going to ask you, whatever he asks, you're going to answer this.
Oh, that's an easy one.
Hi, yeah, thanks for listening to my question. Specifically for Joyce, so...
You just ruined it, never mind.
I'm a civil service fan streamer and I'm currently placed in my first year in the Parliament for Work on Pensions, and I'm working on the in-work progression project, which is part of obviously the recent spending review, and I'm particularly interested of course in Joyce's policy that she's pointed out in Malta regarding childcare. Obviously childcare is a big barrier for many women in the UK to also get into work, but not just get into work, but progressive work, to do more hours as well. So I was wondering specifically with that policy, how long did it take to get a net return from it? Just in terms of like from start to finish, how long did you start to see that positive return financially in total?
Thanks. And Joyce, sorry, we are minus time. So
okay, I'll be very quick. The first 2-3 years were a bit challenging because we needed to have also governance systems in place. But ultimately, with the investment by the private sector in childcare, with the employment created through child carers, the local training institutions also designed childcare accredited qualifications. The overall return to the economy was bigger than just the women returnees to the workplace. And as I said before, the biggest gap was the lack of workforce that we really needed. So I think, I don't have statistics, so I stand to be corrected. But after the third year, we were seeing significant increase on the workforce and also in the investment being made in the different childcare centers all over the country and in the number of people graduating from MCAST in childcare services management and childcare minding, child minding.
Brilliant. Well, sadly, we are at the end of time for that session. Please join me in thanking Paul, Joyce, Andre, and Tamar. Fantastic session. Thank you so much. We are going to go to our first coffee break now. According to the original timetable, you now have 4 minutes for coffee break. So I think we're going to be generous. Please take kind of 15, 20 minutes, but aim to be back in your next sessions by the latest 11:20. As I said, there are 2 sessions from now on that you can choose from. So you can either come back in here for innovation in digital transformation, or you can go to the library for innovation in procurement. And don't forget, if you're wearing a green lanyard, I think you're supposed to get coffee downstairs. If you're wearing a purple one, suffragettes colours, if anyone noticed, then you are coffee on this level, but we're not going to be too strict about it, but just try and spread out. Thanks, everybody. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's great.
Good night! Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
So welcome back, everybody. I think you're going to know that word for word by the end of the day, that advert there. Delighted to see you all back. I'm feeling a bit sorry for people in procurement because it looks like this session is incredibly popular, which is no surprise really, because we are talking about innovation in digital transformation, which, as you will already have noticed from the session so far, is kind of one of the backbone, really, I think, of innovation and transformation going forward. We have a really stellar panel with us here. I'm going to do some very quick introductions. And again, I've asked our speakers to keep their opening remarks as concise as possible so that we can come back to you in the audience, because I think, as we saw from that first session, it gets really interesting when we get engagement from the audience. So I'm delighted to welcome, we have Megan Lee Devlin, who is Chief Executive of the Central Digital and Data Office here in the UK. Then we have Claire Martorana, who is the Federal Chief Information Officer at the Office of Management and Budget from the Executive Office of the President in the United States of America. So direct from the White House. Delighted to have you here, Claire. Then we have Lucas Ilves, who is Government Chief Information Officer from Estonia. As we've heard, very, very important for kind of all things data and digital in Estonia. No pressure there, Lucas. Then I'm delighted to welcome Mark Palmer, who is Vice President of Visa Government Solutions for Europe across Visa. Then Christina Lang, who is the Chief Executive Officer at the Digital Service in Germany. And then last but not least, Andre Christensen, who is Chief Executive Officer, Digital Iceland at the Ministry of Finance and Economic Affairs in Iceland. So a really, really international and quality panel here. Do make the most of that with your questions. Megan, I'm going to come to you first for your opening remarks.
Thank you. And really delighted to be here with you this afternoon and with international friends here on stage. Here in the UK, we have no shortage of really brilliant examples of the ways in which we're innovating to improve our public services. And I wanted to share a couple of examples. Our colleagues in DEFRA are using AI to map a region of the UK, convert it into an interactive Minecraft app, and therefore teach children and young people about climate change and also better model the impacts of flooding. In terms of data, we are, very recently, data sharing across several departments and indeed with energy providers enabled us to provide 3 million low-income homes with energy credits this winter to help with the cost of living crisis. And in terms of apps, we have some brilliant mobile-enabled technologies which are enabling us to reach the public where they are, from our COVID app that was used for millions during the pandemic to help people travel freely and safely, and the HMRC tax app, which is actually used by over 500,000 people every month, whether it be to check their national insurance number or check their tax credits or indeed their payments. So some really brilliant examples of great innovations. But we all know that technology is moving at an incredible pace. I read recently that generative AI, for instance, is doubling in power every 59 days. So the speed and that acceleration in emerging technologies will never be as slow as it is today. And I think that is truly remarkable. And what generative AI has shown us in the last couple of months is that distant future realities can become today's realities very, very suddenly. And so what we're doing here in the UK, faced with these proliferation of different digital futures, whether it be virtual reality, whether it be predictive and personalized virtual assistants, is thinking about how do we harness these tremendous technologies for the benefit of all within government. And that looks like our roadmap. So we launched a roadmap last year, Transforming for a Digital Future. And that's really about three things. It's about putting the culture, the capabilities, and the conditions in place for us to better harness digital technologies and these emerging technologies. And I'll just share a little bit about what each of those means. So on culture, we know that culture is just behaviors at scale. And so what we're doing, and that is really disproportionately impacted by leadership behaviors and by people's knowledge and skills. And so we're working to upskill 90% of senior civil servants across all professions in digital data and technology essentials by 2025. And we're looking at embedding greater performance culture in our top 75 most important services by using some consistent best practices when it comes to measuring our performance over time, so that we can really raise the bar when it comes to performance of those services in terms of usability and efficiency. Capability. So when I say capability, I don't just mean skills and capability, people capabilities, but also technology and systems capabilities and data capabilities. We're putting a lot of the foundations in place over the next couple of years, whether that be modernizing our highest risk legacy systems across all of government, shifting our nationally important systems to the cloud, and ensuring that our critical data assets are available for cross-government reuse through our data marketplace and through the integrated data service. And these capabilities in sum mean that in the future and going forwards, we'll have the right building blocks in place to respond at pace to new and emerging technologies when they do arrive on our doorsteps. And finally, and by far the hardest of these three, is putting the conditions in place for digital teams to thrive. And there are many reasons why in government it can be difficult to innovate, many that my colleague Alex Chisholm outlined earlier in his keynote address. But this particular mission of the strategy, system reform, is about running towards the fire and addressing head-on some of the systemic blockers that we have to digital transformation in government, whether that be our funding processes, whether that be our governance processes and other ways of working, and working cross-functionally and right at the heart of government through the Cabinet Office and Treasury to address some of those challenges so that digital teams can thrive. So I hope you take from this that while ideas and emerging technology are really rife across UK government, and as technologists, we love to talk about them quite a lot. Putting that culture, capabilities, and conditions in place for digital teams to harness those technologies on an ongoing basis now and in the future is absolutely vital.
Thank you so much, Megan. So really good examples of some great things that are already going on, but as you say, huge pace of change when it comes to technology. So how do we keep up with that in the public sector on that culture, the capabilities and the conditions? Thank you so much. Claire, over to you.
Great. Thank you so much for having me, and it is such an honor to be on a panel with my esteemed colleagues. We learn from each other, and that is one of the most valuable things about having the opportunity to come together and to visit with you all. I think our digital transformation journey in the United States is focused on three components: simple, seamless, and secure. And all of the products and services that we are focused on delivering are, that is using simple, seamless, and secure as our North Star. So we are really focused right now on cybersecurity. That is kind of the point of the spear for much of the activity that we are focusing on. Following with that is customer experience, making sure that we're able to deliver services efficiently and effectively, using data as a strategic asset. And also something that is not quite as sexy, but is essential, I think, for all of us, is IT modernization. is making sure that we are building those legacy systems, securing the legacy systems that exist, and also building a transformation into those tools and services as we go forward. So the way that we're thinking about this is cybersecurity is the tip of the spear. It has a lot of attention in our country, and it has a lot of bipartisan support from our political establishment. And so on that arrow of cybersecurity, we have put IT modernization and customer experience, because to keep systems secure, you often have to rebuild them, and making sure that you're building for the customer as we're going through this digital transformation is essential. And our customers are both our external customers, the public, but also our workforce. Making sure that our workforce has the tools to be able to interact with our systems, measure progress, use real-time data to inform our decision-making. And we're focused on that in every single day with the support of the President, putting out some customer experience executive order, an executive order on cybersecurity, and some upcoming ones that will continue to drive digital transformation.
Thank you so much, Claire. A really nice way of putting it. Simple, seamless, and secure, everything you do in your digital transformation journey, and using that focus on cybersecurity to address the other things like the modernising the IT systems. Right. And also really interesting the way that you say customers are not just citizens, they're also people like this in the room.
Exactly.
So the workforce itself can benefit from all of this. Thank you so much, Claire. Lucas.
Thank you. Well, I'm always very humble when talking about Estonia. We have this reputation that precedes us, but the reality of our work is that for us, digital transformation is just as much of a challenge as it is for any other government. As Alex said at the beginning, we don't have to compete for our customers, and so that cultural pressure to constantly iterate is just lacking. Estonia does have two superpowers that most governments don't, and they are really important. Because they lower the cost of doing new services. And those are, first of all, identity. That we sort of solve the identity question. We've got one identifier for every person, and that's extensible and callable on any service, any system. So you always know that the sort of the identifier you're dealing with in a service is actually the physical person they're supposed to be. And the other is data. So sort of across the government, a single way of governing data, sharing it between agencies, building services that pulls on data from multiple places. Very technical challenges, but the benefit of getting those things done is that the cost of people building new services goes down dramatically, and basically you can kind of speed up your iteration cycle. But beyond that, all of these sort of changes that Claire and Megan just talked about, we are struggling with ourselves too. We just had an hour-long chat yesterday, and basically almost point by point what we're working on right now, how we engage with permanent secretaries, how we measure results, it's the same agenda. So Claire's also doing the right thing. Megan's really doing the right things, guys, so if she comes and busts your chops, she's doing it for a reason. But I do want to point out three places where government differs from the private sector, and that we should always bear in mind. And they all come down to the idea that, in the words of some UK civil servants a while ago, government is a platform. So the first thing we think about with our data is not just how can we share that within government to build services, but how do we leverage that as an asset for our economy and our citizens as a whole. And that means individual data sharing. We hold a lot of data on behalf of citizens. It's ultimately their data. They should be able to share that with healthcare providers, with banks, with energy providers, et cetera, to get better personalized services, whether that's personalized healthcare, tax credits for reducing their carbon footprint, and data as a collective asset. So as we think about the next generation of healthcare, for instance, and providing personalized medicine services that combine health data, environmental data, genetic data, to go to people who are at risk for cancer 5 years before they develop it and prevent that cancer, and things like that really, over time, will extend all of our lifespans, help us live in a healthier environment. Those mean using our collective data assets, finding ways to bring the private sector in to do things on that data while protecting people's privacy. The second is that actually a lot of this transformation stuff we're talking about, we've been talking about how we're learning from the private sector, but the reality is that the picture is very diverse in all of our economies. Yeah, there are some amazing companies that are a decade or 2 decades ahead of government. There are a lot of businesses, especially smaller and medium-sized enterprises, that are struggling with digital transformation just as much as we do. So one of the things I'm thinking about right now, I don't have easy answers, is how does the programming we do to educate our civil servants and raise the skills of our civil servants, also help other sectors of the economy that maybe are behind, places like construction, agriculture. How do we kind of build communities of practice that, again, blend public and private? And the last thing is about government-to-government innovation. We heard a little bit about this in previous panels, but we are very proactively looking at ways to build products and services with other governments. So Andrea and I both sit on the board of a little foundation along with the Finnish government CIO, where currently we build our interoperability platform together, we procure it together, and we're looking at other products we could build together. As we speak, we decided a year or two ago to build a government app. We are copying the code base that Ukraine has used for DIA. It's a brilliant government app, and we'll be deploying that in the next couple of months in Estonia. And are really actively looking for other ways where it's not just collaboration and sharing, that's great, but when you actually have product owners sitting together and jointly owning code and services, you get to a different level of collaboration. So for everyone around the table here, I want to be looking for ways that we can do more of that.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Lucas. Really interesting to hear you talking of digital. The digital identifier is a superpower because there's so much noise around digital IDs. It'd be interesting if there's any thoughts on that from the audience. But everything you said there around data as an asset, that came up in the questions from the first session as well. And then that sense of not just helping civil service, but helping other sectors and helping smaller businesses as well, because not everybody in the private sector has the answers. And then really good to hear about that working jointly across governments. Thank you so much, Mark.
Well, good morning, everybody. It's great to be here. I'm sure everyone's heard of Visa, but you probably don't know what we do. Yes, we provide a network, so wherever you might tap your card anywhere in the world, we manage that transaction between the banks, your card issuer, and also the merchant's issuer. But that core business was started over 50 years ago, and now innovation, particularly innovation in government, is everywhere. I know it's hard to believe, but I've been working into the public sector for over 40 years. And I actually remember the term e-government being coined in 1992. Now, I don't know about all of you, but I've not even heard of the internet in 1992 or had a mobile phone. So somebody was very forward-thinking back then. But these days, payments innovation is everywhere, particularly in government. In Europe, 53% of total GDP are government payments, into government or out of governments. And this is where innovation can really take hold. So, for example, I'm sure many of you tapped a card of some sort to get here on the tube or the bus. Well, no matter which card you use, it's a payments gateway behind that, managing that transaction from where you entered the TfL network to where you departed. That payments gateway is provided by Visa, and TfL in London was the first mass transit system to implement that tap-and-go mechanism. Today, there are 500 cities around the world using that payments gateway. That has now been extended into government applications. So, for example, we work with the Ukrainian government on what they call their super app. And in fact, Ukraine is probably one of the best examples I've seen where they've enabled every transaction to their citizens, not just payments, but licenses, fees, tax payments, and so on, in what they call a super app. And no matter how you pay that government, for your taxes, your licenses, your fees, etc., again, it's the same payments gateway, managing that complexity. And that's a big part of what I think embodies innovation, is making things simple for the citizen. Then finally, governments give out a lot of money, disbursements for social welfare payments, aid support, and those payments can be issued to, for example, refugees, asylum seekers, or the unbanked. Those are the kind of things that we work on with governments around the world. But you probably don't know if you pay for an Uber or you book an Airbnb, that actually it's Visa moving that money underneath to pay those drivers or those hosts. If you use Revolut or PayPal, it's Visa moving and pushing that money around. So we've come a long way in 50 years, and I think for me, that's really what embodies innovation. It never stops. Continuous change, it is about the culture, and don't fear failure. I think there's a couple of things I would say around innovation. First of all, resist the urge to run proof of concepts. Most concepts have been proven somewhere. Run a pilot. A pilot is what I would call a dress rehearsal for production. You'll get to the innovation much quicker that way. I've seen so many of my customers run proof of concepts and spend months and years and never get to the innovation. So resist that urge. The other, it's saying the obvious, but is look at the citizen's journey. Be obsessed by that. Look at all the use cases, look at the friction and remove that wherever you can, and really focus on that citizen journey. Last but not least, try to be open but secure. Now that sounds contradictory, but citizens like choice. So by open, I mean provide choice. But of course, you've got to provide security, not least in payments, but also with citizens' data. So
brilliant. Thank you so much, Mark. As you say, I don't think many people do realise or understand kind of all the things that Visa do behind the scenes. And as you say, working with governments around the world on all these different payment systems, both in terms of payments out and payments in, on various things. And I really like what you say there. Run a pilot, not a proof of concept. It'd be interesting if people want to challenge that from where they sit. Be obsessed by the citizen's journey. We've heard quite a lot about putting the citizen first or people first, so really good to hear you echoing that. Thank you so much, Mark. Christina from Germany.
Thank you. I want to actually hone in on something that Claire has already said, and that in order to transform digital services and transform the public sector, we need to not only focus on the needs of citizens, but also enable and empower and understand the journey of public servants that we want to help us deliver a digital transformation. And we've been doing a project in Germany with the Ministry of the Interior in which we look at, so we as a digital service unit, we're a software delivery provider. So we often own the intermediate interface to the citizens, but we are building on the underlying processes or even policies that have been designed within government. And what we've been doing with the Ministry of the Interior, who is responsible for the ministerial legislative processes that are supporting the policy making, is we try to bring service design methods already into the policy making process. To ensure digital-ready legislation, which is something, if we don't start there, we will only be able to optimize on the level of experience, of interaction design, but we won't really get to the core, and we will always end up basically putting paper forms online, and we cannot really use the full potential of digital and technology as a government. And what we did is that we elaborated on and we evaluated the policy-making process. And we went in with the assumption that it's a clear, fixed linear process at the end of which there's successful law. In reality, it consists of a multitude of processes that vary across ministries, at the end of which there might or might not be a successful law. So we used service design methods to enable digital-ready legislation so that we have digital-ready legislation that then can enable better service design. And we basically are building on the same principles as we do in software development. We work cross-departmental, so we build interdisciplinary teams. We work user-centered, and we work iteratively. We built principles in the last year within the German government that are now being used on a political level, but also on a working level, to enable lawmakers, so people writing laws, to think about all factors digital already in the lawmaking process. And we provide them with a tool set, with methods, and also with a digital readiness check towards the end of the legislative process to ensure that the possibilities and the potential of all things digital and technology have been taken into consideration when designing the law. This is something that we have rolled out towards the end of last year through a roadshow across all 14 ministries. Almost 450 people adhered to these sessions, and now we've established a team that supports the usage of this framework, and we really stressed also towards the government that this is a work in progress. It's not a fixed process that we have redesigned once and now we're not going to touch it for decades again, but we will evaluate on how well the principles work in practice and what we can learn in the years to come to iteratively improve on digital-ready law.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Christina. So you're similar to what Claire said as well. You're thinking about not just understanding citizens, but understanding the journey of the civil servants that have to develop that policy, and coming at it from that different perspective where you're fundamentally rethinking the design of policy making and making sure that legislation is in place that's digital ready for the policies when they come through. Thank you so much. Andre, we're coming over to you.
Thank you. So it's great to be here today. Great to see so many of you here. So I've spent the majority of the past 2 decades innovating in the private sector. And when I think about innovation, I really think about 3 different sort of stages. The first one, actually a little bit to Mark's point, is copying. And so the first part, it may feel counterintuitive, but actually copying all the great work that my colleagues have been doing in the past year, that has really been foundational in the success of the Icelandic digital transformation. We haven't had to invent the wheel. We've literally looked at the playbooks by each and every one of you and copied what we thought was done well. Obviously, we localized it. But I really think that is a key part of innovation, is not trying to do it, invent everything yourself, but copying it. Then you innovate, and then you start building things on top, and then you can spend more of your resources, time, and people building something new, like our mobile app. So we've built a brand new government local app that now, I believe, around 1/3 of the entire population in Iceland. I know it's small, but still we have 1/3 of the population using the app. I don't know, I think we may have slides with a couple of photos of it. Then the last part of it is giving back. And so thinking about how can a small nation like Iceland give back to the global society of digital assets. And I just want to share one quick example. You all heard ChatGPT and OpenAI and all this AI revolution that's happening. But I don't think many of you know that Icelandic is the only other language than English that GPT-4 is trained on, so the models. Obviously, it speaks and translates a lot of languages, but the president of Iceland met with Sam Altman last year of OpenAI, and I don't know exactly how the conversation went, but it was probably something along the lines of, well, here we have a small micro language that is one of the hardest languages in the world to learn. So if you train your GPT models on Icelandic, I'm sure it's going to be better at all the other languages. And so they actually accept it. So Iceland is the second language to be actually used in the training models of GPT-4. It still has a lot to learn, I will say, but it's getting there. And I think these are the types of things that we can start giving back to the global society after we've learned and sort of built on top of what you guys have been building.
Thank you, Andre. Can I just, the mobile app that you say 1/3 of the population, is that kind of like a government gateway app? Can they access government services through this app?
Yes, you can. There's a single, we are a small nation, so like Estonia, and we have a single source of truth, a common identity. And so you can log in, you get a lot of your information, such as your family information, your cars, your homes. We have a digital ID, so we have driver license, we have hunting licenses. We now have the passport information in the app, so you don't forget your number and expiration date. And we started to build on top as well some proactive services, so we can start working with push notifications, such as, well, your passport is about to expire, why don't you renew it? And then in the app, you can start the digital service throughout, and you can finalize everything.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, Andre. So thank you to all of our speakers for those fantastic opening remarks. I'm going to throw it open straight away to the audience because I'm conscious of time, and I'm looking to the floor, and okay, wow, we've got lots of hands. I haven't taken any from this side, so I'm going to start with that one there, and then I'll come to the gentleman there. So there, and then second question there. We'll take 2 questions at a time.
Hi, good morning. Monica from Legal Ltd. I work every day in front of vulnerable people, and I'm as a user as well. I started my digital life by using 8 digits for a PIN. Nowadays, it's impossible for me to remember all my PINs, and my question is, how are we going to tackle the access to gateways, for example, when we don't remember something, when we don't have the IDs for the people who live in the rural area, or for our 60, 90 plus people who have no interest to access the technology. Is the imprint technology or contactless technology part of the plan? Are you using any of those in your countries? Thank you.
Thank you. So you're working with vulnerable people, you said, but also from the perspective of yourself, how do you make sure that different types of technology are available, maybe for some people that don't use assisted technology or digital IDs? So are there other ways like contactless, biometrics, those kind of things as well? Thank you. And we have a question, gentleman here as well. So we're going to take two. So you can answer one or both of these questions, okay?
Hi, so my name's Gavin, I work for DWP. My question's in relation to a general mistrust some citizens have related to digital technology. So, for example, in the UK, we're rolling out an emergency system that goes out to mobile phones to let citizens know when there's imminent danger. There's a lot of videos online telling citizens how to turn that off the phone. And my question would be, how do you manage a mistrust from certain citizens, and how do you stop the spread of misinformation as well?
Thank you. Huge question there, I think. How do you deal with trust issues and misinformation? So I'm going to, Megan, we haven't heard from you for a while, so I am going to come back to this order.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, trust is such an important topic. I might come back immediately on that one. So I think there are many different component parts to trust in government. I think trust is really centered in user experience. So if somebody has a consistent experience, somebody has a really rich experience, that they get the outcome that they want quickly, and it delivers exactly what they're looking for, they will inherently trust government. And we know that, and certainly many of the trust indices used to assess our governments look at user experience as a core component. I think there's a second piece, which is really around communication and clarity and transparency, which is, so first of all, in terms of service transformation, what we're doing in the UK and what your colleagues in DWP are very much focused on is improving the quality of experiences so that people leave feeling as though that they've got what they've needed quickly, and that sort of foundational level of trust is there. And the second piece for me is really around transparency. And here this is around, as technologists, we need to think about this from lots of different ways. First of all, when it comes to AI and some emerging technologies, making sure we're being really transparent around how we're using them, the models are trained on, whether we use generative AI in the development of a particular piece of research or in code, and making sure we have the sensible standards and guidance and frameworks in place to be able to do that in a way which can build trust with the community. I think it's also about being really clear on how we're using data and giving optionality. So transparency in engaging on where we're using citizen data, for instance, or different technologies, giving citizens the opportunity or users the opportunity to opt out if they don't feel as though they would like their data used for those purposes or otherwise. But here in the UK, we're very fortunate. Our Digital Economy Act has some really fantastic legislative, is a brilliant legislative lever to enable us to work safely with data so that citizens can have that degree of trust in the way that we use it. And then the final point I would make, which is around, you mentioned identity as well, and I think certainly with the development of One Login, which is our single way for users to really simply and easily log in, authenticate, and be provided with identity verification, we're certainly looking at ways that we can have offline routes so that users don't need to use the digital channels available, which I think also it comes back to that point around optionality, ensuring that people can opt in to using digital technologies that make their experience easier, but also have the opportunity to meet people face-to-face or find alternative routes to verify and authenticate.
Thanks. Claire, did you?
Those were two big questions. Trying to simplify my answer, I would say be constantly focused on human-centered design. Do all of your work testing with your users. We will never know more or better than our users. And so both in, the example of edge cases, I think, which was the first question of how to continue to develop iteratively and innovatively, identify those edge cases, but don't let those edge cases be the barrier to forward progress. Make sure that you are aware of them and are cataloging them and are constantly interrogating your solutions for those edge cases, but don't let them stop your forward progress, is one thing that I would say. And then the second on identity is such a charged challenge. And it does get down to the most fundamental issue, which is trust. And how do we build trust? And I think one way that we continue to try to move forward in this area is, I have found both culturally within organizations, people support what they help create. If they feel like they are part of the process, if they feel like they have been asked and that you are doing your best to bring technical solutions, they tend to forgive you for not being perfect, right? Because all of the things that we are doing are iterative. And technology moves so fast, as Megan said, like we have to be really nimble and agile in the way that we're delivering services. So those would be my counsel.
Thank you. I'm conscious we had lots of questions. I want to get to more questions, but did anybody have anything different? Yeah.
Trust is one of my strategic KPIs. So we measure the percentage of citizens who abstain from using public services in a digital form because of trust issues. It's 4%, and my job is to keep it there through 2030. Good luck to me. One thing that helps is we're super transparent. When there is an issue, when you will screw up, and you will have big systemic things that happen that affect everyone. They may not be your own fault. We're super transparent about it. We go out on TV. We put up the press release saying this is what's happened. Here's the plan. Don't hide things when you screw up.
Yeah. Thanks. Andre, you wanted to come in?
Yes, I wanted to touch on some really good questions here, particularly around these vulnerable groups and people. We're spending a lot of our time and effort on focusing on these groups because, in a sense, we are lucky that over 95% of the total working population in Iceland has a single EID. So we're already past the point where the vast majority of people can log in easily in a single source. So we are spending a considerable amount of time on the last 5%. And so one of the things that we've been working on is an authorization system. So how can we help, how can someone that is not able or doesn't have the capabilities to help themselves with digital services provide a family member or a public servant with the authority to actually act on their behalf. So it's a challenging task to finish the last mile, but we're making progress.
Interesting, thank you. Okay, there were a couple of questions here. So lady in the red here, we got a microphone. There we go. And then, and the lady behind. We'll take those two questions here. Have we got a microphone for the lady behind? If you keep your hand up there. Yeah, thanks. Okay.
Thank you. My name is Betty Dew, and I work in the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities in the UK. So Lucas, you were talking a bit about how we can kind of encourage the sharing of data across services, across like healthcare and banks, for example, to drive the improvement of services. And Megan, you were talking about how if people have concerns about privacy, they could choose to opt in or they could choose to opt out. And I'm just wondering whether if someone chooses to opt out, could that mean that they are then excluded from services in the future if there are increasing concerns around privacy? And I guess I'm just wondering for the kind of reflections on what digital exclusion could look like in 15, 20 years' time.
Thank you. So a question about if people opt out, do they become excluded? And then,
Hello. My name's Kate from Office of Product Safety and Standards, which is part of the new Business and Trade Department. So we came up with an idea about a year and a half ago for a digital tool, which we thought would be off the shelf and could really help improve the way that we work. It's taken about all that time to procure the digital tool. Once that was finished, it was set up in about 2 weeks. So obviously the digital procurement process is complicated, and part of that is because of the risks, of reputational risks, data security risks, and obviously if things go wrong, then you damage trust in government data, which we've just been talking about, is so important. But how do you, I'm asking the panel for reflections on how you balance or can get both the trust and the ability to fail quickly.
Yeah.
We don't know if this tool's going to work. We could have figured that out a year ago and be onto something else by now if we've been able to do it quickly. But yeah, really
Thanks.
like your reflections. Thank you.
It'll be interesting, that one in the procurement session that's going on in parallel as well. So 2 questions there. One about if you opt out, will you become excluded? And then how do you create an ability to fail and take risks? Christina and Mark, I'm going to come to you on either of those first.
I'll just start on the opt-in, opt-out. I actually have a background in healthcare, so I can understand that question. I think what governments need to do, though, is inform citizens so they understand the implications of opting out. And the obvious example is if I'm taken into a hospital in a different part of the country and I'm laid there and the doctor says, I don't have your health records, I'm sorry. You need to know that when you opt out. And I think governments just should inform better, and that's part of the problem. It comes back to the earlier question about trust. You know, what will we do with your data? And that's an easy example that everyone will understand. And most people would say, oh, yes, I'd like that, please.
Yeah, so a lot of it comes back to that communication and transparency. Christina, your thoughts on either of those questions?
Actually, also about opting in, opting out. I think it relates back to the trust question. Government has to provide services to people with different preferences, and I think it's not about digital only, it's about digital first and about being efficient in the service delivery so that you can cater to different target groups' needs and maybe focus or still provide analog services to people who prefer it that way, but to have such a great user experience and create trust through transparency, through user-centered products, that most people basically use services online. Because one thing that I've been missing a little bit in the conversation previous is digital transformation is not a goal in itself. The world is becoming digital, and trust in government is also being reduced because we are not becoming digital fast enough. And because people feel like, is this government still able to govern in this age? And we need to prove that through providing good digital public services or use still analog methods where that's necessary.
Yeah, thanks. It's what we said in the session before, policymaking is kind of digital. Everything is digital. You don't really need that. Does anybody want to answer, before we move on to the last question, the time we've got, anybody answer the question about kind of risk-taking and failing?
Maybe on the procurement side, so addressing that question a little bit, if I may. So I think that's been one of the key successes in our transformation in Iceland, is that we completely flipped the traditional procurement model. Instead of procuring projects and software, we procured teams and skills. So we did a massive, large-scale procurement where we recruited 20 different private companies and teams for 2 to 4 years, so that now we're able to deploy them really fast in an agile way. So if we have a project we want to do a prototype of and test really quickly, we can deploy it within a matter of days. So.
Great, thank you. Okay, no pressure, but we've got time for one final question, so it has to be a fantastic question. I'm going to go to the lady there with her hand right up in the air. Just here. No, here we go. There we go, yep. Thank you. And I'm going to ask our speakers, everybody, to answer this question as concisely as possible.
Hi, I'm Beth, Department for Work and Pensions. You have talked about bringing readiness for digital into the policy process. We've also talked about continuous improvement and securing our current approaches. Have you got an example of how you balance that, making sure we're continuously improving what we do now with getting ready for a future that potentially looks nothing like now?
Great question. So continuity while we're transforming to a new world. I'm going to shake up the order a bit. Christina, I'll start with you.
I'm not 100% sure if I understood the question correctly, but what we try in digital-ready legislation is also to bring the legislative layer back to a level under which you can continuously improve a service, because it's not all written in law, if that makes sense, to basically create space and not keep the level of freedom or the degree of freedom so narrow that you have to change the law every time you want to iterate on a process.
So you're really getting the conditions in place so that
Yes.
when you're ready to go, everything's in place to go. Thanks. Andre, you're nodding at that. Would you like to answer this one?
Sure. Well, I think it's a challenging question, and it's a constant balancing after figuring out what are you working on now versus the future. One way of thinking of this, how I've sort of adopted from the private sector, is categorizing projects and objectives into sort of core, strategic, and venture. So you might have a team that is very much focusing on infrastructure, that is working almost 70% on core, just maintaining and building, whereas they're almost doing no venture sort of innovation that may fail. Whereas you may have other teams that are working 70% on new innovations. Most of them will fail, and it's fine. So sort of categorizing strategically how you operate and allocate resources based on simple frameworks like that has been effective for us.
Thank you. Mark?
Well, the only thing that's certain is the world will continue to change, whether that's new policies or new technology, and it's changing at an ever-increasing rate. So you just got to understand that and bake that into your approach to innovation. And there are many technologies now that have matured, I would say, that enable that change to be embraced, like API technology, for example. So just think about that, and just think about a world that you can't envisage in 10 years, and how you will embrace that. In my world now, in payments, there's going to be digital currencies. Every bank will have one. There are cryptocurrencies. There's going to be all kinds of new things. So we're always trying to crystal ball gaze into the future and think, what's that mean for our business?
Thanks, Mark. Right, I'm going to go in this order, so...
Super tough, no silver bullets, other than putting the people doing the continuous service development from time to time together with the people doing the future scoping, making sure those teams and funding is somehow aligned. And maybe one thought is we always are looking for ways for really disruptive deep tech private sector companies to kind of use our government as a platform, not just companies from Estonia. So if for whatever reason the UK is a little slow on a project and you've got a partner looking for something cool, you can always send them our way. And then when it's more mature, we'll send it back to Megan. But you know, just finding ways to adopt and adapt faster.
Great, thank you, Claire.
Yeah, and I think I would build on something Christina said a little earlier. It's digital first, but not digital only, right? So we do have to focus on an omni-channel experience, making sure that we're able to meet our customers. So as technology is evolving as rapidly as it is, that we are meeting that moment because we are constantly testing with our users and getting that feedback so that it can also synchronize with our legislative process so that our policies are actually getting that feedback, our legislation is getting that feedback so that we're able to be as nimble as possible and continue the capital investments that are needed for us to be able to constantly evolve as technology evolves.
Thanks, Claire. Megan, we started with you, got the last word.
Absolutely. So I interpreted the question a little differently, and I suppose what I reflect on is this interesting trade-off we have as digital leaders between the future-backed view of the world that we live in and some of our realities day to day. And how do we make the important trade-offs between that which is important but potentially long sort of delivery times, things like modernizing our technology systems, addressing legacy debt, with some of the more cutting-edge emerging thinking. And I think the most important thing is prioritization and focus within those two categories. And certainly what we're looking at doing here in the UK at the whole of government level, through my perspective in the Central Digital and Data Office, is we have not set out to modernize all legacy technology in the next 3 years, but we've set out to modernize our highest risk systems from an operational and a security perspective, and we'll be holding ourselves very firmly to account to deliver that. And then when it comes to emerging technology, we've identified the 2 or 3 that we think at the whole of government level we need to be much more purposeful in addressing. And that predominantly at the moment is very much centered around mobile apps. So I think what this comes down to is we can't do everything at once. And often we have very brownfield estates where there's a lot of work to be done in fixing the old before we can move on with the new. But the most important thing is within those 2 categories, the sort of turning the tanker around type activities and the speedboats that we can send off into the future, we focus and we stay really razor-sharp, keep a really razor-sharp focus on the things that count, that will deliver the greatest outcomes for the greatest number of people.
Thank you so much, Megan. We are sadly out of time. I'm sure you will join me in thanking our fantastic panel here. If you have any follow-up questions, I'm sure you will all be around. If there are follow-up questions, you can add them. Just before you get up, just to tell everybody, you've got 5 minutes to stretch your legs now before we go into the next session. We'll aim to start again at 12:25. I will be in the library for the next session doing innovation in inclusion. And then here in this hall, there will be innovation in artificial intelligence. So see you all very shortly. Thank you so much, everybody.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Some water. Wonderful. Would you like some?
Hello, everybody. Welcome to this session at Innovation 2023, looking at innovation in artificial intelligence. My name is Richard Johnston. I'm the executive editor at Global Government Forum, and we have a great panel with us today to discuss this very topical issue. And before I proceed to that, I do just want to let everybody know that we are aware we're running a few minutes late, but we are planning to make up the time, and I know that this session leads in to lunch, but I think it's going to be an absolutely fantastic discussion. I think we would have all perhaps instinctively known that AI had the potential to transform public services, but if we didn't, the last few weeks have shown how significant it could be with all the widespread publicity around ChatGPT. And we also know that governments around the world are exploring the potential for AI and related technologies to speed up the delivery of services. So we're going to hear a lot about that today. And I will introduce our panel for that discussion in a moment. I also want to thank our knowledge partner for this session, UiPath, and we will have time, hopefully, for some questions later in the session, so please do think of them. So let me introduce our panel before we hear some opening thoughts from them. We are joined on the far side of the stage by Sana Karagandhi. Sana is the former head of the UK Office for AI and led the office when the UK's national AI strategy was developed. We're also joined by Ivan Gauthier, the head of the Artificial Intelligence Accelerator in the National Research Council in Canada. Also with us today is Laura Gilbert, the Chief Analyst and Director of Data Science in 10 Downing Street here in the UK. We're also joined by Ed Chalice, the Head of AI Strategy at UiPath, and on the far side of the stage, Kevin Cunnington, the former Director General of the Government Digital Service here in the UK and now an expert advisor to Global Government Forum. So we're going to hear some brief opening thoughts from each of our panellists, and I'm going to ask Sana to provide them first. Thanks.
Well, thank you very much for having me here today. I'm excited to be part of this esteemed panel. Clearly, by all of you being here and ChatGPT being on every media stream I have, AI continues to be hyped and very interesting. These technologies have the potential to transform society and the economy and to really contribute to solving some of the biggest challenges of our time. They also continue to raise questions about work, automation, equality, fairness, policy, and there are also continued legitimate concerns about security, data, human rights, as well as many of our existing regulations. The UK government was one of the first places to set up an Office for AI, a focal point and a centre for AI policy in government, a place to act as the front door for the wider, thriving ecosystem that surrounds government, and also to act as sort of a compass for the amazing work that's sector-specific that's happening across all the different departments. Before I step down, as was mentioned just a minute ago, we published the UK's national AI strategy, setting out a vision for the future of how government's collective actions will improve both operational effectiveness and also maximize the effectiveness of these technologies for the benefit of everyone. The strategy is necessarily broad because trying to create a 10-year strategy right in a field as quickly evolving as these technologies is absolutely foolhardy. So the goal was to paint a structure for annual strategies, departmental strategies, and government spend to hang off of. So really to kind of provide a picture for that. The strategy is structured around 3 pillars. These are investing and planning for the long-term needs of the AI ecosystem. So you can imagine an entire strategy in a year being built on access to data and compute, access to finance and R&D, access to diverse skill sets, access to thriving capital markets, attracting and retaining the best people, getting companies to headquarter here. Any one of those could be the thing that this year the UK decides to spend its time on. The second is about ensuring that AI benefits all sectors and all regions in the UK, so not just the ones that take off first, but all. So this is about making sure that businesses and sectors benefit from AI technologies. And the third pillar of the strategy is all around the national and international governance of AI technologies. Again, even a small portion of this could be an entire government strategy or strategic focus for a year. So this is about encouraging innovation, investment, and protecting the public and our fundamental values, whilst ensuring that these technologies continue to thrive in the AI ecosystem. There's a load of things that the Office for AI and the rest of government continues to do. I encourage you to go and check these out on gov.uk. I'm going to stop talking now because I think I've overrun already, but here to answer any questions as we move on.
Thank you very much, Sana. A really good overview of the sheer scope of something like this for the government to tackle, and the steps that the UK is taking to do so is really interesting. I'll come to Ivan next to build on that.
Thanks, Richard, and thanks for the invitation. So I work for the National Research Council of Canada, where I lead an AI accelerator that focuses specifically on the needs of other federal departments in terms of their adoption of AI. And just as a bit of background, at the National Research Council, we do have multiple divisions, but one division has over 100 experts in different areas of AI. We have been in the machine learning space for over 40 years. We also have a long history of supporting both the private sector and the public sector with their AI needs when it comes to natural language processing, computer vision, you name it. So AI is not new to us, but what's really new and what motivated the creation of an acceleration program is a couple of things. First, the appetite of other departments now for AI. With what you mentioned, what's in the news, there's a lot of departments who see that as a key element of their digital transformation, but they don't necessarily have the expertise or the capacity to deliver on that. The other thing, because we work with the private sector and the public sector, we've seen over the recent years a divergence between the type of AI that is being done in the private sector and the type of AI that is required in the public sector. And not just differences in terms of speed or maturity, but differences in the type of problem sets and differences in how you do AI in a government context and how you apply the rules around responsible AI, because we have these frameworks in place in Canada. So that's really what motivated us to build the accelerator. We want to take the wealth of expertise and experience that we have and apply it to other departments. And basically, other departments come to us with their project ideas. We help them go through these ideas. We assess the feasibility of them. We spend quite a lot of time looking at their data to see what's feasible, what's not. And at the end of this feasibility assessment stage, which we do at no cost to other departments, we provide different recommendations. For example, okay, you need to collect more data, or maybe you should use this solution that already exists, or maybe you shouldn't go into AI for that sort of problem. But we provide these recommendations, and if the recommendation is that, okay, you need a custom system for your problem, then we accompany these departments. We build solutions and partnerships with them in fairly short amounts of time, 3 to 6 months. We want to make sure that at the end of these 6 months, they have made a significant progress. They may not be quite ready for production, but close, and they have made a significant progress in their journey. So I leave it at that. Thanks again.
Thanks very much. Really interesting to hear the appetite across the Canadian government requiring the creation of a specific program and the speed of it. A lot of, I think, what we touch on in innovation today is kind of a question of speed and how quickly innovations can be rolled out in governments. So 3 to 6 months does sound pacey. That's excellent to hear. I'm going to ask Laura for her opening reflections.
Hello, thank you very much. I am the Director of Data Science in Downing Street, as Rich mentioned. I run quite a small team. It's about 23 people, and then we have another 10 people that are software developers and sort of help us speed up delivery of software through government. We've been using artificial intelligence for some time to sort of focus on specific targets. Historically, before ChatGPT arrived, we were using this kind of technology, so internal large language models and NLP as well, to look at things, everything from, for example, we're doing a piece of work on looking at infant and maternal outcomes in childbirth, so reading incident reports generated by the NHS to see if we can find ways to improve outcomes for mothers and babies, try and identify the themes in common for different demographics that cause bad outcomes and see if you can find ways to intervene. So, through from that sort of thing to internal work. It won't surprise you to know that if you train a model on feedback for senior civil servants, it's very easy to figure out whether or not the person writing the feedback is talking about a man or a woman. And we can go further and assess the sorts of skills based on the job adverts that go out and the CVs that come through and see who's been promoted in civil service and what sort of skills we're growing in-house and developing and what sort of skills we're really losing. With the advent of ChatGPT, of course, this starts to look much more interesting and has broader impacts. So we're very excited, on the one hand, to learn how we can use this kind of technology to improve public services directly. You can do a lot with this sort of technology that's equalizing and, generates a lot more efficiency. You can imagine everything from gov.uk, really good instant translations, changing the reading age depending on the kind of person that's trying to interact with the system, and rapidly streamlining people to get to the information that they want to get. That starts to look incredibly important. It's also an equalizing technology in a number of other ways. Using this well, we can extract inherent racial biases in the way we do healthcare, inadvertently, but with very real effects. We can use it in the broader society. You can imagine that with the advent of AI lawyers, people who wouldn't have the finances to get legal support before can now access it. But this comes with quite big changes to the way we operate as a society. So in that particular case, if everybody has an AI lawyer, and it's free or close to free, do we suddenly fill the courts with a lot more cases and we don't have the infrastructure to support that? So, we need a strategy as a government that takes into account the very big social changes that are likely to come. And of course, alongside that, very significant risks. We don't really understand what the future looks like, particularly in spaces like misinformation, the way the internet's used, the way it can be used to target people, and the way that society will change as a result of this technology being readily available. And I think a lot of work needs to go into that. I'm reminded of a conversation I had with a colleague who said, well, look, don't worry about it. Our children will grow up with this kind of AI, and they'll know how to interact with it. And I said, I grew up with advertising, and I'm still a sitting target. So, I don't really buy that argument. So, there's something in the way we engage in the regulatory space to make sure that businesses can develop here and really, take full advantage of the sort of opportunities that are coming. And there's something about the way we engage with the public and the way that we try to work together to make sure that society is in as safe as possible place going forward that's also crucially important. So, on the one hand, we are launching innovation fellowships. There's a relaunch where we're trying to bring artificial intelligence real experts into government and put them in the public services and try and get things more automatic and better for the people. And then there's a big piece of work to do in how we make sure we're safe. So it's an exciting new world, but we have a lot of responsibility resting on us to do it really well.
Yeah, that's really interesting, the scale of the challenge that this presents, and the challenge if it works, as you say, if AI does open up more legal avenues to people, then yeah, that has knock-on effects in public services. Really interesting thoughts. Thank you very much for those. I'm going to ask Ed for some opening reflections.
Hi everyone, my name's Ed Chalice. So I head up the AI strategy team at UiPath. UiPath is a leading automation platform which businesses and organizations use to scalably, quickly automate processes in a way that's kind of safe and compliant and secure. I've been working in AI for coming up to 20 years as a researcher in industry. I founded a startup in this space. I think the only things I kind of want to say, I'm going to keep it really short, is the power of these systems today is absolutely staggering. I think I just have two slides, if I can show those. So, and the development of the power is unbelievably fast. So, like 4 years ago, no AI researcher would say these kind of results are possible. This is the performance of GPT models against the benchmark of tests in the American education system. So you've got kind of like AP, so like advanced placements, like A-level type exams. You've got GRE exams, right? And on the y-axis is how the AI is performing as a percentile versus humans. So AI models, which haven't been specifically trained to perform, or like in any of these exams, are often performing in the 90th percentile of undergraduate degree courses or postgraduate degree course exams. This is like an unbelievable thing. It's technology which exists today. It's just not yet embedded in our organizations and our societies. The only thing I could say is that every single one of us, as a person, as a family, as a society, as an organization, is going to be massively impacted by this. And it's, I think, our duty to, like, ring the bell in the companies that we work in, right? And get the attention of the people that can really move the needle and make the case that we need to, like, triple down 10x our thinking, our involvement, our planning around this, because it is absolutely massive. And if we don't have a plan, if we don't have a strategy, things will evolve in ways which we don't want them to. Yeah, that's everything from me. Thanks.
Thanks, Ed. Really interesting point on the strategy, and maybe perhaps touch on that in the questions, because we've heard about the national strategy for the UK, but how do public sector organisations, individual organisations build their strategy, I think would be interesting. And last, for opening comments, I'll turn to Kevin.
Yeah, so, hello, I'm Kevin Cunnington, former head of GDS here in the UK. But actually, more importantly, like Ed, I'm a postgraduate in AI from 1983. So keep that figure in mind. And for the first decade, like Ed, I practiced AI. So I now like to think I was 40 years ahead of my time and about 30 off the pace. So with that said, we recently hosted in the UK the Minister for Artificial Intelligence from the United Arab Emirates. He's a lovely fella. I've met him a number of times. His Excellency Omar Al-Alama. And as part of that, we did some research ahead of his visit to say, what are the 5 things that we think are the most important aspects of AI in public service in the UK? And I'll go through the list, Richard, briefly, but hopefully give the audience a little bit of chance to show how expert they are in some of these areas as well. So the first area will not come as a surprise. It's explainability. Where do you use AI in government if it can't really explain how it derived that decision when we're meant to be transparent? Second is rather niche. Various people this morning talked about how important digital identity is to digital transformation. AI is used pretty extensively in digital ID. It's used in the fuzzy matching of addresses at registration. It's used in the biometric recognition of individuals. And then finally, it's used a lot in fraud detection around identity fraud. So there's a good topic to discuss. The third area is capability and training. At least my experience of training AI people in the civil service was good, but they left almost immediately because the gap between civil service pay for AI scientists and the private sector is quite large at this point. The final two are a little bit techie, so I'll appeal to techies in the audience. The first is synthetic data, the use of data that has been anonymized, normally in the health service, to remove people's names, and many times to obfuscate their date of birth so they can't be triangulated. It's also used in things like oil exploration to make up data, where we have data that isn't sufficient. We often make it up so that we can train machine learning algorithms. And the last topic is data or digital twinning, where we create effectively software twins for things like nuclear power stations or airliners that we can crash without the ramifications of doing that in the real world. Councillor.
Great, thank you, Kevin. That's everybody's opening thoughts. I'm going to guess there are lots of questions for this, so if you could raise your hand. I'm going to stand up at the lectern to help me see where questions are coming from, and I'm going to see, are there any questions in the upper tier?
I'll move to the middle so I can see.
Anybody got any questions up there? I'll take the questions in pairs. So if there's anybody up there who would like to ask a question. Well, we'll come back to you then. See if there's anyone on the floor here. Gentleman there with his hand up. It's a green lanyard. As I said, I'll take the questions in pairs. So short questions and short answers would be much appreciated.
Yeah, so I'm Stephen from the Department of Health, and it was already touched upon by the last speaker there, but what are the thoughts of that balance between, especially the more modern AIs, who obviously their approaches to that black box style work, how do you balance that really against sort of transparency in decision making, other than just going, here's the data, this is what the solution we asked for, it's an AI.
Thanks very much. And down at the front here. The microphone will come to you in a moment.
Hello, yeah, Sean Conley, HMRC. Around artificial intelligence is better for some tasks, humans are better for other tasks. I'm wondering if your thoughts around how we can, in the interim between the job creation that's going to come from this eventually, how we can focus on replacing tasks with AI rather than roles.
Excellent, thanks very much. Laura, do you want to touch on that first? Perhaps the black box element and what that means for the policy making?
It's obviously one of the main sort of downsides of AI is often the relative lack of explainability. I don't think that's of itself a good reason not to use it for most use cases. What you need to do when you're doing data science or decent analysis or anything with modeling and prediction is you have to have expertise and you have to have a really strong understanding of the data that goes into it. And without that, you get it just as wrong as if you just threw it into a machine and let it run. So, if we are trying to look at, the outcomes of some polling data, say, and we don't understand the demographic we're polling, and we don't understand what's happened to them before, and we don't have a decent baseline. So an example I'll give you, there was some polling that went out during COVID which said, do parents feel comfortable sending their children back to school? And I looked at that and I thought, we don't know how comfortable parents are sending their children to school anyway. Has anyone checked how comfortable you are? Do you think your child's going to be bullied? Do you think they're going to be run over on the way to school? So, data with a lack of a baseline. And I could go on about this sort of thing. Should you be polling parents? They're desperate to get their kids back to school. What do the 80% of not parents think about the whole thing is also relevant. But when we're doing this kind of work, you can't just throw something at an algorithm and say, oh, I've got a mean and a standard deviation and we're done here. So I think the black box thing, it's very important, but unless you have expertise there and some kind of explanation for why this makes rational sense, then you're just data mining, and we shouldn't be using it anyway, and that's not just constrained to AI. So I suppose I'm less worried about that. It's what you need the experts to run it that's the important part there.
Yeah, I mean, one thing I think is that humans are black boxes. I mean, literally, how does a human come up with their decision? They have hunches, they have presuppositions. You ask them to justify themselves, you ask them to explain their thinking. We can do the same things with these models. I actually think also because these are objects, things, we can test them and actually try and expose, test if they are biased or unfair in certain ways. And in many sense, they open up a kind of opportunities for more objectivity and more scrutiny to how these things are done.
Just to add to Matt's point there, I completely agree, because if you think about the way that today you might choose a surgeon or a doctor or somebody else who is making a black box decision for you, what you're querying and looking at is their experience, what kind of training they've had, what school they've gone to, various other things. In time, we will have a similar assurance for these algorithms. And just like Laura's saying, just because we don't know exactly what it's doing inside this black box shouldn't necessarily stop us from using it. What we need to understand is all of the things surrounding it and all of the quote-unquote health warnings in terms of the data that's gone into it, how you interrogate it, and those kind of understanding as we wait for the assurance. Not to mention the amount of work that's being done, because you can understand, most of the time you can understand actually what's happening inside these algorithms. We choose not to because we want the answer quicker. So that trade-off between, rapidly finding an answer to understanding exactly where that answer came from is a decision that we have taken ourselves, but you can back that up.
And Ivan, I'll let you come in, but if you can also touch on the thoughts about what is being affected by AI. Can we use AI for tasks rather than jobs as well? That was the point of making.
Yeah, I can touch on both points, but just to finish on the other question, it always boils down to the kind of application that you have, and do you have a decision to be made based on that AI? So in Canada, we have a directive on automated decision making. So any algorithm that will ultimately take an administrative decision or make a recommendation about an administrative decision has to go through an algorithmic impact assessment. And then that's where you evaluate the impact of your model, and is it going to impact one person? Is it going to impact an entire population, and so on? And depending on the level of risk involved, you have all kinds of layers of peer reviews that are necessary, layers of transparency that are necessary, but it boils down to what you want to do, because there might be some more industrial type of applications where there's no impact to the black box really. So it really depends. You also need to consider, and that's going back to the second question, are you trying to make decisions automatically, or are you trying to augment the human? Because I think this is where we're going, really, human augmentation and not human replacement. If you look at the world of chess, it used to be that humans were the best, then computers were the best, and now it's like teams of computers and humans who are competing against each other. And I think that's when you extract the best of public servants, is when you have public servants that are augmented by wealth of data and wealth of AI.
Kevin, do you want to come in on that?
No, I can wait for the next one then.
Fair enough. I'll go back to our colleagues at the top then. If we can have 2 questions from up there, that would be great.
Could I come in on the human augmented AI point for a second?
Of course.
Thank you very much. It's, there's a dream world outcome for me here. We have a vast majority, probably, of people working in the UK who spend a lot of their time doing paperwork. And when you look at the 4.5% of people in this country, not workers, people in total, who work in health and social care, their ability to do paperwork well under pressure when they're very tired causes people to live or die. Human augmented AI, where it supports better decision-making, catches mistakes, and radically reduces the amount of paperwork that you're doing, can lead people to much more satisfying careers, I very much hope, and could even lead to a world where we don't need to spend such a high proportion of our lives working, and that would be my dream outcome in this world. There you go, that's the future as far as I can see. Slightly, more time with your family, less time working because the paperwork's handled.
It sounds idyllic. Let's get
Lovely.
Two questions from upstairs, please.
Hello. Yes. Hi. My question is, given that AI has become so close to human intelligence in some form, what are the thoughts on using existing regulations and laws that are designed for humans but on AI.
I missed that.
Great, thanks very much. And we'll take a second question up there if there's another.
Thank you. I'm Marcus, Product Manager for Innovation at HMRC. AI is often, it's been around for longer than a lot of people realise, but it's still often painted as this scary, futuristic, we don't really understand it type of thing. How can we better sell it to people who don't work in innovation, people who don't work in technology, so they feel more comfortable to experiment and to embrace it?
Excellent. I'll go to perhaps Ivan first. Take either of those points on the use of regulations that were made for humans. Do we need to rethink regulations around AI? And then how to better engage public servants in the process. I'll go to Ivan first and then the rest of them.
So I didn't fully get the question, but if I understand it well, as I mentioned, there are ways to involve the public in building good policies around the governance of AI, and that's what we've done in Canada from the get-go a few years ago when we did the Directive on Automated Decision-Making, and now it's going under a fairly substantial review by our Treasury Board, and it involves many forums with the public, with different sets of public servants. And I think that's the way to do it. You need to involve people and make sure that their concerns are heard and addressed properly in these regulations.
And Sana, did the UK strategy look at the kind of regulation world that AI is coming into and consider what might need to be tweaked?
Yeah. Yes, absolutely. In fact, I love both of those questions. The second one, especially around society and how we bring them along this journey, is for me hugely important. So I'll touch on that in a minute as well. But yes, absolutely. So one of the things the UK is doing is looking at an AI regulation white paper to review kind of what are some of the changes that need to happen in order to make sure we feel protected. The key there being that it isn't, the UK has an incredibly good existing regulatory framework. This is about looking at that and looking at what changes, if any, are required in order to make sure that these digital technologies are monitored appropriately, that there's coordination, that there isn't confusion between where a specific use case might land, so that the regulators themselves can look at this. In fact, if I open my iPad, I can start to talk about existing regulators that are looking at this, whether it's the ICO or the MHRQ. These are the medical health or in Information Commission's office, where they've started to look at some of this. Within the government as well, the Centre for Data Ethics and Innovation is looking at assurance, and we have worked very closely with Canada on the algorithmic assessment tool. So there is, government is looking at trying to take a proportionate approach to this, because the specific use cases are super important to look at. So you want to be making sure that you're looking at risk-based assessments, rather than talking about AI as a set of technologies, or actually trying to regulate a specific technology. So I encourage you, there's already a policy paper that's been published by the government, and the white paper is coming out soon. I bet Laura knows more about this than I do. And then on the society point, which is about how do we make sure that we take the public along with us on this journey, I think the most important thing there is we need to stop talking about these technologies, referring to them as AI. Because as soon as we call it AI, what I mean and what you hear and what someone else means are completely different. We need to be thinking about what specifically you're talking about. So are we talking about large language models? Are we talking about a vision algorithm that is helping us detect cancer lesions? What are we talking about? So that use case is really, really important. The second is, and I usually have my phone on me, and I hold it up in places like this, and I say, you need to talk to people about their pocket AI, right? We have our phones that we take with us everywhere, and that phone has inside it a huge amount of AI that all of us depend on, absolutely depend on, every single day. So whether it is the application that helped me get to the back door, the last few times my Google Maps has taken me to the back door of where I need to go because it's faster to get there. So there are problems with these. Whether it's those kinds of things or a GPS that's telling you which route to take, or an algorithm in your calendar that's helping you identify where the slots are in your time, or which tasks are overdue, or the fact that you haven't called your mom for a while, or whatever that happens to be. So these pocket AI is the best way to intimate with the public that this isn't a brand new thing that they have to be using. This is a thing they interact with on a daily basis. And so trying to bring the level of conversation down to the point where people understand and feel comfortable asking questions, that's what I find is the most important thing. Whether you're talking to people in government, whether you're talking to people on a board, whether you're talking to a person or a grandma on the street, they need to feel comfortable about asking the question and not feeling confused and overwhelmed by the fear fog, which is, the edge cases of where we are. So, yeah, stop.
I'll let Laura comment on that point as well. That's very interesting.
I think that's a really excellent point. I mean, everybody's using Google Maps, Ring doorbells. It's incredibly ubiquitous technology. And when you looked at the launch of ChatGPT, it came out in November. By January, it had 100 million users a month. This is not just the fastest kind of user technology. It might be the fastest thing ever in the world. So we're really not struggling to get people to engage with this kind of technology. I think where it becomes, worrying and important is how we engage with their trust of it and how we handle the sort of misinformation environment that is doubtless going to be escalating even more quickly.
Yeah. And Ed, what do you think that organisations should do, government should do to kind of build that trust to better sell AI?
Well, I mean, I think it's kind of, currently it's all very intangible. That's my kind of feeling. There's a lot of, people hear these words, maybe they play around with it, but what does it actually mean for them? I think the answer is to build valuable solutions which improve people's daily lives, and then that will, create a snowball effect. So that's my kind of 2 cents, is to build things with it which help people.
Yeah. And Kevin, comment?
Well, I was going to answer the historic question, if I may, about AI, because I feel well qualified to answer the historic question about AI. And people know that AI really goes right back to the war with Alan Turing, and the Enigma machine was probably the first example of intelligent computing. But we were chatting in the green room, so I'm going to tell you your story if you don't mind. It's such a good story. And Ivan took the day out to go to the war rooms, the cabinet war rooms. And who knew that British anti-aircraft guns used predictive logic based on radar tracks of German bombers to fire automatically? If we did that today, we'd think that was very clever. We'd think that was AI. But they were doing this in the Second World War. And kind of genuinely, over the last 40 years, I've kind of dumbed down AI, because it is really quite hard to do it well. A lot of the things that we've done well tend to be quite specialist. They tend to move into common usage, and then we genuinely forget their AI. So if I'll tell you another funny story. When I was a youngster in the 80s, one of my first jobs was to program an AI system to underwrite life insurance policies. And at the time, this was the Thatcher years when everybody was trying to get endowment mortgages, there were way more than we could ever process manually with people. So I wrote a system, and it managed to process 60% of them. Not all of them, 60%. But it took away the 60% of ones that was easy, and it just saved people looking at it. And therefore, 100% of people now focused on 40. And I had to give a presentation on AI a couple of years ago, and I thought, what would happen if I put in AI usage in life underwriting? And to my disbelief, well, so one part, everybody copied what I'd done. All of a sudden it became the world standard, the way of doing life underwriting, and everybody does it and nobody talks about it. But having typed it into Google about 25 years later, there's this chap in South Korea claimed to have invented AI in underwriting, which kind of sums it up really, that what you think has gone has already gone, and then you're doing it again. But I guess my final reflection would be, I do think the pace of AI in this last 5 years though has changed dramatically from what we've seen. One of the presenters presented something today saying that the power of AI systems now doubles every 59 days. Well, in my day, it doubled every 59 years. And I think that is quite a profound observation, that the pace of AI now is rapidly different from the hyperbole over the last 20, 30, 40 years.
We'll take 2 more questions from the floor before we go to one. There's a hand raised over there on the front row.
Hi, this is all very, very interesting. I was struck by what Ed said. It's a very, very focused piece of talking, where he said ring the bell at least twice. So human beings have a pretty checkered track record of being ethical and considered when new technology appears. We see go back 40, 50,000 years as far as you can dig it out of the ground. I've heard it described that the advent of AI, General Ronaldo, is sort of the equivalent of the nuclear arms race, because it can be weaponized, used for disruptive and nefarious means. So there's a bit of context there. We might try to use it well, other state agents might try to use it differently, make your own conclusions. If we need to go faster with our development and application of it, which might be pressured by external factors rather than our own internal culture and desire to progress in a steady way, what's the safest way to do that? I think you talked about AI's synthetic models of all things. How big can the sandbox go? Because it's a machine brain doing this. Yeah. And in 10 years' time, it'll double in 3 days. It feels like a bit of a race against time to do it well and safely, but still be competitive and secure. It's a long question, but I think that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely. And one question right here on the end of the row as well. So there's a roving mic.
Thank you. My name's Naomi. I'm from the Department of Work and Pensions. I'm intentionally leaving this question quite broad because I'd love to see where the roads go. I don't know anything about artificial intelligence. When I think about it, I think about iRobot. So for me, as a line manager, somebody working in an office, how will AI influence HR, for example?
Excellent. I'll share those questions across the panel. Please take them where you will. Kevin, there was a specific element mention, I think, of synthetic data in the first question, if you want to kick that off.
And I think that, just to repeat the questions, it's quite hard to hear up here. The questions around how big could the sandbox get in terms of use of synthetic data, and I think there probably is no limit to the sandbox today. I can imagine, I mean, if you look at the history of data, I can certainly remember when kilobytes was the measure. I can certainly remember megabytes, I can remember gigabytes, I can remember terabytes, I can remember, was it petabytes, and then exabytes. And that's all happened in my lifetime. And now the standard measure is exabyte. And so if that's the way data's exponentially increased, you can imagine that the use of synthetic data will be comparable, and clearly you can scale computing power in the same or parallel ways to match that. So I think the long answer to your long question was it's as big as we want it to be and can get to be infinite.
We're almost moving into a world where the speed of which you can discover and invent starts to become more important. So one of my staff members over the weekend, he used to work for the Met Police until quite recently, and he trained a model sort of while he was making lunch that predicted whether or not a missing person was likely to be high risk. I can't tell you how long that would have taken even a few months ago, but it wouldn't have been over lunch. So for me, the thing that's really changed, you know, the amount of data available on the internet, and you know, it's been doubling at almost an exponentially increasing rate. But the speed at which you can start to build a model that will test a hypothesis or that will try to guide you towards an outcome, that's the speed of that's radically increased.
Mm-hmm. And Sana, I'll put the point, if I can generalise the first question about the kind of national security implications, the sort of arms race of AI to you. Is that something that was considered in the strategy?
So, absolutely not. We drew a line under defence. There are people who are much better suited than, from a general perspective, to be looking at the arms race question. But I will touch on. There's a huge amount of study on this question, which is, you know, artificial general intelligence, is it good or is it bad? Should we just shut it all down and so on? I won't get into the arguments because it's much better done over a glass of wine, to be honest. But there is some really good work by various professors, such as Stuart Russell, for example. He's written a book called Human Compatible. He talks about how we should, for example, change the paradigm of AI algorithms so that the human remains in charge of the objective function. So the AI continues to do a specific thing, but comes back to the human to query what their objective is at every step. And this keeps a human completely in the loop in terms of these things. But the inherent double-edged sword of AI applications is entirely why the ethical AI and all the conversations around responsible and AI across governments and policies is such an important and continues to be an important and thriving conversation. Not only that, but with central academics having that discourse and helping policymakers think these things through. So even companies like Meta themselves have changed their tagline from move fast and break things. They are moving away from that, specifically for the reasons that Yvonne talked about earlier, which is the impact of these technologies now aren't, you know, a few people in your surrounding vicinity. An application goes live, everyone uses it instantly, right? So we have to be thinking about those things a lot more and a lot sooner than we have been in the past.
And Ivan, if I can put the second question to you about some of the kind of practical thoughts about how it's going to...
Yes, and I think the question was about HR, which is interesting because I actually worked with our own HR department at the National Research Council on a few projects, and the staff there they were spending weeks and weeks and weeks of time for collecting data, processing data around employee onboarding, around employee satisfaction, and this was not the best use of their time, so we automated all that with dashboards initially, but then we started to use AI and predictive analytics to say, okay, in terms of onboarding, for example, if this new employee that, you know, the process just started today, here's the risk of him not having his computer on time or his network account on time or that sort of thing. We also did causal analysis to figure out what might be causing some insatisfaction in employee surveys and that sort of thing. So these are the kind of things that are, I would say, not too difficult to build with existing technology. And the other advantage is that all the departments, all the federal departments, or all the government departments, they have HR problems. And if you succeed in one place with your enterprise data, you can likely translate your solution to another place and impact a lot of people for the good.
Thank you very much. And I'll just ask Ed for some closing thoughts on that.
Yeah, I don't think there's just like so many opportunities. So you know, you could give AI all of your employee handbook, all of your policies. And then employees could just ask a question. So I'm constantly asking my colleagues, how do you book a holiday here? How do you change your pension contribution? I don't know the system. I don't know who to ask. So you could just instantly go to that. It could ensure that all of your documentation is consistent by reading it and checking that these things all match up. We at my work, we have this kind of anonymous feedback channel. We use Slack, instead of Teams, and people leave anonymous feedback. I'm a manager, I love to read it, but there's too much of it. It's coming through at such a rate, I can't keep on top of it. It could summarize that, track that. Any place where there's kind of information synthesis and then kind of next action, I think that's the kind of high-level form factor.
Job descriptions. So you can check whether or not a job description is inherently biased towards men or male or female or any other thing. That's a really brilliant HR tool that's AI-driven, uses sentiment analysis and stuff like that. It's really good.
Excellent. Thank you, everybody, for joining this panel today, and thank you, everybody out there. We're going to have to draw that session to a close there, but I do feel it's one of those sessions that starts more conversations. And do feel free to continue those conversations over the lunch break and beyond. And thank you to our knowledge partner, UiPath, for supporting this session. As I said, it is lunchtime now. Please follow the signs based on your lanyard colour. Don't worry, the food is as good in both locations. It's just to help us control the numbers in different areas. And we will see you after lunch for sessions on innovation in skills and workforce and innovation in data. So the last thing to do is to thank the panel for taking part. Thank you.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't going to say it.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
So welcome back, everybody. I hope you enjoyed your lunch or managed to get some refreshments and are back energised for our first session of the afternoon. Traditionally, this is no pressure, guys, but this is the difficult session, the post-lunch session. So we're going to keep the energy high in this session. It will be the same format as we've had before, so I'm going to introduce our speakers, ask them to give very short opening remarks, and then it's over to you in the audience to put your questions. And by now, I think you'll see there's kind of overlap between some of the sessions, so I think a lot of the things that you will have spoken about will be relevant for this session as well. So we are talking now about innovation in skills and workforce, so kind of how do governments and civil services really make sure that their workforces have the skills that they need to be these innovative forces for change and to embrace all of the new technologies that we've been talking about. And I'm delighted to have with us here today, so we have Thomas Beautyman, who's Deputy Director at the Government Digital, for Government Digital Capability, sitting in the Cabinet Office here in the UK. And then we have Ryan Acosta, who is the Commissioner for the Civil Service Commission, all the way from the Philippines. Lovely to have you with us here, Ryan. We have John Park, who is Head of Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google Cloud, one of our knowledge partners. And then you've heard from Ping Soon this morning. I'm delighted to have you back, Ping Soon, Chief Executive Officer from the Government Technology Agency in Singapore. And then we also have Debbie Adler, who's Director General for People, Capability and Place at the Department for Work and Pensions here in the United Kingdom. So, Thomas, over to you for some opening thoughts.
3,863 vacancies. That was the number I shared with this forum a year ago. Today, that number is now 4,123 digital maker vacancies that we have across the civil service. That's a gap. That's a gap of cloud engineers that we need to make sure when we agree a pay offer with probation officers and with barristers, we don't have to recode 5 different systems to make that work. That's a gap in our workforce of accessibility specialists and user researchers that we need to make sure that we are hearing those seldom heard voices and building the skills, the systems that can genuinely serve some of those most marginalised communities that come to government for help. So we have a gap in terms of the digital makers that government needs in the UK. We also have a gap when we look beyond the digital makers, when we look into the wider workforce. And like many organisations, I think we're reflecting in the civil service that the skills we need to deliver modern government are changing. More than 50% of our people tell us they don't feel confident that they've got the skills that they need to deliver in future. So what does that mean for us? Well, I would suggest there's 2 critical imperatives. For all of those in the room that have agency and are decision makers and can go and advocate, firstly, there is a choice. There's a choice and a need to prioritise, to genuinely make addressing some of these challenges a priority now. And the second imperative is actually we look inward and we make sure that if everybody understands it's their role as a manager and leader in the civil service in government in the UK to grow those skills from within. It's not for HR, it's not for a cross-government forum, it's actually all of our job to develop the skills that we need in future. So I thought I'd leave with just three thoughts as to, I suppose, my appeal to this audience. The first thing is, like any good change program, we need to tell the story. Why? Why is this an issue? Why is it important? And we need to back that up with measuring ourselves and testing how we're going to do that. And I work in a team called the Central Digital Data Office in Cabinet Office. Never before do we have the richness of our workforce insight that we now have, and we can see how we're progressing. The second bit of advice I would give this group, and maybe takeaway, is to make sure that we can role model to others. One of the things that we've done across the course of the last year is we've brought together a group of permanent secretaries across the civil service that meet every 2 months now to talk digital skills. And they increasingly are role modelling to others the change that we need to make to our workforce. And then the final appeal is we need to make sure our most senior leaders are equipped. And one of the things we did in Cabinet Office last year was set a new standard for the skills and the confidence that we expect all senior civil servants to have in future. A digital mindset, being data literate, being able to think with a user-first mindset. If you don't see your leaders, if you're not looking across your colleagues and seeing from your SCS community those behaviours, please encourage them to do so, because it's a critical imperative for us to make sure those leaders are able to role model from the front. Thank you.
Brilliant, thank you, Thomas. So really quite startling figures in terms of the kind of gaps that we have in terms of digital specialists that we need to recruit. But as you say, either bringing in from externally, but also how do you grow internally and train up people who are already in the civil service? Why is it important for delivering modern services, as you said? And also quite telling that 50%, more than 50% of people say they don't have the skills that they need to deliver kind of a modern civil service. And then I'd be interested if people will take up the challenge of challenging your own permanent secretaries and your senior leaders if you don't think they are role modelling some of those skills and behaviours that you would like them to see. Thank you so much, Thomas. Ryan, over to you to hear from the Philippines.
Yeah, thank you. I'll be speaking about the Philippine experience on this topic. But first, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Actually, the Philippines is embarking on a transformational journey pursuant to its ambition natin 2040, or our 2040 ambition. This ambition is a collective long-term vision and aspirations of the Filipino people for themselves and for the country in achieving a stable, a safe and secure life for every Filipino. The office that I work for, the Civil Service Commission, or the CSC, is the central human resource agency of the whole bureaucracy. So in support of the Ambition Natin 2040 initiative, we took on the mammoth task of transforming our 123-year-old bureaucracy into institutions that are smart, with future-ready workforce capable of serving the ever-growing population of the Philippines, which right now stands at more than 109 million. And because of the limited human resource personnel of the government, without any expectation that it will increase proportionately with the population, the bureaucracy really has no choice but to embrace change, innovation, and creativity. If there's one silver lining in the COVID-19 pandemic, at least in the experience of the Philippines, it is that it catalyzed or expedited the implementation of several digital transformation initiatives. Nonetheless, we are still a long way from our desired state. In fact, from the needs assessment and the digital maturity assessment we've conducted last year, the CSC, together with 7 other public sector institutions, were put at the midpoint of the transition level, the third in the 5 stages of digital transformation, where we found out that we still need to develop capacity and capability, especially in people, culture, and technology. From these assessments, we are now mapping out our transformation journey through what we dub as EPIC plan, where E stands for educate leadership, P stands for promoting engagement and involvement, and connectivity. I stands for improvement in digital competency, and finally C for creating technology-enabled platforms. As I've said, we have a long way to cover, but as I think at this stage of our journey, we do have some lessons that some organizations may want to consider in their own digital transformation journey. Number one, I think that I can think of is starting small and simple. In fact, our online courses at the Civil Service Institute started by just encouraging the course administrators to try out the different online applications. In 2 years, we were able to triple the number of governments trained using that framework. Number two is to prioritize initiatives that have relatively high level of success, because enhancing the confidence of your workforce is very critical, and to encourage them to pursue bigger challenges. Number three is to nurture a culture of openness to creative and innovations. Number four, I think, is to leverage on the experiences and best practices of your networks, because we don't have to learn everything the hard way. We are very thankful for our local agencies and counterparts at the ASEAN and several other countries which help us by giving us resources and sharing their experiences, which is very important. And finally, I've heard this from one speaker earlier, just to keep moving forward. Even the more advanced or the most advanced agencies we've benchmarked with admitted that failure is a necessary part of the process. So what's important is to keep moving, to just keep focusing on the goal. Thank you very much for the opportunity to share insights from the Philippines, and most importantly, to hear from speakers from other countries whose transformations are far more advanced than ours.
Thank you so much. I mean, I love the fact that you've called it the EPIC plan, because it really encapsulates the scale of the ambition that you have for your citizens, over 109 million citizens, so no small task there. And really nice that you've already got lessons to share with people, so learning. So start small and simple, prioritise success so that others can see that success, nurture an open culture, and as we've heard in other sessions, really leverage your networks. Don't create things yourself if other people have already done that. Thank you so much, Ryan, for that perspective. John, over to you.
Thank you, Siobhan, and it's a great pleasure to be here today and have the opportunity to represent Google, and to hear a lot of the conversations that have been happening this morning have made me very optimistic about the potential that is in this room and the desire to work with each other to take change forward. And in that spirit, we did some work with the Global Government Forum and the Cabinet Office towards the end of last year, trying to understand where the skills needs were and where the opportunities were across government, to try and help government, but also to help us better understand and inform the debate around skills development, particularly in the context of digital transformation. And we, as you would expect, we found some interesting points of feedback, but we also got some really positive points of feedback as well. You know, as you could imagine, lots of people think that digital transformation could be held back by technology, legacy technology in particular. You'll find also that there is disparities between departments where people feel they have access to gaining skills and digital skills, but others may not, and may feel that if they did, they would be able to deliver services much better in the way that they can at the moment. But what I found really interesting and what made me very optimistic about it was that over 85% of all civil servants see it in their role to innovate. Whatever that innovation looks like, they believe that is something we should be doing. And again, that is something to highlight how much potential there is there. And also 76% of that 86% believe that technology is part of unlocking that innovation. So again, a very positive result. But there are challenges there, so what do we have to do about that? I think from a Google perspective, our view is very much about trying to work in partnership with government. I think that should be something that all of the private sector and the public sector should aspire to. We think that's key to unlocking innovation, but we also think that's key to unlocking innovation in skills, whether that's how you access skills, whether that's how you develop them yourself, whether that's how you learn. So I think that is, again, an area we should think about. And we know that from some of the work that we've done with the departments. We've been working with DFT and working with ONS on how we build capacity and help them develop skills on some of the joint projects that we're working on. So that's what happens at a very direct level. But I think that we all have that broader responsibility to ensure that the public sector is a place where it can attract talent and develop skills. So we're thinking very carefully about how we do that. And that's not just about in the public sector, but it's about the broader economy as well. I think it was raised this morning in the first session about how we have more fluidity between the public and private sectors, and that's something I would definitely agree with. More fluidity between governments, more fluidity in the UK as well, because we're a changing country. I think there's a lot of opportunity there. And what we do in Google at the moment to try and create that culture of learning and develop these opportunities is run a lot of our own programmes which try to reach as far as they can into communities. So we have Digital Garage, which has been running since 2015, has nearly had over 900,000 people access free training to help them gather skills. Skills about going online or just taking your first steps, or skills that help you build your business or build your career in a different direction. The more we see that happening, the more we see results, and we see that as a responsibility to continue with programmes like that. But more specifically as well, and I think this is really relevant to what we've been talking about here today, is how do we harness existing programmes that are out there, particularly apprenticeship programmes, I would say, which are well placed to upskill and develop people and give them opportunities to have those qualifications which will help them in their job that they're in at the moment, but also will help them to go into the future opportunities that they may have. And I think it's, if we were talking about making sure that people can have public and private and voluntary sector experience indeed, looking at how we use apprenticeships, looking at how we utilise existing frameworks we have in place, I think would be a really good first start. And the final thing I want to close on, we've been really focused on how we make technology more accessible. We opened our first accessibility discovery centre outside North America just at the end of last year. And that is looking at, in an agnostic way, across all technology, how that becomes more accessible, how we develop that. So no matter what your background is, that you can access technology and you could use it in your day-to-day life or use it in your career to move forward. So it's great to have the opportunity to be part of this panel today, and I look forward to the questions from the audience.
Thank you, John. Really interesting for anyone that was in the inclusion session before lunch. One of the things that came up there is we need more learning and development people in the room when we're talking about inclusion. So interesting to hear what you said about the accessibility work that you've been doing, but also just interesting what you said there about the partnership working between private and public sector being increasingly important and increasingly normal, how we can learn from each other. And one question I think which I'll be interested to hear from the speakers and the audience, you said about attracting talent. How do you attract great digital professionals, for example, into the public sector when they can get paid a lot more in the private sector? I think that's still a big challenge. Thank you so much, John. Ping Soon, over to you.
Thank you, Siobhan. It's good to be back in the panel. I'm working very hard for this conference. I'd like to structure my remarks in three parts to answer three questions. One, what is the operating context for the public service in the future? And of course, I was speaking more in the context of Singapore. Set against that operating context, the second question is, what is the future for public service delivery? Again, at least in Singapore context. And then the third, to thrive in such a public service to deliver that kind of services, what is needed in terms of skills and the workforce? So, let me start by talking about the operating context for Singapore. I don't know about it in the UK, but we are facing three key constraints in Singapore. First constraint is labor. The short of it, we are just not reproducing ourselves enough. Our total fertility rate is a miserable 1.1, and in 2030, 1 in 4 Singaporeans will be above the age of 65. I'm not included in that. And the reality is, of course, we can do immigration, but there's only so much we can do immigration without reducing the Singaporean identity and the Singaporean core. So that's the first constraint we face. The second constraint we face is fiscal. Yes, the Singapore government has been known to be quite rich. We generate surpluses. But guess what? A lot of the surpluses and reserves that we have generated over the last 20 years is all used and spent to deal with COVID over the last 3 years. And together with the fact that the economy is more mature and greater uncertainty in the global environment, we do have to be more prudent in terms of the overall fiscal spending to deal with a mature economy and an aging population. And the third constraint that the Singapore government is facing is carbon. Many of you all would know Singapore is just 1 degree north of the equator, so we are located in the tropics, low-lying, and we are very vulnerable to changes in the climate. But as a government, we are committed to achieve net zero by 2050, and for the public sector to achieve that in 5 years before, by 2045. So that's the three operating contexts that the Singapore Public Service has to operate in. Then what is the future for public service delivery in Singapore? Three things. I think Singapore Public Service delivery has to be leaner. We've got to do more with less, given the resource constraint. Number two, we would like public service delivery in Singapore to be of better quality. Right? And better quality means to be able to provide services that are more personalized, more anticipatory. There was a panel before lunch, and I really liked some of the speakers saying that it's not about digital only, but it's about digital first. And we can do that, right, because the population is getting to be more literate. So we want to offer better services because that's what citizens are expecting. You can order something from shopping cart and you know exactly where the goods are before it reaches your front door. Why should that not be expected of government services? And the third aspect of public service delivery in Singapore is we want to be able to do it in a more technology-enabled way. As I mentioned, technology is a great opportunity for us to exploit in order for us to be leaner and for us to provide better services. And we can do that not just because technology is there, but because generally the population is more digitally literate. And we are investing heavily in the technology infrastructure. We have 5G coverage in the whole of Singapore, for example. So if that is the sort of public service delivery, one that's leaner, that provides better services and technology-enabled, then what ought to be the face of public service and the workforce? So three things come to mind. When you think about, and you're kind of familiar with this literature, right? When you assess a person, you'll be looking for the IQ of the person. In the past, we talked about the EQ. So I'll posit that there are three more Qs that we need in the workforce. The first is what I call AQ, the agility quotient. For those of you all who were in the morning in the panel, I spoke about the need to be more agile. I spoke about the need of public servants to understand what goes on in the design thinking framework, to be able to empathize, to define, to ideate, to prototype, and to scale. And each of these steps require you to understand better methodologies, and how do you do that? So I think as an individual in the public service, you need to be more agile. And correspondingly, a public service needs to be more agile. How do you organize teams, multidisciplinary, more open, more ready for experimentation? The second Q, I think some of my panel members have talked about, is DQ, right? What is the digital quotient? I think the public servants of tomorrow can no longer just be PowerPoint warriors, or familiar with Word, with Excel worksheet. You need to be experts of even Tableau, right? To be able to manipulate the data yourself, to do the storytelling and do visualization. It should be a requirement that permanent secretaries should not be asking for charts to be on PowerPoint slides to be presented. A permanent secretary should be able to operate Tableau, self-help, and manipulate the dashboard and get answers for themselves. A future civil servant should be not just using Microsoft Outlook and Mail for collaboration. They should be able to use MS Teams. They should be able to use Jira, should use Confluence, and all these collaboration tools. We don't expect public servants to be able to code in programming language, but should they not know how to use simple RPA tools like UiPath to do simple robotic process automation to simplify manual tasks? I think that ought to be a requirement for future public officers. Or even learn some of the low-code systems, whether it's Pega, OutSystems, to do simple programming, do workflow, in order to turn out some of these services in a much faster rate to serve the citizens. So I think that's another important skills that public officers need to have. And finally, the last Q that I would posit is LQ, right? The learnability quotient. Against the three operating contexts that I mentioned, I think there's the three certainties. I think one thing we can be certain is that the world will be more uncertain, that the world will be more complex, and the world will be increasingly face more and more disruption. And set against that, it just means that, you can't imagine that 15 years or 16 years of education can prepare somebody for the next 50 years. That's just not possible. So we all have to learn and relearn at a much faster pace. And the line between what happened in school and what happened at work has to be blurred. We need to reach a state where it is a work-learn kind of environment rather than school and kind of work. So that's my suggestion, to think about, not IQ, not just EQ, but AQ, DQ, and LQ.
Thank you so much. So envisaging that future where you have public service delivery that's efficient, that's increasingly personalised, that's technology-enabled, then you're saying the workforce that we need is going to have to be more agile, they're going to have to be more literate in digital and data, and they're going to have to be open to continually learning throughout their careers. Thank you so much, Ping Sung. Debbie, over to you.
So last up, how do I follow this? In our pre-meet, we talked about what we might share, and so I thought I might focus for a moment on our customers, on claimants, on citizens, alongside people who work for the civil service. So 3 quick points, hopefully from me. The first is, as we run our organisations, and I am on the executive team of the Department of Work and Pensions here in the UK, we're the largest government department with just shy of 90,000 employees. As we run that organisation, we need to think about policy outcome delivery. We need to think about efficiency, and we need to think about citizen customer experience. We are serving the government of the day, we are serving the taxpayer, and we are serving those citizens who need our services, particularly for us, at the most vulnerable points in their lives. And innovation, use of data, digital tooling are ways that allow you to address all 3 of those objectives. My second point was just to give you a quick bit of practical insight to some of the work we've done in DWP. So I think there's a couple of slides, hopefully, that might ping up. Let's see if anything happens. One more. Thank you very much. That looks tiny here, but it's enormous up there. This just gives you a quick snapshot. I'm delighted to say that we're only apparently 30% gap in digital confidence, as opposed to the 50% that Thomas has talked about. But basically, this just shows you some of the basic work we've been doing around digital confidence and seeing the efficacy of that confidence after 3 months applied in the workplace, translating into a more efficient organisation, translating into the confidence of those individuals. The second slide, these are quick snapshots, but the second slide, if you move on, thank you, is some of the products that we've been using, the frameworks that we've been using. We've partnered with Lloyds Banking Digital Index as a way of understanding our own maturity around digital skills. We work with the Government Digital and Data Office on the learning provision to support that. And importantly, that's learning for digital specialists all the way through to individuals who need that as part of, but they're not digital specialists in our organisations. So there's quite a lot of information there, but in essence, it's about having a framework, allowing people to self-assess, having easy access to point-in-time learning, whether that's visual, audio, face-to-face learning in componentised blocks that allow people to draw down at point of need. And then my final point really is coming back to the citizen. So we are seeing a correlation, and we're testing this, we're mining this data, between the digital confidence of frontline civil servants and the policy outcomes we are seeking to achieve. The more confident people are in job centres as work coaches, that is translating into confidence to coach claimants to get their CVs online, to do the online job search, to use the apps to search and connect with the world of work. So this golden thread that I started with about policy outcomes, efficiency, and customer experience, there's a fantastic line of sight between equipping our own people who work as civil servants, hugely driven by public value, in turn improving the digital confidence in the wider economy. And I think there's a fantastic opportunity that this becomes a virtuous circle. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Zoe. So I think the message coming out really strongly from there is, as your digital confidence increases, ultimately you get better outcomes for citizens, which I think is what we've all been kind of saying and moving towards. But interestingly, you also mentioned partnerships with private sector organisations, and then I think what we'll throw it over to the audience with is you talked about different types of learning, different types of upskilling, so whether that's face-to-face, and you were mentioning online and digital opportunities, all of those being important and all of those choices for our workforces. Thank you so much for those opening remarks. We have got at least 15 minutes for questions, so I'm going to throw it over to the audience. We've got a question down here and then a question here. So I'll take those two first and then I'll come to you for the next one. So can we have 2 mics down the front? Thank you. So we've got a gentleman second row back and another gentleman here in the second row from the front. Thank you.
Hi, sorry, my name's Armand. I'm a user researcher in the digital and technology and design sphere. On an individual level, a person's career prospects will likely increase with their skills. So my question concerns the possibility of brain drain from city to city, but also country to country. I'm speaking myself as someone who's emigrated from the Philippines for my parents' perceived increased opportunity here in the UK. But also, as you mentioned, from public sector to private sector, how can you mitigate the loss of skilled workers in the environment that fostered them, and how might increasing ease of remote working impact on this as well?
Thank you. So the question about retention. So once you skill people up, how do you retain them? So either how do you retain them in the public sector, or how do you retain them in a particular country where they've been upskilled? Thank you. And we had another question here. Sorry, here.
Hi, thank you. I'm afraid mine is similar to on the point of retention. My name's Jonathan Nunn, and I work at HMRC, but my civil service journey began like 7 years ago when I became part of the digital data and technology fast stream, and that's kind of where the question comes from. I don't want it to be seen as a reflection on my current employer. But my question is, like, how do we retain people, and how do we create a right environment where we can retain them? From, starting 7 years ago, I've worked with a lot of really talented people, and a lot of them have left the civil service now. These are people that could have taken graduate jobs elsewhere. They chose public service. And we've talked about money today on the panel, but nearly every time I talk to people, it's not about money, it's about the environment, it's about management, it's about leadership. And invariably it was the frustration with those in that environment that caused people to leave. You had managers that just didn't know what the people they were leading actually did. I had a manager that thought, because I did digital, I could do graphic design. And I can't, I'm terrible at drawing. But my point is, how do we not just upskill the people with the technical skills, but how do we upskill the people so that they can manage them correctly, and how do we lead them? There's someone that made a point earlier on about how do we do the boring properly.
Thank you.
And I think
so
that's it.
I like the way you phrased that at the end there. So it's also a question about retention, but how do you upskill people, not just in technology, but how do you upskill managers as well to make sure that they are making sure that we keep the talent in the civil service? And I think there was also an issue of, does hybrid working help in terms of retaining people? Who would like to go first on this one? Debbie, I'm going to start with you.
Thank you. So thank you for both of those questions. So a couple of thoughts, and I'm sure colleagues will want to add to this. One of the ways we're looking at, one of the ways we organise ourselves in our digital group in my department is we have leaders of the communities of practice, and then leaders who, if you like, are doing performance and task management. And I think that enables both a real deep understanding of the job family, the development of the individual in a particular job family within digital. So that community of practice leader, I think, is tremendously important for individual development. By having a separate, if you like, performance and task manager, that's somebody who's probably going to have more of that experience about leading the team, how you get the best out of people, how you set stretched objectives, how you create collaborative working ethos. And that's certainly one of the ways we've tackled, if you like, the challenge of leading specialists. I think it is quite hard to do the whole EQ, IQ, AQ, DQ, and LQ.
All the Qs.
All the Qs in one person, right? Secondly, I was going to say about remote working and talent drain. There is a tension here, but I think there is also an opportunity. More and more employers, particularly for digital skills, are saying work anywhere. And I think the ability to tap into markets to say you don't have to uproot your family, but actually we want to bridge and find a way of connecting with talent around the world, I think is particularly acute in digital. And we should be embracing that, and that goes to kind of different ways of connecting up, different ways of working. And my final point, though, is fluidity in and out is great. I'm not sure I want to be in a civil service where everyone's done 40 years service. It's great, some people will. I think we've even got some people doing 70 years service in DWP, but you need some movement in and out, and I think kind of that healthy movement is something to embrace.
Thank you. Ping-Sung, do you have an issue of a retention problem?
Big problem.
Do you?
Big problem. But let me just make 3 points here. I think, am I okay for losing people out of the public service? I'm quite chill about it. I think the value proposition increasingly for the public service, at least in Singapore, the tagline is that we are not offering you lifetime employment, but we are trying to make you lifetime employability. So the idea is changing away from lifetime employment to lifetime employability. And so the public service is taking on the responsibility not to guarantee you a job, but to make sure that you're employable. So what does that mean? That means that we have to find opportunities to provide you with the skills training for you to upgrade. And so the second point that I want to make is that in order to encourage your leaders, middle managers to upskills, the entire civil service need to move away from a very seniority-based kind of system into one that's competency-based. And Singapore Public Service is taking that first step. We're not starting with all the different functions. We're starting with the ICT first, because in the ICT field, it's something that can be measured quite objectively. So the idea as a competency workforce is to translate all these very complex job roles that you have into a certain set of competencies and job roles. So the whole of GovTech, for example, right, we are all organized into 10 different functional clusters and about 32 job roles. So we are placing our officers into each of these job roles, and they're assessed on their competencies from level 1 to level 5. For fresh graduates that come into GovTech, I don't really care whether they're a graduate student, a degree, or poly students. They go through an assessment. And if they pass a technical assessment, they can code. If they're cybersecurity, they show well and they capture the flag, they get employed. And I don't make differentiation in salary depending on your degree. So once they come in, they are placed, and then it is their job to get elevated increasingly based on competency. So competency is now a factor, not just for recruitment. It is a factor to consider for promotion. It's a factor for consider whether you get placed in a different job. So the civil service need to move increasingly to competency-based. And once you're competency-based, your managers better upskill themselves if the job requires you to learn certain things. So the second thing that I want to mention. The third one, do I still lose sleep about retaining people? I do. But I think just on the gentleman was saying, as the saying goes, right, most people join the organization but leave because of the people. So I think increasingly as an organization, we need to focus on 3 things. And one is, of course, the purpose. And I think that is something that we all have an advantage. Right? What more noble cause is there for you to wake up every day trying to make lives better for your fellow citizens? But just focusing on purpose is just not enough. I mentioned in the morning panel, government is full of bureaucracy. So what can you do to allow the autonomy that the software engineers, software developers actually work on software delivery and not writing policy papers and procurement papers and what have you? So find an environment that you can allow them to operate more autonomously. And the final point I want to make, which is linked to competency, you've got to create an environment where the competent officers are having the opportunity to keep deepening their mastery. The last you want is for the public service to be a place where you get de-skilled, right? It's a place that you actually drop in value because you are de-skilled. So how do you create that environment for them to continue to deepen their mastery? Are key questions to answer as you think about retaining your talent.
Thank you. I'm really conscious we've got other questions. Well, that was a popular answer. I'm conscious we've got lots of other questions, but Ryan, did you want to say anything on kind of possible brain drain in particular?
Because I think the Philippines has a unique experience when it comes to retention. Number one, we do have the service obligation contract that if the training or seminar is for several months, it depends on the length of the training, you are obligated to render service to the government. So you cannot just break that contract unless you want to repay the expenses. But that's not sustainable. I think we really have to train our leaders to be people-centric. That's one of the skills that we are trying to ingrain in our leaders. And finally, there's also a factor of what COVID-19 showed us before. During the peak of the COVID-19, workers have their jobs under threat, so it was an envy for them to get employment in the government. So that's one factor going good for us, but again, that's not sustainable. If leadership intervention, job security, and service obligation is not enough, we take comfort in the fact that whether they are in the public or private sector, if they are very good performers and productive members of the society, all their contributions will redound to the country.
Great, so it's not lost, none of the training is lost. Thank you. John, Thomas, unless you have a burning desire, I'm going to put the next question to both of you first. So we'll take 2 more questions. I'm conscious, does anybody have a question in the higher levels? No? So, okay, we've got 2 down here. We've got a lady at the front and then just a couple of rows back as well. If we've got time, I'll come back. And then there's another one just behind after. Okay, thanks.
Hi, so I'm Lizzie, I work for DWP. I wanted to ask, sort of along the lines of retention, but how do we, or how do other governments streamline recruitment processes, make them a little bit faster, make them a little bit more sort of sufficient, and sort of retaining that talent from within then? Is there a way of streamlining that process for people that are internal to be able to access the opportunities, say in digital, for example, to be able to move between quite easily in comparison to people coming externally?
Great. So how do you speed up recruitment processes and make it easier for people to move around within the service and maybe moving from a non-technical role to a technical role, for example? Thank you. And then...
Hi, Sarah Hammond. So I work in procurement for Army Headquarters. And one of the things is you're talking about upskilling people in the digital environment. But what we find is that actually the systems are slowing us down as well. So I collaborate across defence, but working with Home Office, the police, or even the frontline commands and DSTL, we're all on different systems. So trying to collaborate, trying to work together on teams, not having a shared workspace we can work on. We're all working off systems that are working against each other, and then when you move from one department to another, you have to learn a whole new system on top of finance and procurement systems and safety systems and everything else. Yeah. So is there a way, well, just in defence, let alone across government, that we can look at the entire network to make our systems easier to use, and then we can upskill people in those specialist areas?
Thank you. So the question about one of the barriers, I think, to training across when you're working, you're in defence, but you work with police, you work with other organisations, and all your systems are different. So how do you kind of overcome some of those historic infrastructure issues as well about this? So Thomas, I'm going to come to you, and then John, your thoughts on both or one of those.
So right now there's something like about 300,000 software developer vacancies in the UK. There's not enough capacity in the UK workforce to serve our needs with the digital skills that we need. And like many organisations, I think this is a bit of a wake-up point for the civil service, and it places real emphasis and a real need for us to genuinely develop from within, to find ways to go and uncover actually all of those talented individuals that might be working in a visa processing centre somewhere in the Home Office, or as a work coach somewhere in DWP, and identify actually where might the potential exist in those communities and give them the opportunity to upskill into potentially digital roles, into service transformation roles. When we look at the kind of skills that make for really, really impactful people working in the digital environment, it's not necessarily those really deep technical skills like DevOps, site reliability, engineers. Yes, those skills are important, but 80% of the skills that we see in those individuals are the same skills that we see in high-performing civil servants across the board. They're able to think critically, they're able to work as a team. They're able to really work through different problems. So to the point about recruitment, absolutely, our recruitment processes need to be better. The vacancy holder experience, the candidate experience is not good enough, and there are multiple activities across different departments that are in place to improve that process. In parallel, however, there is also a need, and there's a number of initiatives that we can speak to that actually will start to create a much greater opportunity for people within our government organisation to find pathways into different kind of roles, including digital data.
Thank you. And I'm looking at the time, so John, this will be the last comments from you on recruitment and systems.
Yeah. I think it is a really, really good point. I think I talk about what we do in Google, but also to say that you're not alone in outside we have a cluttered landscape when it comes to skills and opportunities there. It's not something that's unique to the civil service, but there's 2 or 3 things that we do in Google which I think work quite well to try and give people those opportunities. You can have 20% extra time working on a particular project. You do something which is called a bungee, which is our way of saying that you go in a work placement for a period of time in a different department, which obviously works quite well and gives people experience. But I also think, and we've spoken to some commercial organisations, or we do this with some commercial organisations, and we're speaking to some parts of the public sector about that, is how you then build partnerships between private and public sector organisations so you could get that sharing of opportunity and give someone a different perspective. Ultimately, it needs leadership, and it needs a culture which accepts that approach. And it's really about developing leadership and management to make sure that it's something that's seen as a benefit rather than a cost to give people time away or different opportunities if you have to backfill someone or recruit. And yeah, I think it's not a unique problem that you have. It's certainly one that every business faces, every part of the public sector faces, and we'll have to deal with it.
Thank you so much. I'm really sorry, we are out of time, and I know there were lots of other questions, but please do, as I've said before, keep talking to each other, but also grab any of our speakers if you see them in the sessions outside and continue the conversation. We will now have a short break while we go into our next panel sessions, before I say thank you to our lovely speakers here. But just to let you know, in terms of the next session, so if you're interested in more workforce kind of type issues, the next session in here will be innovation in the future of work. So I think it will be a nice continuation of this session. And I will be moving down to the library where I'll be talking about innovation in cybersecurity, which is another issue that has come up in a lot of the sessions too this morning. But I'm sure you will join me in saying thank you to our fantastic panel again. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Thank you. They have to say. Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you. Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't going to say it.
Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was just pouring the water there. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this session in Innovation 2023, looking at innovation in the future of work. My name is Richard Johnson, and I'm the Executive Editor of Global Government Forum, if you haven't already seen me today. And we've got a great panel here to discuss this very topical issue. I think one of the lasting legacies for government from the coronavirus pandemic has been the move to a more hybrid form of working across the public sector, following the near overnight switch to working from home at the onset of COVID-19. Many public sector organisations have found benefits in allowing staff to work from home and have now developed hybrid approaches to where officials work. Some governments have also begun to alter recruitment and workplace practices to make the most of these new normal, as it were, the new normal. So we're going to share some expertise from this panel about the future of work and what it might mean for government organisations and how they can innovate, both to introduce new approaches and to make the most of them. And thank you very much to our knowledge partner, KPMG, for supporting this session. We will also have time for questions at the end, so please do think of them. Let me introduce our panel then, and we will hear some opening thoughts from each of them. At the far side, we're joined by Peter van den Brunner, the General Advisor in the Directorate General of Recruitment and Development for the Federal Public Service for Policy and Support in Belgium. Hello, Peter. Next to Peter, we've got Margot Conrad, the Executive Director and Chief of the Human Capital Officers Council and Senior Advisor to the Director of the Office for Public Management in the United States of America. Hello, Margot. Next to Margot, we have Stephen Derry, the Assistant Deputy Minister for Real Property Services, in the Real Property Services branch in Public Services and Procurement Canada. Hello, Stefan. We also are joined by Louise Scott-Worrell from Government Managed Learning from KPMG in the UK. Hello, Louise. And then we are joined by Stephen Boyd, the Chief Executive Officer of the Government Property Agency. And next to Stephen and next to me is Andrew Goodman, the Director of Workplace Transformation in the Department for Work and Pensions in the UK as well. So as I said, we're going to have some brief opening thoughts from our panel. I'm going to ask Peter to share his.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon to all of you. I'm Peter from Belgium. I work at the Federal Public Service Policy and Support. We basically support all the different federal ministries. Now, I'd like to tell you about the new way of working we've introduced at the Belgian Federal Civil Service. With the new way of working, we refer to not only working remotely from home, telework, which is something which we introduced about 18 years ago, but we've moved on to introduce flex work, have open office spaces, basically work from flex offices or satellite offices, and we have introduced a system where basically civil servants, federal civil servants, can work anytime, anywhere, from any kind of different context. The future was already there before COVID arrived, luckily, because we were prepared. Most of the ministries were. Of course, in order to introduce this, we had to focus on processes, we had to focus on the material environment, and we had to focus on the people. And this is a very very important thing, this third factor. Processes, yes, we completely revised the existing work rules that told you that you had to be in the office a certain time, or that even you had to work between 9:30 and 12 or 2 and 4. We completely abolished this. If you want to play with your children on Wednesday afternoon, that's fine. If you want to go to the dentist at 3 p.m., that's fine. There's no need anymore to send in administrative little papers from the doctor or whatever, but your objectives have to be met. And in total, the job needs to be done. Apart from this, we invested in a new material environment, because if you keep introducing flex work, mobility, whatever, and you have the old-fashioned offices, this is not considered to be an attractive employer. Just a couple of pictures how our office spaces look like. And the third thing, I mentioned this already, the people impact on the management, of course, because you can't introduce the new way of working and can continue with the old way of managing your team. So we introduced a new way of leading. We instructed our managers. We provided courses for them. We had other systems in place to make sure that they went along with the innovation. And the results of introducing this new way of working in the Belgian federal administration is that we became a very attractive employer. Young graduate students having master's degrees, they mentioned the Federal Civil Service as one of their preferential employers. Last note, it is important to connect. I guess we'll hear some more about this later on in the panel. Yes, it means that we are all having access to all our servers from anywhere in the world. But also importantly, and we can discuss about this later on, is that we have the right to disconnect. Because introducing flex work and introducing lots of innovation in the workforce does not always lead to lesser burnouts. Burnout figures have been on the rise, even in Belgium. So we have now new legislation in place for the civil service that gives civil servants the right to disconnect. That's an important thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's really interesting. I think the kind of fully embedded elements of flexibility there that you discussed, I'm sure many public servants in the room would be keen to find more information about them and get more information. And indeed, the right to disconnect, I know there's similar campaigns in other public services, including, I think, in the UK. And we did cover that right to disconnect in Global Government Forum, a very interesting innovation. Next, we'll ask Margot for her opening first.
Sure. Thank you so much for having me today. This has been a terrific event. I wanted to take a quick step back and just share the overall context here of how we're thinking about the future of work in the United States. Because it's related to workplace flexibilities, but that's only one part of it. So to take a step back, the President issued his management agenda back in 2021, and that is really the blueprint for government management and operations for the federal government. And we call it the PMA, the President's Management Agenda. Workforce is a huge piece of that, and one of the big strategies is around future of work. And we're thinking about it as the intersection of people, space, and technology. I work for the Office of Personnel Management, so people is the area that I focus on. And we just recently issued a vision for the future of the workforce. We envision the future workforce that is inclusive, agile, and engaged with the right skills to enable mission delivery. And I'll just underscore that the mission delivery piece is the most critical. So, digging in a little bit, that agile and engaged is workforce flexibilities, which is what we're talking about today. And I'll just mention that, as my colleague here indicated earlier, workplace flexibilities were around for a long time before the pandemic, but certainly were accelerated as a result. I think it's important, I'm curious what my colleagues have to say, but in the US, about 50% of the workforce still came to the office every day during the pandemic. So we have a lot of workers that were on site physically. So we certainly want to always remember that part of the population too. And think about when we transition to a hybrid work environment that we're in today, there still were folks that were in every day. As we've transitioned to this hybrid work environment, we've had a few key guiding principles in place. One is promoting flexibility and agility for the workforce, empowering individual agencies to make their own decisions based on their unique agency missions that they are delivering on, strengthening diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility, and also considering our communities where we live and where we work and how they are impacted. So we've done a lot of learning, and a few things that I think stand out right now for me is early research is showing us that we can reach more diverse talent when we post these remote positions, diverse in all senses of the word, whether it's geographically, racially, gender, et cetera. Employee engagement has actually, it went up in the beginning of the pandemic, and so I don't think that's 100% because of workplace flexibilities, but it is certainly part of the equation. But I think this is a careful balancing act that we're trying to navigate in all of our countries as we think about the benefits of being in person, the ability to connect, and the innovation and collaboration that can take place more face-to-face. So in closing, I'll just say that the two big areas of focus for us really are on data and thinking about organizational health and productivity within the workforce and how agencies can be better measuring these things. And then in my agency, thinking about how we can equip the workforce through training to really help supervisors and managers navigate in this hybrid work environment.
Thank you, Margot. I think that's a really interesting point. I love kind of mission-based thinking in government. I think that's a really interesting area for kind of further development in terms of how governments structure themselves and think about the public services they deliver. And the point you make about 50% of federal officials still coming into the office at the peak of the pandemic is very well taken. I think we often speak of the future of work, and I did it in my introduction, I'm guilty of it, as kind of something that applies to people flexible working, but what does it mean for those who have to be at their desk, who have to be on the front line, and how can they not be left behind is a very interesting point, and perhaps something we will touch on in the questions. We'll come next to Stefan.
Thank you, Richard. Pleasure to be here. Thank you for having me today. What I would say, I'm happy to be on a panel with lots of colleagues. Just to give you a little bit of background, like my colleague Margot did, in Canada, we have started to implement a hybrid model pre-pandemic. We had telework agreement, people were teleworking, but we didn't see it at the full scale as it take with the pandemic. At the pandemic, contrary to the US, I would say that about 85% of our employees, 300,000 across the country, went, and most of them worked from home 2, 3, 4, 5 days a week during the pandemic. So we had 15, 20% continuing to be in the office and working in the office because their job required them to be in the office. So people adapted that during those 3 years, people adapted that way of working. So they were more remote by default because of the pandemic. But in December 15, as we were seeing people coming back in the office, but not necessarily at the scale that they were really continuing to work remotely, a Treasury Board, the employer, put a directive in place that says we're now adopting hybrid by design, which means that for every civil servant, most civil servants will be required to be in the office 2 to 3 days a week. What does that mean for us? From my perspective, I'm responsible for the real estate portfolio of the Government of Canada, about 75 million square feet of space across the country, from coast to coast to coast. And Canada has it's really nice to have 36 million people, 37, maybe 38, but spread across a fairly large country. And in some area, we don't have that many people, right? So how do you make representation of government in those remote areas? So we started before the pandemic, we started implementing hybrid workplace, but it was not necessarily something that people were tending to. They were mainly bringing to the office, half of the civil servants are located in the capital, in the National Capital Region, so about 150,000. When the pandemic started, the shift, and people started to hire people in remote locations, diversity, representation, this was fantastic. And I heard on a panel this morning on how this would influence policy making, because now you have diversity and you have representation from across the country. And now I feel that after the pandemic, you know, we call this the three-legged stool. HR, technology, and real property have never worked together more than they did starting at the pandemic. This is our three-legged stool, and we need to work together if we want to face the future of work, and we want to equip our people to work in the future with all the technology that they need, working from almost anywhere. And also we need to equip our offices to be able to, when they come to the office should be a magnet. They come and see, they come there to collaborate, they come to meet people. We'll still need offices in the future, probably a lot less, and we shouldn't lose that efficiency, that potentially reducing our footprint, equipping our footprint with really civil servants deserve the best space possible. In Canada, we have about $2 billion of deferred maintenance in a large portfolio. This is the opportunity to take that portfolio, keep the best asset, make it the space a magnet, renovate it, and really make it a place, a hub where people can come and work. And the vision is really to distribute that hub across the country. Smaller, instead of having Health Canada building, tax building, we have Government of Canada building across the country in smaller center where you're a federal employee, you can come and work. You want the top technology, secret access to our network, you can come and work in those spaces. So really leveraging the pandemic or the result of the hybrid workforce and the hybrid workplace to advance our portfolio and to advance really be able to convert our portfolio to be a tool to attract and retain talent from coast to coast to coast. Looking forward to the discussion today. Thank you.
Thanks, Stefan. I think that phrase hybrid by design is really important because a lot of public servants were remote by necessity, but not by design. They didn't have the time to think about it when it all started at the start of the coronavirus pandemic. So taking some time to think about the design is a key point. And I love the example from Canada that it's broadening the recruitment net, allowing you to recruit from more places, which, given the recruitment challenges that we know many public services face, I think that's a real opportunity for some great synergies in this agenda. Again, something we'd love to pick up in the questions if anybody has any questions on kind of recruitment issues. Louise, ask you for your opening thoughts.
Thank you. Delighted to be here this afternoon. I'm just going to take a step back very slightly and just talk about some fundamental elements that we've found at KPMG are really important, both to hybrid and flexible working, but also really important to future of the workforce. So there are 5 things that are really important. The first one is organisational design. The next one is employee experience. Then it's the talent marketplace, not forgetting strategic workforce planning, and then talent and skills. Just to give you a high-level overview of some of those and why they're important. So organisational design, what size is your government, what size is your department, what span of control do you have, what capability and skill set are you aspiring to? Do you have a skills taxonomy? Is it related to job roles, and do you have a joined-up job architecture? Thinking about employee experience and employee value proposition, this is really at the heart of business performance. Research suggests that employees who feel that their voice is listened to are empowered 5 times to perform better at their job. I'll just let that sink in terms of a productivity gain, just by having their voice listened to. It's really important your employees know what you stand for and that you listen to those messages and if they're being heard. When was the last time you did an employee listening exercise? Do you know whether that's resonating? Really importantly, in hybrid working, do your employees feel cared for? Do they know, and do you have a strategy to look after their well-being? In terms of their talent marketplace, what is your strategy for sourcing your talent? Are you using AI to recruit or resource any of your projects or roles? That has two benefits. The first benefit is it delivers a business improvement and business performance, but it also has a people element as the AI reduces the bias, so it reduces the chance of people feeling disgruntled because they've been overlooked. Thinking about strategic workforce planning, at its essence, it's having the right people in the right place with the right skills. Hybrid working has really made that even more important. It's even more important that you listen to some of those management demand signals and that you're reviewing your strategic workforce planning on a quarterly basis. And you're thinking about short-term, medium, and the future talent. Does your strategic workforce planning have the ability to think of skills and tasks and not people and roles? And then finally, on talent and skills, how are your people functions supporting you to recruit, retrain, and succession plan your talent? It's really important to have proactive performance management, and it's really important, again, that people feel very much at the heart of your organisation in terms of kind of, the people first and the estate comes second in terms of delivering a future skilled workforce.
Great, Louise, thanks very much. Great checklist there of issues for organisations to take on board, particularly to tie in with artificial intelligence, which we mentioned on this stage earlier today. It is going to revolutionise public service and probably going to touch areas that wouldn't, at kind of first blush, you'd think be affected by it, but it's definitely something that public service organisations are going to have to take on board. Stephen, I'll ask you for your opening remarks.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to have a conversation with you this afternoon. I'm Stephen Boyd. I'm the Chief Executive of the Government Property Agency, which is the UK agency that looks after central government offices. We manage about 40% of those offices directly, which 240 buildings represents about 100,000 people. But we also provide strategic planning and oversight of the whole portfolio, which is around about 500 buildings, 300,000 civil servants, and about 2 million square metres of commercial office space. I thought I would share with you some of my challenges, because the challenges are also opportunities. So the first challenge for us in the GPA is integrating a previously fragmented estate, bringing together civil servants in a place wherever we can into high-quality digitally connected hubs, rather like Stefan was describing earlier. Secondly, we're doing our bit to respond to the climate crisis, making sure our buildings are as sustainable as possible. And that's not purely an altruistic thing, it's also a utility cost-saving thing, and also an attraction and retention thing, because young people will want to join organisations that take the climate crisis seriously. Thirdly, we're supporting the UK's Places for Growth initiative, which is reducing the size of the civil service and therefore the size of the estate in central London, and creating great places to work for civil servants in every nation and region of the UK. Our fourth challenge is responding to the changed ways of working that have come about as a result of the pandemic. There was hybrid working before, but now we see much more of it. And what does that mean for our office designs? There are certainly some things that can be done better at home than can be done in the office. But the office is better for many things. And we describe that with 4 C's: community, collaboration, creativity, and caring. Our fifth challenge is providing consistent property technology within buildings to support productivity. Several colleagues have spoken about a 3-legged stool: people, buildings, and technology. And people is definitely the most important of those. It mustn't be the longest leg, otherwise the stool would be rather wobbly. But people is definitely the most important. And GPA benefits from having both the property and the property technology within the same organisation. And that means we can plan for those things in an integrated and effective way. And the last challenge I thought I'd share with you is trying to innovate such that government property is not seen as an overhead, but it's seen as a catalyst to add value and help government departments deliver their outcomes.
Great, thanks, Stephen. And that last point's a very good one. For a conference like this, you know, we've got all these sessions that are about how not just areas of government themselves can innovate, but how they can catalyse innovation in other areas. And I think that's kind of key to the theme of today and the theme of this session. And lastly, in these opening remarks, I'll ask Andrew.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon. So I'm Andrew Goodman, the Director of Workplace Transformation. So I joined DWP in April 2020, which was an interesting time because it was right in the middle of lockdown. And obviously the job I joined to do as workplace transformation changed quite dramatically in about the 3 months between accepting the job and actually joining it. But the remit's still very much the same, to make a smaller, better, greener estate and deliver that. But for our department, before the pandemic, we had too much space, and almost 80% was delivered into the workplace. And for those who aren't aware, the Department of Work and Pensions is responsible for sort of virtually cradle to grave. We do child maintenance group. We deliver universal credit, which Alex talked about earlier this morning, and we also deliver pensions as well. So you know, we impact a lot of people, and during the pandemic, it was really important that we delivered the services, and you heard from Alex again that it was one of the examples of the innovation of universal credit. But during the pandemic, we shifted to 80% home working, and that was a paradigm shift for us. And it also took a lot of expertise in terms of the technology. We were very much PC related, into laptops and getting us into the mobile technology. But that 20%, the majority of that was in our job centre site, so where our work coaches were there delivering that service frontline all the way through the pandemic. And that picks up the point you heard earlier about actually there are different work backgrounds, which mean you have to work differently. Post-pandemic, our job centres are very much still face-to-face. Our service centres, both telephony and digital, and our corporates are about 40%. But we still have too much space. We've got about 150,000 spaces for 90,000 people. So part of the job is still to make it smaller and better. We were very fortunate during the period to also go through the Smarter Working programme, which is one of Stephen's programmes about to deliver a smarter working agenda. And we successfully achieved the PAS 3000 Smarter Working Accreditation Mature Status, one of the first major departments to do that. And that's helped us on the journey. It's lots of very good information, lots of very good thoughts, and making sure your policies are up to date and making it drive forward. So just finally, just looking ahead, one thing we have learned very much is that it's not one size fits all. We think there are a number of variables, whether you work in those front of house roles, whether you work in the service centres, whether you work in digital, whether you work in policy, that can be very different. We've also identified that demographics change that, and actually some people do not want to work from home. It's their own personal circumstances at home affect that, and also the location. Some people do not feel safe working at home with the technology that we provide, and actually understanding that and giving the right environment for everybody to work. We do look at our staff in 4 ways, either office-based, hybrid, mobile or home worker. But as an organisation, we are not a home working organisation. We have a number of people for reasonable adjustments. We do that because it's all about being inclusive, but we are not moving to that space. So overall, what we're trying to do is to develop a really great place to work. But what we also want to do is make sure that's because it's a magnet, not a mandation, and I think that's one of the phrases that Stephen's team use quite a lot, but it's very important to us that we're not trying to mandate it, we're trying to make sure people want to come into the office for the value that it brings.
Thanks very much. I think that came across in a number of the presentations today. I heard that phrase from one of Stephen's colleagues at the GPA, magnet, not a mandate, a year ago or so, and I think that encapsulates the crux of this agenda. You want people to be in the office to do the collaborative things that the office is best for to, and by extension then deliver the best public services. I think that really encapsulates the issue. We are going to take some questions now from the floor. So if anyone can raise their hand if they would like to ask something. Anybody got any questions? Oh, question at the back there. I'll take these in batches of a couple, and then I'll put them to our panel.
Yeah, thank you very much. Calvin Jones, Cardiff University and Welsh Government. So, apologies for the echo. We too in Welsh Government are going through the reduction and streamlining process. So I wonder if anybody in the panel is involved in any place-based approaches to make sure that the places that formerly had larger government sites aren't negatively affected by those streamlining opportunities, which look at opportunities on our side that may leave empty buildings. And the second question, if I may, whilst Wales is the centre for most things, it's not the centre for wages and for a hub of public sector delivery. So hybrid working leaves small and rural councils, particularly, in a position where their staff are increasingly poached by larger, better-paying organisations, often public sector organisations. So English authorities are poaching Welsh staff. So how do we make sure that we can continue for smaller regional organisations to make sure that the hybrid working and home working drive doesn't leave them particularly exposed to lack of quality staff? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anyone can just behind there. Is there another question down there? There we go. Sorry.
Hi, Beth from Ofwat, the water regulators. Stephen and the GPA created a network of smarter working practitioners that allowed us to collaborate across all the different departments. How can we ensure that we do that across governments, like we're learning from today? And how can we continue post the Smarter Working programme to collaborate, to share training, share information, so we're not all creating content from scratch?
Thank you very much. I'll let Stephen answer that first one about the smart working practitioners and how you create a network across government, because I'm sure it's something that the GP is working very hard on.
Thank you for the question. Delighted to speak about the Smarter Working programme, which has been a great success. It's been helping all UK government departments to prepare for smarter working, prepare for hybrid working. We started on it in 2018, and so we're well placed when the pandemic came along, and not just about places, the work design of workplaces and the technology, but also about leadership and behaviours. And the group of people that we've been able to work with across government has been fabulous. Champions and practitioners in every government department, they've done the assessment of their sort of adjacent departments. We haven't done the assessment. We've trained them and let them go out there. That programme comes to an end at the end of this month, actually, having largely succeeded on what it was intended to do. But it's been so popular that we're not going to stop in being involved in smarter working. We're going to keep those groups of practitioners meeting, are going to keep them sharing ideas. We've got, in fact, our Smarter Working Awards on Thursday this week in Manchester, which I'm looking forward to seeing all the great work there. And we're seeing a bit of a transition in the way that our new offices are working, in that we've changed the way that we are inducting people to those buildings. We used to carry out induction for individuals, for every individual, and we discovered that it actually works better to induct a small number of champions and then have those people support their own staff. And where we're getting the biggest bang for the buck is where those champions are also the smarter working practitioners, and that's working really, really well, and we've just had fantastic success with that in Peterborough, a new building that opened just a month ago.
Great, thanks very much. Margaret?
I wanted to I heard part of the question, but I know some of it was directed at you specifically, but this notion of collaboration across government, I wanted to share one quick model from the US, which I'm the executive director of what's called the Chief Human Capital Officers Council. And it's basically the senior executive HR leaders from all across the federal government, and we convene regularly. And I think one of the success stories we've had is this body, my agency, the Office of Personnel Management, has been partnering with them to actually help inform and shape all of these workforce policies that we're rolling out. And they're instrumental on the back end around implementation and sharing best practices and challenges with each other. And there are similar councils all across government. There's the Chief Information Officers Council and the Chief Data Officers Council. So to the extent we do this, and we can do even more of it, is bringing these executive bodies together to do that problem solving and that identification of best practices. So I just wanted to share that as something that I think has been working well, and I know we value that input because every agency is so different and is experiencing things a little bit differently, and we want to make sure that any government-wide policy is informed by those individuals that have to actually execute on it, right?
Yeah. Do you want to come in there, Steph?
Thank you, and I would add that in addition to the HR, which I'm a member of, our Council of HR, Head of HR, there's a Council of Head of Real Property where we share also best practices. In addition to that, just, you know, like, we don't walk in this alone, and we want a collaboration that goes beyond border. Stephen and I are both on the Workplace Network, TWN, with the United States, our colleague around the world. We're trying to learn from each other and benefit from, you know, you know, whatever I did and failed. Maybe the UK doesn't have to do it, and vice versa, and Australia doesn't have to do it. So we're really working, since the pandemic, I feel, working collaboratively, not only within Government of Canada, but even with our colleagues around the world, basically of, you know, this is the first time we had a pandemic that size and that impacted all of these people. So for us, what the workplace will look in the future and how we're going to use it is extremely important. So as we go navigate through uncharted territory, it's important to say, okay, that's how Stephen and they're doing it in the UK, that's how they're doing it in the US. So sharing our best practices also is another level than collaboration inside the government. I think it's also important. We lived that pandemic together, relying on other countries to do vaccine and all of this. So we can work towards adopting a hybrid model together also.
And if I can put an element of the first question to you, Peter, if I can summarise it slightly, that it's not just public sector organisations that have moved towards hybrid working, it's all organisations in many sectors of the economy. So our colleague was saying that, you know, in Welsh local government, some staff are being poached because they don't have to move house anymore to work in a new job. You were very interesting in your opening remarks about the extent to which Belgium has embraced this. Where would you say the net impact is? Is this a net positive for recruitment and retention, or because other organisations are doing it, is it a net negative? Where does the balance lie?
The fact that we introduced the new way of working quite early on had a huge impact on the image, and we usually we talk about the kind of recruitment processes we launch. We talk about the image that we portray, and we analyze data in terms of number of freshly graduate students from university, for instance, applying for a job in the civil service, what they think of the civil service, and so on. Basically, employer branding. What we see, and I think this is what you see worldwide, is that for the young, talented people who join not only the civil service but also the private sector, for them there are new mechanisms that motivate them. We can't lure them to the public sector anymore by telling them, look, you're going to have a nice pension. They say, well, you know, that's so long from now, that's not a reason to join the civil service. And I would tell them, well, look, you know, you're going to work in Brussels and you have a fine office where you can put things on your desk and say, I mean, this is old-fashioned. We see in the world around us that we can work from home, that work-life balance is important. So people that join the civil service, they're looking for added value. And in the session just before here, I don't know if anyone of you witnessed that, a colleague from Singapore explained what motivates people, you know, the purpose, knowing what you're doing your job for. We get quite a lot of people that say, I want to serve the public. I don't want to work to make shareholders happy. I only live once. I want to serve the public. But at the meantime, I need the competence and I need the new digital skills to make sure that I'm ready to face all the challenges in the digital skills field. And then the third component that my colleague from Singapore also mentioned was the autonomy. And that's one of the biggest positive consequences we see in the new way of working, because you need to increase autonomy. I mentioned it earlier, you can't manage the old-fashioned way, and in the beginning when we introduced this, and even now sometimes, some managers react like, hang on, you want us to introduce the new way of working and flex work and so on, and you permit that people spend time with their children in the afternoon, and then they do the work on their targets in the evening and so on, but how can I check? And this is why we've taken some drastic measures over the last couple of years. First of all, in accompanying our managers, in telling them how important it is to lead by objectives. Now, this has been translated throughout our HR approach. We have a completely new appraisal system, which is not a bureaucracy anymore, but which is based on feedback, objectives given feedback. And the ultimate, how shall I say, milestone we did years ago was get rid of the top 3 levels of management based on hierarchy. Because in the past, in the Belgian civil service, you became a director or director general if you'd been the longest in service and you made a promotion. And we said, well, this blocks innovation, this blocks management by objectives, because some of them are not ready for this. And this is why we said, from now on in the federal civil service, top 3 management positions have a mandate system. And only 6 years, yearly evaluation, and people from inside the public service, but also from the private service, can post for a managerial position. So there's a whole system around it. But to get back to your original question, yes, we see now that young people, talented people, in some cases choose the civil service, the civil public sector service instead of private sector companies, because they see we offer rather similar things. They have some people who visit our offices feel like, wow, even in a private sector company, sometimes you don't feel this. So it's not only a give and take, it's the full picture that plays a role.
And Louise, I'll just come to you on that as well, because the questions you set out in your opening remarks, it's not only public sector organisations that will be asking themselves those. Do you think public sector organisations have a good story to tell in the future of work, or is it as kind of competitive as it ever would be?
Yeah, absolutely. As I said before, don't underestimate the power that you have in terms of that engagement and the whole employee experience. I think it's really important to think about it from that employee point of view, and to think about things like, what are the moments that matter? We were talking about onboarding, induction, so that's a really important moment that matters. If you get it wrong, it's really hard to row back from there. So what are the other things, you know, when people want to take holiday? How do they book their holiday? How do they engage with their line manager? I mentioned about span of control. Do they know their line manager? Are they actively performance managed? The reality is most people don't leave because of money. They leave because there's something else that's made them look, made them kind of be curious. If they like their manager, if they like the work that they do, then they're really motivated. And the purpose that you can kind of share with your employees in terms of the great work that public sector do is really important. We do a CEO survey. We ran it a couple of times over the last few years, and purpose is the number one thing on corporate CEOs' agendas in terms of how do they communicate that to their employees. Well, you know, civil servants, public sector, you have that. You obviously can't overwork it, but actually I think it's something that is really important to make sure. And then the other point that Stephen was making around ESG, you know, talent, they are looking at different indicators. They are looking at how you treat you treat the planet. They're looking about your sustainability and your governance policies as well. So you really need to think through the whole employee life cycle.
And Andrew, just to put the final point in that round of questions to you, it was about kind of the place-based thinking of the future of work and how if offices are relocating or if bigger offices are being broken into smaller offices, the kind of impact on local economies of that. An organisation the size of the estate of the DWP will have quite an impact, I imagine, on some local economies. How big a factor is that, those kind of secondary impacts that you have to think of when you're thinking about the future of your organisation?
Thank you. I think it is a challenge. It is one thing that we are looking at all the time. We have a national network, but as I said, we have too much space, and that space is underutilised, and therefore it's not good for sustainability. It's not good for cost effectiveness or value for money. So the places for growth that Stephen was talking about earlier, we're already a long way down that road. We already have a big footprint. But we've also identified that we've got to provide opportunities for our colleagues to have career progression and make sure that we have our resilience in places. So we are looking at sort of minimum sizes of sites. We are looking very carefully at when we shut a site, all the factors that involves. What is the impact on the local economy? What else can we do? And what we are definitely not looking at is using this as a reduction in staff numbers. We are looking at it to how do we retrain, redeploy our staff, and we've been very successful in our last set of closures to minimise that impact. It will have an impact. But we are obviously trying to balance that efficiency, but still maintain that national footprint. And we believe that national footprint is vital for DWP going forward.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And thank you, everyone on this panel, for taking part in this session. I'm going to have to draw it to a close there. It's absolutely flown by, but we're getting the big red number on the screen that we can see telling us that our time is up. So sorry I couldn't take more questions, but I think that was an absolutely fantastic session with some really good discussion and some really good kind of key learning points from governments around the world. But I hope you found this useful and interesting as I did. And thank you again to our knowledge partner KPMG for supporting this session. We have a refreshment break now, so please go and enjoy a coffee. And then our next session on innovation in leadership is right here afterwards. So the only thing that's left for me to do is to ask you to thank our panel. Thank you very much, everybody.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't going to say it.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.
Hello, everybody, and well, ooh, that's loud, isn't it? Hello, everybody, and welcome to the final session of the day. All of the sessions have been wonderful, but I do feel like we saved kind of the best till last as well. So I know this is going to be a great session. We are talking in this last session about innovation in leadership, and leadership has been a theme that's kind of come up in so many of those other sessions throughout the day as being kind of a vital foundation for innovation in so many other areas. We have a superb set of speakers here for our final session. I'm going to do what we have done through all of the sessions today, so I'm going to ask our speakers to keep their opening remarks quite tight, and then we will come over to you. You've been such a brilliant audience, I'm sure we will have engagement right to the end in this final session. So we are going to hear from Pindile Baleni, who is Director General at the Department of the Presidency and the Secretary of the Cabinet in South Africa. So it's the equivalent of the Cabinet Secretary here in the UK. Then we will hear from Peter Pogačar, who is Director General of the Public Sector Directorate at the Ministry of Public Administration in Slovenia. Then we go over to our knowledge partner, who James Dunn, who is from the Aerospace and Defence Organisation, DXC. And then we will hear from Ravi Gurumurthy, who is Chief Executive of Nesta here in the UK. I'm sure lots of you are familiar with the work that Nesta do. So, Pindile, I'm going to invite you first to give your opening remarks.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Siobhan, and thank you for inviting me to this auspicious session. I'm going to talk about the leadership innovation that was demonstrated in the handling of COVID-19 in the country. I handled it at 2 levels of government, at the subnational government level, and then I went to national. Essentially deploying the 3 styles of leadership: adaptive, collaborative, and the skilled leadership. Basically, we had a multi-sectoral response that covered the economy, the social, government continuity, the comprehensive health response, as well as human solidarity. And in order to drive that, we created new systems and new structures, and we had to cooperate and coordinate from national to provincial to municipal level. So working across the silos, interdepartmental, intra-departmental, and across the spheres of government. We disrupted the comfort zones by creating a 3rd space. So we pulled people out of their offices, went and created command centers from which we operated, and deployed project managers. And the project management capability was recruited very differently. It was existing public servants, but not according to their titles in the public service. Those with project management capabilities and qualifications, and those who volunteered. So it made quite a difference, because it was a scary time. People wanted to stay at home, but there were those who wanted to come out, and they came out. And from a collaborative angle, as I said, we worked across the departmental silos, and the collaboration was from a political level. There were structures through the 3 levels of government, and administratively as well. And then in terms of the skilled leadership, we had the political principles, the general leadership. They provided air cover, communicated with the rest of the community of the country. In fact, our president gained a nickname, Fellow South Africans, as a result of how often he addressed South Africans through the medium of television. And then, of course, we had sectoral leadership. Our health response was clinician-led. We had a supportive role played by various different departments to declare the lockdown. There was a department that was the 2IC to that. We had law enforcement and all other departments looking at their areas. New thing that we introduced was the use of data. We created data observatories at the various levels of government, and for the first time, it wasn't just evidence, which is after the fact, but data, which is a lead indicator. And we meshed up various disciplines of science. We had social scientists working with clinical scientists, working with artificial intelligence and data scientists and that kind of thing. And we had a very rich base from which we had data. But one of the things that I observed was quite important was a high level of emotional quotient, because a lot of people were affected by COVID. Either they had parents dying, they were sick, they were scared, they didn't know what would happen to them. So as a leader, you needed to make sure that you were there for them from that perspective as well. There were some downsides, some regulatory lapses were there. We underestimated the gravity of the silos, but in the end, we did create a good rhythm, and we were able to respond in a manner that we believe was quite comprehensive. And just as a final thought, to say that we are now using that methodology to deal with a number of other wicked problems that we have in the country, such as the energy constraints that we're sitting with, and the vaccination program was also approached using the same approach. Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. So really interesting to hear that concrete example from South Africa, the leadership that was shown throughout the pandemic period. As you say, the importance of political leadership, communication to the citizens, but also then that professional leadership and kind of facilitating working across departments, breaking down some of those silos, the importance of creating agile, multidisciplinary teams and the leadership required there. And then I really like what you said about the need for that emotional quotient, you said, to really recognise what people were going through as well. And I just want to take this opportunity, we're talking about leadership. Pindali is very humble, I know, on this, but I had the pleasure of interviewing Pindali yesterday, and when it comes to leadership, she is the first woman and the first black woman to be the Cabinet Secretary in South Africa, so I think that deserves a round of applause. And we have a podcast coming out where you can hear all about your journey, so please do listen to that in due course when that's out. Thank you so much, Pindali. Peter, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thanks. It's a great honor to be here from Slovenia, but when we talk about the leadership of the future, I mean, the world is changing very fast, and the only thing we know about the future is that the future is unpredictable. So forget about planning the future. You cannot plan the future anymore, but it has to be anticipated in the future. So actually, who could plan the COVID crisis? I mean, it was something that the leaders, this is Slovenia, civil service leaders were not prepared. So, but actually, what have been proved in the civil service is that actually that civil service, despite the presumption, despite the image of rigid organization, actually that civil service can be agile, responsive, despite the general presumption. And with the COVID crisis passing away, I remember we believed, okay, it was a once-in-a-lifetime crisis that will never happen again, at least not during our careers, so that's fine.
We hope.
Yeah. But then when the COVID crisis went away, okay, then the war started in practically the middle of Europe. And now the financial crisis is knocking on our door, although my banker is saying, no, everything will be fine, but okay. Yeah, he said that in 2008, okay. So actually what I'm trying to say that it is impossible to predict the skills the future will demand from civil service leaders. But we know one thing, the skills needed will be different than there were skills like 10 years ago. So actually what we believe in Slovenia is that for the future civil service leaders, it will be, the crucial skills will be problem solving, flexible thinking, anticipating future scenarios. And maybe just one thing, and just for the opening remarks. Actually, this crisis experience that we had with COVID, actually it was positive for the civil service. because it has shown us what kind of leaders do you want to have in civil service. And one could not believe how the results of the department depend on the leader. And I'm not just talking about the performance of the department. Of course, every department eventually they make some progress. But you could see the leader taking care of employees. In Slovenia, we were kind of really strict lockdown, so people were managed overnight. They shifted to remote work. Schools were closed. So for a lot of employees, they need to perform their work. They couldn't see their co-workers. They were stuck in the little apartment with small children. And you could see this emotional, what you were saying, the difference between leaders. So let us not forget that when we talk about the future skills of leaders, let us not forget that the crucial skill, the crucial competency will be being able to manage people. Because after all, I mean, I love the program of the conference. We are talking a lot about digital transformation, digital data, and everything. But actually, civil service is about the people. It's all about the people, actually. So the most important thing will be the manager who will take care of his employees, build trust toward the employees, and then the results will be shown.
Thank you so much, Peter. Interesting what you said about not being prepared for the pandemic. I think there might be views in the room about could we have been more prepared for the pandemic. But looking ahead to the leaders of the future, you're saying they need to be flexible, they need to be problem solvers. The pandemic really shone a light on the types of leaders that you want, especially in a crisis. And again, echoing some of what we've heard before, the need for emotional intelligence. And although we're talking about technology, ultimately this is about people and about managing people. Thank you so much. James, over to you.
Thank you very much. The eagle-eyed amongst you who'd read the agenda beforehand will notice that I'm not Derek Allison, our Vice President of Public Sector Aerospace and Defence. He's practicing innovative leadership by breaking his foot while being out raising money for Walking with the Wounded. And I've had the lovely luxury of stepping forward earlier on this afternoon.
He's become a walking wounded.
He has become a walking wounded. So, as a bit of an introduction to DXC, for those of you who don't know who we are, we're an end-to-end IT company with quite a big presence. We've got about 130,000 people in 70-odd countries, about 7,500 of those in the UK, with 5,000 of those directly supporting the UK public sector, aerospace and defence. And a big part of the leadership that we try to bring forward through Derek and through his leadership team is all about positivity and empowerment. I actually have come to DXC relatively recently in the last year from 5 years in the Cabinet Office. And so my experience, I think, actually tailors quite nicely to some of the stuff we've spoken about today, because I have that more immediate experience of both the public sector leadership and the private sector. And broadly, there are similarities. A core thing that we really try and do is to focus on purpose across the accounts that we work with. We look at some of the services we've historically delivered, like in trying to make sure that benefits are paid on time, trying to make sure that gas payments are out on time, etc. And we really try and drive back at every level through that account how you, or as an individual, are adding purpose to what you're doing. You're doing something today, the end result is keeping someone in work a little bit longer, keeping heating on in someone's house a little bit longer, and really trying to encapsulate what we do is very similar from my experience in Cabinet Office to my experiences here. As a quick reflection on some of the discussions we've had so far about risk management when it comes to innovation in private and public sector, I actually think the difference is when it comes to political appetite and long-term nature. We can take those longer-term gambles with a little bit more resilience there. We're more able to take that risk. Outperform, outshine, and outimagine is a core part of what we try and do in those public sector accounts. If we can outshine how we perform day to day, that means that we're just generating that additional positivity for our clients. If we can outshine on some of that, it means that we're bringing, again, those smiles, we're looking at each other and motivating each other through, at all levels, empowerment. And outimagine is where we really try and dig into what are we doing at all levels, whether you're a leader, and by leader I don't necessarily mean line manager. At what level are you doing something where we can share it with the rest of our accounts and really try and get competitive with one another and really have that kind of happy relationship? And that's resulted in some really good things. We have things like the Dandelion program, which we rolled out in our APAC region. It's just come over to the UK and EMEA, which is focused on bringing through neurodiverse individuals into leadership positions. That was initially suggested by a grad, completely supported by the rest of the organization, and now we've rolled it out across 70-odd countries. We've taken out a partnership with Manchester United. I'm not a football fan, so that we can actually work with local schools and communities through a digital academy and to teach STEM and to upskill local children. All of that with a focus on how can you give back to the community, how can we have some of that kind of positive empowerment. And DXC Learning, we've created a course syllabus working with partners and working with clients of about 2.5 million subjects, and all of that is about how we can really focus on L&D. There have been discussions throughout the skills and workforce sessions here today about how we can do retention, how can we get people to stay within civil services. I think from my personal experience, a core part is that L&D that we don't always focus enough on in the public sector. So I think those core things I would really try and draw out, or at least Derek would have drawn out, and I'm desperately trying to, around empowering and transparency. And a quote that he had asked me to leave you on, real leaders are ordinary people with extraordinary determinations. And the things that we try and do within that to empower at every level is what tries to give people that extraordinary determination.
Great, thank you so much, James. So I got from that good leaders, a real focus on purpose. Sometimes it's hard for the public sector, you're saying, to take that long-term view. It's a bit riskier for the public sector sometimes than it is in the private sector. But a real sense of leaders motivating their staff, that positivity as well. And then again, echoing, which I really like, this becoming a theme here, the importance of relationships and giving back as well. Thank you so much. Ravi, your final thoughts before we go to the audience.
Thank you very much. I really like that quote about good leaders are ordinary people that have extraordinary determination. The reason I quite like it is it relates to where I used to work, which was the International Rescue Committee, which was a humanitarian organisation working in about 40 countries, with about £1 billion worth of aid that they deploy. And what I found about leadership and innovation there was that when you have a really stark emergency, how do you get cash into Pakistan when the floods have hit, or inside Syria, or inside Congo? You find people improvising, finding ingenious workarounds, doing whatever it takes to actually get something done, and they are incredibly entrepreneurial. And then interestingly, when you put the same person in a slightly different context, a more stable situation, post-conflict, or back in headquarters, you find that they are often not behaving in that same way. They are more rule-bound, less able to find those workarounds, not being quite as decisive and bold. And one of the things I wrestle with as a leader is how do you create situations, environments, cultures where you can replicate that decisiveness, boldness, freedom that you feel when you're working in a crisis. It was interesting then, obviously I came back to the UK just before COVID and suddenly found myself in a similar situation. But Nesta, for those of you who don't know us, is a mission-driven innovation organisation. And the reason we became mission-driven was trying to replicate the forcing mechanism of a crisis, of something that's really getting you to do something extraordinary. So we have these 3 missions: to halve obesity, to ensure every child gets a fair start in life so that you can eliminate the gap between children on free school meals and the average, and to massively deploy low-carbon heating across the country. And what's interesting, I think, about how we've tried to get those teams to be innovative is, one, giving people a very, very big time-limited goal. Can you halve obesity by 2030? Ludicrously ambitious. Giving people a real mix of skills, so designers, data scientists, behavioral scientists, that they can then deploy, but giving quite clear decision rights. So say to that mission director, you can use that resource as you see fit. You've got a high degree of freedom. But also trying to put in place routines where you are forced to kind of question your assumptions and kill your own babies. We've all got that sunk cost fallacy. We cling on to our ideas, and you need ways of counteracting that. So that mission-driven innovation, I think, is a way of liberating people, getting people to be more entrepreneurial. What I would say I've learned about this, though, is that different people are motivated by quite different things. And for some, a big, scary goal is very motivating. For some, it's actually quite enfeebling. It almost feels too big, and they reach for the nearest thing. And I think you have to either choose people that fit into the culture you're trying to bring in, or find different points of motivation for those different individuals. And just one final thing I would say is the other crucial ingredient, I think, to innovation. It's a real open-mindedness and a lack of overconfidence. And there's this effect called the Dunning-Kruger effect, the cognitive bias that psychologists have found, whereby people with often low actual abilities in any given task have a massive overestimate of their own abilities. And there are various things we try and do at Nesta to try and counteract that. We do pre-mortems, where you're forced to say, why will this fail? Why is this going to go wrong? We try and do some forecasting. So instead of having a risk register, we had a risk forecasting competition where we try and predict when our risks will materialize. We also do lots of experiments where you're forced to actually confront the reality of your results through randomized controlled trials. And all of these things are about teaching humility. And rather than that being a basis for being more cautious, I think it's about opening people up and not clinging to their own sort of assumptions and ideologies.
Thank you so much. I mean, what a point to end on there, that leadership should be humble as well, and you should be not afraid to kind of test your own assumptions and test your own kind of preconceived ideas. And then also, I think, reflecting what a lot of people said already about that leadership in a crisis can be very different from leadership you see when you're kind of constrained by those day-to-day kind of bureaucratic things that we've all talked about today. So how do you create an environment where you can get the same kind of inspirational leadership when you're not in crisis mode? Thank you, everybody, for your opening comments. I am now going to throw it straight over to the audience. This is the last 20 minutes of questions for the whole day. We've got a hand up here. I'm also going to scan the top rows because I want to make sure that we're not missing out anybody. Okay, so I'm going to take 2 questions at a time. We've got one there, and we've got a question on this side of the room. Is that a hand up at the back there, or were you just playing with your hair? I think you're just playing with your hair. Okay, we'll take this one question first. Thanks.
Hi, Sam Reed from Policy Lab UK. I'm just wondering, from what you've seen, is it harder to build and maintain high-performing teams in the public sector? I'm not sure about other governments, but particularly in the UK, for very good reasons, we have a very open and transparent kind of pay structure. But I think that often leads, for a lot of people who are looking for a pay rise, especially early in their career, to jump from role to role and have to leave teams. I've left a couple of really good teams because there wasn't the chance for me to be promoted. So I guess the question is, are there things which government, and this could be broader than just pay, but are there things that government could maybe learn from the private sector that they're not doing that are kind of holding them back in that sense?
Thank you. So is it easier in the public sector or the private sector to create high-performing teams? And what incentives could we put in place to make it easier in the public sector to do this? Pindeli, I'm going to come to you because we haven't heard from you for a while.
Yeah, it is indeed, because the salary structure is very fixed, pretty much. So what we found in COVID, we found that people were motivated by defeating a virus that they hadn't seen before. And we had people volunteering, and we had a coalescence of people who were motivated by something else other than money. Promotions also are hard to come by, because once people are in government jobs, they tend to stay. We're battling to keep the younger staff, but once people become senior, they generally don't move. In fact, there's a particular layer where we even find that women do not move beyond, because it's permanent work, and they go past that layer, it's contract, which is lesser job security. But we know that for young people, that's a better thing to do. And then the requirements to hit that are quite tardy at the best of times. But it is indeed, something that's difficult, and we could learn from the private sector. Thanks.
Do you have any initiatives in South Africa between the public sector and the private sector? Are there any kind of programs of exchange?
Not too many, not in a structured manner. So, for instance, in the presidency, we're sitting with a situation where we are able to source from the private sector, and they second people for whom they pay, and it's the skills that we wouldn't have in the public sector, and that's how we do it. But it's not a two-way thing. Yeah, it's not a two-way thing, and it's not standardized, but it's something we've spoken about as a need. Yeah.
We'll come back to you in a couple of years and see if you've done this. Peter, you wanted to come in?
Well, actually, in Slovenia, 8 years ago, we established a national platform called Partnership for Change. And it's actually a platform where we exchange workers between private and public sector. So, over. 400, which is a lot for Slovenia, 400 civil servants went and spent there like for 2 or 3 weeks working for a bank insurance company, and also the people from banks and insurance came for 2 or 3 weeks to work in the civil service. And it's really like how you broke down the stereotypes that they have about working the civil service, and we actually had some people actually coming from banking sector to the ministry because it's such an attractive, interesting work to do in the civil service. So yeah, it's a good platform, and it's working now for 8 years in Slovenia, and it's really good. But let me just, one little thing that was mentioned. Maybe I believe it is the same across all the civil services, but in Slovenia in particular, of course, we are an aging society. And with aging society, you get an aging workforce. And in Slovenia, currently, we are really facing the aging of civil service. Like almost half of civil service in Slovenia is over 50. And I'm not saying that being 50 is being old, but you know, like, so because of the austerity measures in the past 10 years, we established a generational gap. So today, we are facing in civil service in Slovenia. On one side, we have an aging workforce, people over 50. We are trying to attract young talents to work to civil service. And then, if we manage to attract them, then the manager will have an issue how to bring those two generations with totally different values. I know, because I have children. Yeah, with totally different values to work together. No? None of the generation has bad values. They're just different. But you know the African proverb that says like the older, that the younger people walk best, but the older knows the path. You know, so
really interesting. We've spoken a lot about multidisciplinary teams. We haven't spoken about the challenge of intergenerational teams.
Okay, that will be the challenge in the future. I don't know, it is the case in Slovenia, but probably in the other civil services it's not much different.
Okay, really interesting. I was just looking at the audience here, and I think we have a diverse audience in terms of age range. So maybe somebody has thoughts on that. I'll come back to you. I'm just going to ask if you've got any comments. So James and then Ravi.
Thank you. I'm going to try and probably unsuccessfully wear two hats in responding to that. The first one being as a recently ex-civil servant, and the second one then how we've tried to address that kind of challenge in DXC. As a civil servant, ex-civil servant, I can completely empathise with what you're saying. I transferred 3 times across departments because there are different pay scales in each department. Even though you're on a band, please put your hand up here as a civil servant if anybody here has ever progressed within the band that they joined the civil service on. Exactly. If you're going to advertise across every department, different pay scales and different bands, when you can't move within them and the only way to get a pay rise is to change jobs, it's very, very hard to retain people. And as you say, you have a high-performing team. How can you possibly retain them when you have that kind of situation? Now, removing that hat for a moment, I could talk about this all day, and go into DXC where we've tried to address some of those challenges. Obviously, in both the private and public sector, there is a finite amount of money. If someone comes to you seeking a counter-offer, you can't just, there's not a limitless amount you can pay. But some of the ways in which we've tried to address that is recognising that there are potential retention bonuses we can be paying in certain areas. I'd argue that in the public sector, if you have a pay band, that is a mechanism that could and arguably should be used for keeping people as a counter-offer. But sometimes it is about what else. It's not just always about the pay. Where I think we are quite good in DXC, and I would naturally say this, is the ability to innovate within roles. How can we change your role slightly, sometimes a little bit more than slightly, to make sure that actually we're doing the right things for you, that we give you enough opportunity to stretch into areas of interest. Because we're a large organisation, we can offer people at all levels the ability to shadow quite distinct specialisms in other parts of the business. And because we work on so many things, cybersecurity, defence, etc., it gives people the ability to go to things that maybe they hadn't quite thought of. So the ability to basically do a bit more L&D than I certainly was ever encouraged to do in the civil service, I think is important. And for me, that's where the public sector can improve. It's that what else? What else can we offer to keep people?
Thanks. Ravi, do you agree with a lot of that?
Well, I think you've got sort of 3 fatal problems in Whitehall departments often. One is high degree of mobility at junior levels. combined with very bad knowledge management with very little codified. And then thirdly, actually quite a lot of turbulence at senior levels, people moving around every three years. And I think if you have all three of those, it becomes very difficult, whereas a lot of organisations have quite a lot of mobility at the junior levels as people get promoted and get a range of experiences, but there is more solidity at the top. One interesting example, I think, of trying to tackle this was the Behavioural Insights team. So BIT is now part of Nesta, and there have been many really high-performing units in Whitehall over the years, Prime Minister's Strategy Unit, PMDU, Social Exclusion Unit, which I was part of, and then they kind of tend to dissipate because people just leave, and they have their moment in the sun, and then they sort of disappear. BIT didn't do that because they basically span out and became part private, and it created an incentive for all those original people to stay, and they're still there. 12 years, 13 years on. And I think it's a shame that we're not able to create some incentives for people to stick around because the loss of expertise is really damaging.
Thank you. Okay, we had a question here, and then we've got a question there as well. It's funny, I've got lots of questions here. I just want to make sure, because we haven't had a lot of questions from this side of the room today. Okay, so we've got these two, we'll take two questions together.
Thank you very much. So Simon Wilson, I work as a service designer in government for EY Seren. I wanted to take a step back on the take on innovation in leadership and think about how government acts as a leader for society and how government can act as a convener. And one context in which that's really critical, and I'm sure everyone in the room would agree, is in climate change. And we've seen that if government gets it right with a particular mission, we take the vaccine rollout vaccine development and rollout for COVID, where that mission is set by government as a convener, and wrapping up bits of the conference today, you get the procurement right, get the workforce right, give that steer and principles and mission to private, public and third sector. You get the kind of change that you want to see. So I'll be really interested to hear the panel's views on how government can accelerate its role as a convener and innovate itself as a leader for society to get the kind of change that we want and need as a society.
Thank you. Great question. So, like during COVID, government had to play that leadership role, had to bring all those different stakeholders together. And your question is, can we see government playing that convening role as well on urgent issues like climate change? Great question. And then there was a second question there. We'll take two together.
1, 2? Okay.
Yeah.
So my name is Felix Kabute Jr. I work in DWP's Central Analysis and Science Strategy Directorate. And firstly, thank you for an amazing panel session. I think we've got some real-life examples of people who have really broke through barriers and borders to reach leadership positions. Pindeli as the first black woman in South African cabinet office, and also James, you had me fooled, to be fair. I was thinking, you're the youngest vice president I've ever seen. But for someone like myself, young, early on in my career, but with great aspirations to attain a leadership position in the future, what I wanted to ask was, what can future potential leaders do now to prepare and propel them in the future of innovation leadership?
Great, thank you. So another great question there. As somebody young, aspirational in the civil service, what tips would you give for them preparing to be a great innovative leader in the future? Two great questions there. I'm going to shift the order. Ravi, I'm coming to you first. You can answer one or both of those questions.
Well, I'm happy to bang on about climate change because I was part of the team that created the Climate Change Act and then was Director of Strategy in the Energy and Climate Change Department. And I do think it's a really interesting example where the UK has provided certainty and stability for the whole of industry, particularly in things like electricity, and it's had a huge effect. Whereas you compare that with industrial policy more generally, where there's just been a whole range of instability that means that you can't plan. I think it's a really interesting contrast. I think one of the challenges is it does require government to actually get more involved in shaping and at least describing the future vision that you're talking about. And sometimes Whitehall is quite unwilling to do that. It feels too prescriptive. And while we shouldn't be prescriptive, sometimes we do need to sort of curate and shape. And so, to give you an example, in the energy world right now, I think it's perfectly possible in 15, 20 years' time, we're going to have large amounts of renewable power, excessive amounts of electricity in summer, just because that's the way we cope with the sort of peaks and demands over the course of the year. in order to make that economic for society, it might well be worthwhile trying to get some manufacturing of steel, weirdly, back into the UK because it might be just for 7 months of the year. Now, that's a sort of wild, ambitious, slightly mad idea. It requires massive cross-departmental coordination and vision and stability. And I don't think that we as a country are very geared to making those big bets. Whereas you look at other countries, just because they're less hung up ideologically about doing that, they're more able to sort of make those big strategic bets, which I think we've been reluctant to do in the last decade.
Thank you. Peter, I'm going to come to you again, one or both of those questions.
I like the questions, what training, how will we provide the civil service leaders with the skills that I was so persuasive that will be needed for the future. Actually, what we have done in Slovenia, we have a training academy for civil service, and we have a mandatory training. When you are appointed as a Director General or Secretary General, you are obliged to take a special training in the next 12 months. Prior to COVID crisis, like 7-8 years ago, it was about the public procurement, the public finances, the civil law, the labor law, public employees, etc. Now, after, we totally renewed the program in this training academy. So, for the first 12 months, you are learning about leadership, communication skills, innovative thinking. You know, today's sessions were really interesting about it. So, we call it some kind of soft skills. You know, it was hard, because you had to persuade them this is what they really need, because people will see saying, I need to know about public procurement, I need to know about public finance, etc. But actually, what we train them today is how to deal with people, with crisis management, communication skills, etc. So we totally renewed the mandatory program for civil service leaders.
I'm just curious, gentleman who asked the question, is that kind of training open to you? Has that been offered to you? Yeah. That kind of mandatory training in all of those areas, is that on offer to you?
I wouldn't say mandatory. There is definitely opportunities, but you have to be the kind of person who actively seeks those out for yourself. Yeah.
Pindeli, your thoughts on kind of aspiring young leaders or government as a kind of convener, leader?
Thank you very much, and thank you for that question. So one of the basis of which we are doing things in South Africa is that we are doing a big public service reform, 30 years in, but we're still a relatively new country, so we're transforming from a system that was meant to benefit a portion of society. So there are a lot of opportunities that had to be created by design for what we now call previously disadvantaged. So there was that opportunity. But once you are in, it's also what you do with the opportunity. Over and above the training that my fellow panelist is talking about here, how I managed my career was to spot projects and volunteer. So even if I did 3 jobs at a particular time, I was always volunteering and making sure that I am visible and I'm known for delivering certain things. And I moved across. So I started in the province, went to local government, went to national in a parastatal, came back to province. So the point you were making about moving around, but I made those moves pretty much almost in a calculated manner and eventually garnered a profile of skills that made me appointable in this particular position. That's at a personal level, but generally, I often encourage people and encourage managers to release staff, to volunteer, to do other things outside of their job description. Yeah.
Thank you. So an element of taking what's available, but also seeking out those other opportunities yourself and volunteering. James, your thoughts again on either of those questions?
I'll try and do both, but one of them I'll only have a very quick stab at. So on the sustainability convener role, really interested in the idea. I think the elephant in the room for a lot of today is actually ministerial willpower and ministerial longevity. We focused a lot, as we should, on civil service skills, civil service abilities, but as a former policy official, a lot of that was always hampered by either ministerial whim, how quickly they wanted to move things, or frankly, over the last 5 to 7 years, political instability. I at one point, with a particular ministerial team I worked for, I think I went through 4 ministers in the space of 8 months. And it's really difficult when it comes to some of the work I'm doing, and therefore some of my L&D, to actually have any kind of long-term planning. So I think a sustainability convener is a really important idea, but it doesn't just need to go back to your point earlier about it doesn't just need civil service retention and long-termness, it needs ministerial as well. And at the moment, we're potentially less than a year out from the next general election, so we might have 5 years of sustainability after that, hopefully.
You can tell he's no longer a civil servant because he's speaking very freely about these issues.
This has been unbelievably cathartic. But as a very quick point for DXC as well, we produce hardware and software, and a big part of what we're trying to do with government, which government is very good at supporting, is how can we recycle and make sure that we're continually using hardware, but making sure it's still secure as well. And there are things that we try and share with other governments that they could learn from each other. So I do agree that it needs to happen. On the future of leadership and innovation there, genuinely, that comment you made means a lot to me. I was really nervous about doing this, and that was really, really, really very kind of you. But I do think, and this now may sound slightly performative, that the leaders I've learned most from in the private sector and in the civil service and in the third sector were those who were willing to be vulnerable, those who were willing to say, I'm not the expert in the room. And once you get into the SCS and the civil service, and I don't mean this, hopefully any DDs, directors and DGs here don't hunt me down afterwards, but for the most part, those people are heading up corporate level stuff. They're not necessarily subject matter experts. What they're great at, if they're successful, is being vulnerable and saying, how do I get the leaders in my organization into the right rooms? How do we make sure we're bringing up that innovation internally? Because I don't need to be the expert here. And that's fantastic. So I think vulnerability is really important. And again, not disparaging towards the Future Leaders Scheme or any schemes in the civil service, those I know who learned well and went up to SCS or left were those who were actively vulnerable and also made their own opportunities. So what you say about being proactive, fully agree with that. I learned far more, again, not a criticism of the schemes, I learned far more from putting myself in situations that weren't structured. So I can't speak highly enough to that.
Thank you. Yeah, we do. I can come back to the podcast that we do with GGF, and I've spoken to lots of senior leaders, and some of the most inspirational conversations I've had are leaders who say, I don't have to know everything, but I want to surround myself with the best possible experts, and they're humble enough to do that. We have time for one final question, I think. This is the last question of the day. No pressure. This has to be the best question of the day. Lady down here, hand up first.
Again from this side.
Again from this side.
Definitely under pressure now. So I'm from the digital team, part of DWP. I'm interested in how you keep everyone focused on what you're delivering to the citizen, because ultimately it's either a citizen or a customer. How do we ensure that your people reflect the people that they serve? Because if they are not reflecting the people that they serve, how can they deliver to them and understand them and get the best for them?
I really like that question. It's a great question for the end of the day, because ultimately none of this is for its own sake. It is to improve the services that we deliver to the public. So the question is, how do you keep people focused on ultimately the citizen? I'm going to go to Peter first.
Well, it's really an excellent question, because this is why we are actually here. It's to provide the service for the people, and this is actually what we need to bear in mind. But maybe this was my point from the beginning. If we want to improve the service, if we want to improve the quality of the service, the main challenge for me is, and the main solution for me is, in the people, to put the right people in the right places, to put the right people to be leaders of these people, to build a trust about the civil service. You can't lead people who don't trust you, and you cannot, at the same time, civil service cannot provide services if people don't have a trust in civil service. So it's a question for the society, and it's also a question for us. What are we ready to do to make a better services, more qualified services, actually for our taxpayers?
So that virtuous circle of trust.
It's about trust. It's a circle of trust. Thank you.
James.
Thank you. We have a potential nuance to pull into that, in that as someone who sells stuff into government, we always have the client team within the department as a potential extra lever there. So when you say, how do we focus on the citizens, we actually have the civil servants in those particular teams holding us to the fire, essentially, to make sure that we're doing it well. But I think I'd refer back to Derek's quote, which makes him sound like some kind of God figure since he sadly can't be here, but that real leaders are ordinary people with extraordinary determinations. A core part of what we're doing is trying to work out how everyone in their day-to-day jobs, which in this particular organisation is all public sector focused, how do they have that extraordinary determination to make sure that they are going out and delivering and focusing. Outshine, outperform, outimagine. It's about really creating that positivity within all of our teams through various mechanisms, various exercises, all centred around positivity and support, to make sure that people are trying to outcompete each other, essentially. That we have teams and we're bringing them together to say, this is what one account is doing versus another account, in a positive way. They're saying, well, actually, these are the really good nuggets that we found in this account that we're really proud of on a personal level. So I think I bring back to positivity.
Thanks, James. Ravi.
I think data, both quantitative data plus actually qualitative information, making that visible to teams is really helpful, and having routines that really interrogate what we're learning from that feedback can be very powerful. But also just getting out to meet and engage with customers directly. I think it's a hugely powerful motivating force to shift our gaze towards the actual end outcome, and building those sort of relationships is just absolutely critical.
Thank you. Pindili, I'm going to give you the last sentence because you have a focus, a specific focus in South Africa, don't you, which translates as people first.
Yes. So the basic principle, that's a basic value that's enshrined in our constitution, is about putting people first. And we use one of the local languages, we say Vatupeli, and it's got 9 principles, but those 9 principles are represented in the following words that we utilize to encapsulate that we belong. So together as South Africans, we belong together as public servants, serving South Africans, we care and we serve. And it's a work in progress, because at points that vision does get blurred. So we always consistently have to remind people that we belong, we care, we serve. Yeah.
Thank you so much. We are out of time, I'm afraid. I'm sure you will join me in thanking our wonderful speakers for the time. I really love the fact that in this final session of the day we did bring it right back to people, and we talked a lot about some of those kind of people issues. Thank you so much. Please stay there. We are going to have one few minutes of kind of final remarks, which I will just introduce in a moment or two. But I'm going to invite our speakers to leave the stage for now, and I will be back in 2 minutes. Thank you. Okay, without further ado, this is a not enviable task, I think, because I'm going to introduce Tom Reed, who is Chief Executive Officer at the Government Digital Service here in the UK. And Tom is going to give us the closing remarks, which will pull together, I think, a lot of the strands and a lot of the themes and a lot of the topics that we've heard today. Over to you, Tom.
Thank you. Right, hi everyone. I think this is what they call the graveyard shift. So energy, please. A little bit of focus. I'll be brief. I'm Tom. I'm the Chief Executive of the Government Digital Service. When I was asked to put together a few final words for this fabulous event, I was a little bit nervous because I've sort of got a love-hate relationship with the word innovation. Like, it is a deeply wonderful time to be in government. Alex and I were at board yesterday, and there was like this long 20-minute conversation about the opportunities of generative artificial intelligence. And it's like non-executive directors and perm-secs talking about this kind of new technology. It's amazing. It's a genuinely transformational time to be in government. But it also makes me quite nervous because, a little bit like young children playing football, there's a risk that we just run after the latest technology. And I remember 4 or 5 years ago, everyone was asking me about blockchain, and they were asking me about quantum computing. And now, everywhere I go, people are like, what are we going to use ChatGPT for? And it's great, the technology is great, but I'm worried that we run towards the solution before we've worked out what the problems are. So, in the last literally 2 or 3 minutes, I wanted to talk about 3 sort of theories that I like around different interpretations of innovation and what they mean in government. So I'm going to quote some other people, and some of you will know these quotes already. The first is a chap called Matt Edgar. Now, I don't think Matt's in the room. If you are, whoop, or something. Matt is the Service Transformation Director in NHS England, and he said a great thing. He said, government is mostly service design most of the time. Government is mostly service design most of the time. And I think this is really true. I remember when I was doing my previous job as the CIO at the Ministry of Justice, the Digital Prisons team built this amazing service that allowed people to claim money back if they were visiting someone in prison. Like, the policy is really sensible. We know that people in prison reoffend more if they lose contact with their family, so it makes sense to pay people to, get the train to visit them. And we also know that people who are visiting people in prison are often very, very low income. So it all makes sense. And they built this amazing digital service that allowed people to, do that very simply on gov.uk. And I was celebrating this with the team, and then Julian, who was working with me, pulled me aside and he was like, of course, this service shouldn't exist because people already have to book a prison visit and they're already on benefits. So why on earth are we making them fill in another form? What we should have done is got policy, operations, and digital all in the same room, redesigned the whole process so they don't need to fill in forms because we're putting sludge in the way. We're putting friction in the way and making it more difficult for people to do things we want them to do. So that's my first one, and I think that is the biggest innovation we can do. Love tech, literally my job, but I think that's the biggest innovation we can do. Second, I haven't actually read this book, but there's a book called The Shock of the Old by David Edgerton. Has anyone read that? Me neither, but apparently it's really good. And really what the theme of the book is, we slightly fetishize inventions rather than looking at technology and innovations that have happened before and have sustained over time. So David Edgerton talks a lot about things like railways, which were invented many, many, many years ago, centuries ago, but still sustain. It's a pretty amazing invention. And I think there are things we've been talking about in government and in digital government for the last 10 plus years that we need to double down on. So 2 examples I'd give you. One is we kind of revolutionized, it wasn't me, other people revolutionized procurement about 7 or 8 years ago. So procurement sort of moved from being this incredibly complex, risk-based process to being a really simple way. So G-Cloud was launched, where you could literally buy something in a couple of weeks, a couple of days, a couple of weeks, rather than a couple of months or a couple of years. And I think we need to go back to those basics. We need to innovate around some of our basic processes in government, and I think procurement is probably the one we need to keep coming back to. And then, closer to home, we've got our wonderful website, gov.uk. It has 13 million users every month, and we've got some of the most brilliant services on there, passports and tax and, universal credit. But we've also got around 7,000 paper forms that people have to download a PDF, fill it in, and post it in. And there's this prevailing logic that it's not very interesting. It's kind of a solved problem. But if you're, let's say, a single parent with a £10 a month Tesco mobile phone, definitely no laptop, definitely no printer, what you're doing there is you're saying, you're not welcome. You're saying government is not here for you. And that sends a really strong message. The technology is there. We have this amazing website. We've got a design system that allows people to build services easily. We need to double down. And that, for me, is innovation as well. It's using the innovations of the past to really make sustainable change in the future. So The Shock of the Old, I might read that, and you should too. Third one, Steve Messer, who is back at GDS now, which is great. Steve Messer uses this term. He wrote a blog post about boring magic. And this is, I think, my favorite description of government digital. Boring magic. So I think one of my favorite digital services is approving a child's passport application. I don't know if you've ever had this. If you're a civil servant, you probably have, because everybody wants you to sign their thing. And what happens is people fill in the passport application form, and they put in your passport number, your email address, and your name. And you just get an email with a link, and you click it, and up pops a picture of a small baby. And you go, yes, I recognize that small baby, and you click the button, and that's it. And I find that amazing, and it takes like 15 seconds. And for me, that's boring magic. As in, you probably won't think about it again unless it's your job. But it just happens, and it just works. And I think if you look at the work that DWP are doing to build, sort of like federate out their APIs so that you can do automated eligibility checking, and you look at the work we're doing in GDS on our gov.uk One Login program to make it really simple for people just to prove their ID once, get it over with in a couple of minutes, and then never have to do that again, so that sustains. And it's that boring magic. And I think as much as I love running towards exciting technology, and believe me, I really do, I think boring magic is where we need to be focusing most of our energies. Look, so in conclusion, firstly, thank you everyone for attending this session. It's been a really fantastic day. I've had some amazing conversations. Thank you in particular to people who have come from a long way overseas. I can't see anyone because of the lights, but we've got friends from Iceland and from Estonia and from Singapore and other nations, from the USA, of course. Thank you for coming this way. We're very proud in the UK of getting people together to learn and collaborate. And the final message I'd leave you with is innovation isn't about people with like my job title. Innovation is literally everyone's job. And I think the more that non-digital people can lean into innovation in everything we do in government, the better we'll be. And I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
Just want to take a seat there. Thank you. Thank you so much, Tom. We are in the last minute of the event today. So I said at the beginning of the day that I was sure this was going to be both a helpful but also enjoyable day, and I hope that has been true for all of you. I would like to thank all of our knowledge partners who shared their time and their expertise with us today, and also echoing there what Tom said, thank you to our fantastic speakers. I'm sure you'll agree we had really brilliant lineup of speakers today from the UK and abroad, from all across civil services and the wider public sector. And also, last but not least, thank you to all of you for your fantastic engagement. You really did make the day special. Thank you for all your great questions. Please do keep following Global Government Forum. If you enjoyed today, go on the website. There's a whole host of other things that we do, more events. We've got webinars. We've got a podcast series that you can follow, training opportunities as well. So please do look at some of those. And now, as the very final thing, I will invite you all to join us for the reception outside. Thank you, everybody, and I hope to see you again very soon. Thanks so much.
Hey, corporate types, will you stop calling each other rock stars?
You're a rock star. You are a rock star.
Rock stars, please.
You know what it takes to be a rock star?
I've trashed hotel rooms in 43 countries.
I was on the road since I was 16.
I've done my share of bad things. Also, your share of bad things.
We know that using Workday for finance and HR makes you great at your job.
That don't make you a rock star.
Oh, Ted in finance, you're a rock star.
Hey, Liz in HR, can you do this?
Unless you work with an actual rock star.
You are a rock star.
Thank you.
Who's the new guy?
Hi, I'm Oswald.
Hello, Oswald.
Give it up for Pam. Pam, you are a rock star. I wasn't gonna say it.